Our next speaker, a man, I'm going to try not to get emotional, but a man who prays for each and every one of you, a man whose whole life is about changing others' lives. And around 6 years ago, I didn't know who he was. I went to an event, A&MP, and I saw this guy come up on stage. And what he said was so transformational for my business that it literally changed the trajectory of my life, of my family's life. Everything changed that day, that moment, that event. I'd never heard of him. And at the time, my business was going good, but I was never home.
Let me play the disc.
I would tell everyone, it's amazing. Just some tangible tools on how to create curiosity, and it made so much sense to me. Like, I feel like Ray has this gift to share things and see things in a way that people truly understand, that the average person doesn't see it that way. And he gives us scripts and curiosity posts and ideas to share in a way that is received by other people. And he gives us the opportunity to change lives. And Ray has changed my life.
Ray like he's a cult
I've
leader.
been very blessed to be mentored by him over the last few years. And before I'd spent any time with him in person, I'd never actually met him or Jess in person, I won this dinner. It was a time when you weren't really supposed to travel. And I won this dinner in Florida on a dinner cruise. And I live in Canada on Vancouver Island. And I talked to my husband. He's like, you got to go. I was like, okay, 48 turn around. I won't breathe. I'll just go, have dinner, come back, right? Got to meet Ray and Jess. If you have an opportunity to be in close quarters with someone like Ray and Jessica Higdon, you do whatever it takes.
I can't believe
I flew there, and on the way back, the Canadian government
I don't know where I put my
held
phone, but
me
I'll find it.
in a room with a guard outside the door for 11 days. And it's a longer story, but I don't have time. And I grew in that room over those 11 days.
I think I left my phone upstairs.
But on the Zoom call that I had a mentorship meeting with Ray and the other coaches, Ray goes, "Ugh, I hope it was worth it." And I was like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You get a chance to be in a room or train with or grow with someone like Ray Higdon, you take it, no matter how far. Because he changes lives just being close to him, following him, growing with him. He changes lives. And so for me, he has deepened my faith. And he has taught me to ask better questions. He has brought out the healer in me.
What?
He has shown me how to listen, how to talk to people.
Oh my God.
He's changed my money mindset. His trainings have made it possible for me and my family to spend time together. I literally never leave the house now, which I don't know, that's another thing. But
okay.
I have grown so much just by knowing him. I'm so proud to call him my friend. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to ask all of you to get on your feet and welcome the most amazing, the most incredible, the most inspiring Ray Higdon.
Oh my God. cult leader?
Where is this guy? Let's go. Let's go. Come on now. Yeah.
Hello, nomadic loner. Hello, Chris. I don't know how long I can stay because this is
You're awesome.
brutal, and this is even more
Thank
brutal.
you. You're amazing. Love you. You're amazing.
Ew.
Thank you. Thank you. He's amazing. Did you get? Yeah. Yes. I receive. So, decent day one. Decent.
I'm in a cult.
You okay?
I'm in a cult.
It was just so cool to see. First of all, it seems like we're day 5, right? We're like, how could that possibly all have happened in one day? And I'm just, ooh, man, really just, ooh. We won a lot of battles yesterday.
Is this for real?
There were a lot of people in this room
The sound got better.
that were unsure of their identity,
For sure.
that I really believe we pushed, encouraged, supported to go in a certain direction that's really going to serve you. I'm just so grateful for that.
Hell
so
yes,
grateful.
Pris.
You feel that?
Cassidy.
Like, you feel, like I feel it, man.
Yeah.
Such a good day. And our speakers just killed it. If you got in late,
shirt, but that's just me.
you missed an amazing performance. I shouldn't say late. If you got in at 9 a.m., you missed an amazing performance by Meredith Andrews. And but we're going to have her sing when we come back from lunch. My pastor's backstage, and he comes in, he goes, "That's Meredith Andrews." I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "She's amazing." And so it's really, really cool.
I'm not feeling the best.
One
but
piece of
trying
whatever
to
they
show
call
up.
it, admin, I don't know. One note I have here is, before we get started, is for those of you that have taken advantage of our one-on-one coaching sessions and booked a session, I do highly encourage you to show up to those because that's the one-on-one where you talk about your issues, what you're going through, and our team talks to you and it supports you and encourages you on what to do from where you're at. And I know.
But
I know. Believe me, I know.
I'm here.
I know the magic of the event. You're like, I don't want to leave ever. And
I mean, I got like 2 hours.
This is
of
an
sleep.
opportunity. Just see the opportunity and having someone talk to you one-on-one, because there is a lot of value there. And if you haven't, if you're like one-on-one, what are you talking about? We do have people in the back. So.
I'm making a Wednesday Addams sweater vest, and the crochet. I mean the knitting I couldn't do because it was curling, so I did Tunisian. It's a little bit wonky, but I think when I block it, it'll be fine.
You can get signed up for a one-on-one where they listen to you, see what you're going through, see how we can help, and give you some suggestions. So, all right, that's my admin
Hell
for
yes.
the day. And so, I'm just curious, because my goal, if you've been to any of my events over the years, I always have this as a primary goal, is I want people to feel like they got their entire investment in day one.
No.
Anyone feel that way? Awesome.
I'm in a cult.
Awesome.
I'm stuck in a cult.
It's such a goal of mine. I just want to jam pack. And if you notice, like, you had, mindset, you had spiritual, you had some tactical, and you really need all those things. What I've learned is a lot of people, and I'm just going to tell you, this will be a deep insight.
How can you get stuck in a funnel if you don't get that one-on-one that really pulls you in? You know what I mean?
They just teach strategies and tactics. It's because they're afraid of connectedness. And so it's easier to just focus on, here's what to do. Let's go do it. But the problem is, if someone doesn't have hope that someone like them can succeed, they won't do your strategies even if they're awesome. You could have amazing strategies, but people won't do them if they don't believe that they can connect and relate with you and your story, and they don't think someone like them can create success. And so you're kind of, if you're not mixing, why someone won't do it, self-sabotage, mindset,
too,
and
Cassie.
strategy, you're going to have very, very few people actually implement. Is that helpful to someone? Great. 6 of you. Perfect. Starting off strong. Get it? Hit the caffeine showers. Caffeine. Dun, 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 dun. Right. Someone got a picture of that? I'll regret that later.
What up, buddy?
And so let's just riff and talk a little bit about marketing, and maybe I'll do some fun stuff here. They assured me this is sturdy, so I'm gonna come out here. So I want to talk about, you probably, I hope, you probably have some very powerful notes from yesterday, right? Or you just memorized the whole day, you're good to go. What's up? Yay,
100%.
look at this power table. Come on. Yeah, baby. Yeah, all right. Okay, now I can't stop. All right. I need 45 more minutes on the clock. But I want to share what to do with them.
Where's the
Because what you should not do is what a lot of people do and what most people do, and that is they go home, they throw them in the corner, and they're just a memorial to past events. Little shrine. Love. These are events I once attended.
Advocate for yourself.
Feel free to come by my house and visit my plethora of notebooks. They're wonderful. Excellently penned. But no one's ever going to do that. No one's going to come visit your home and say, hey, bro, what notebooks you got? I'm thinking about signing up for something. I'm thinking about buying some whatever. No one's going to do that. So you have to cash those checks. Your notes are uncashed checks. You get to cash them by converting them into content. Maureen, yay.
Hello.
So I want to tell you how to do that. How do you do that? And so,
thank God someone else said it,
How many of you heard of ILTEE? If you've been following me for a little bit, you've heard of that. Okay, how many have not? Bonnie? How many have not heard of ILTEE? Awesome. I'm so glad I asked that. That's great. So ILTEE is a concept
I'm so glad
that I've been teaching for 12 years, 13 years maybe. And it stands for Invest, Learn, Teach.
Oh, God.
So you are already doing 2 of the 3. You're 66% of the way there, kind of. Yay. So you invested your time and money, right? Some of y'all are hitting me about the parking fee. I'm like, I know. I got to pay it too. I don't like it.
You made a commission off of their rooms, you
right?
asshole.
So some of you invested a lot of money. Some of you came, where's my Australians? Where are they at?
They're not coming.
Are you an Australian? I so wouldn't have picked Australia.
He just wanted to high five you.
Awesome. Where are they? Why are you so quiet? See, if I said, where's my Canadians?
Jenny,
I didn't even prompt them. For those that know personality colors, where's my blues?
Oh, dear God.
Right, they love that. Right? But some of you invested a lot of money to be here. And the parking fees. Just a punch in the face. The valet guy, is like, it's $50 a day, right? I'm like, I'm an idiot. I got it. I'll pay it because I'm an idiot. Right? You're here learning. What's up, brother? You're here learning. Will you teach it? You see, I don't read a book. I mean, heck, at this point, I barely read a verse without teaching it. How many books have you read and you didn't do any videos from them?
Oh, my God.
You read a book, great book, put it down, no one ever knows. I just don't do that.
Yeah, it's Orlando.
I leverage my time. And it also helps you with your learning, especially Scripture. Man, I remember, I don't believe he's here, but Brian Mira, anyone know Brian? So Brian, he had me on a training once, and And I was just riffing on something, and I shared a verse, and when I shared it, it's the living word. I shared it. It got translated right as soon as it came out of my mouth, and I'm like, whoa! Like I was like blown away, man. It's crazy. And so there's something special that gets unlocked when you teach. You're adding value to the marketplace. Remember what Pastor Baker said about the magnet. When we focus the magnet outward, we attract. When we focus on woe is me, all these things are wrong, right? Then we repel. We literally repel people by
feel like
talking
this
and
is me,
focusing
though,
about
with the
our
fallacy
problems
detective.
and the things that we don't like. You got to understand that there's people out there with bigger problems that you can actually help. And you don't know if that one takeaway that you got, did you guys get a takeaway from my man Reggie? Talked about grief.
Talked about losing his wife, you asshole.
That was just so good. How about Darren? Did you get anything from
I'm sorry.
Darren?
I'm going to be maybe name calling. I'm going to say I can't help it. I'm in a very I feel like dark place from yesterday's. And everyone in the Facebook group was like, oh my God, it was so amazing. And I'm like, I literally couldn't sleep last night. My soul feels like it's been I don't know, crushed.
That could help someone out. Will they ever hear it? And so ILTEE is the process. And what's awesome about this is the more that you improve your investing and learning, the more you improve your teaching. So some of you have been following me for a little bit. You know that there was a guru in the business space. I gave him $100,000 for 6 hours of his time. But what I did with my clients, so that was me, one-on-one. And what I did with my clients is I gave them the second best thing they could have. Now, the best thing they could have is to be sitting right next to me, be able to ask their own questions, right? That'd be incredible. I gave them the second best thing, which is I shared my notes to them. Hey, here's what I got from them.
Yeah.
Here's how the first hour of that coaching helped make me an additional $1 million that year. They didn't invest in that. I invested in that. I learned, then I taught. Very simple. Now the more advanced version is ILTEE. How many know this one? This is a smaller
Julie
percentage
Anderson
of people.
knows, and
How many
she
know
taught
this one?
us.
Okay, handful of you.
It's even worse,
Now,
Amy.
This one, interestingly enough, the people that need to do this the most aren't willing to do it.
Literally word
So
for word.
ILTEE, the more advanced version, is invest, learn, teach, execute, edify.
We know
So
this.
there's I believe the Hebrew word is kavod. It means
my God.
honor.
Do
so when
not
I think
bring
of
Hebrew into
honor,
this.
I think of King David.
Oh
So
my God.
David, before he was king, King Saul was trying to kill him. He threw a spear at him. He instructed his armies to kill him. He was chasing him. David had several times where he could have killed Saul, but didn't because he honored
He's saving
him
the other one for
despite him deserving it
tomorrow.
from David. Honor's a lost deal. Most people, why? Because when we edify someone else, well, doesn't that take some away from us? I mean, I want people to look to me, baby.
That's what
Right?
your people have done.
I want them to
at
hire
this
me,
event.
not Ray. I need the money. Right? But what you don't understand is the unlocking you get by honoring. When you honor others that have helped you, guess what they want to do? They want to help you more. So by honoring,
Where's Julie
I'll
Anderson?
just, because of the context of this, the gentleman that I gave $100,000 for 6 hours was Grant Cardone.
Hi, Ashley.
Now, I don't,
Good
me
to see you.
personally, rooting for him, think he's awesome. I don't study under him any longer. No judgment if you do. I think he's incredible. But I shot him a video, and I said exactly what I just said. I said, hey, I invested $100,000, 6 hours, first hour, helped me make over $1 million that year. Guess what he did? So I did ILTEE. I invested, learned, I taught, I executed. Don't forget that one. A lot of people like forgetting that one. right? You mean I don't have to do anything? No, I got to do it. I had to do it. It was uncomfortable to do it, what he had me do. And then I edified. He sees the video, he goes, hey, Ray, I want you on our stage. So he had me speak at 10X Growth Con right after Magic Johnson.
Cardone.
Thanks for that. I mean, you want me after who? Magic Johnson. All right. And so that was, I think there's 12,000 people there. It was awesome. But that would not have happened. So I read a book in 2017 called Expert Secrets by a good friend of mine, Russell Brunson. How many know Russell? Spoke at our event, last year, virtually, but great dude. And I read that on the plane, heading over to see him, because I figured if I'm going to see him, I probably should have read his latest book, And so I read it. I'm like, this is amazing.
Why does he keep walking back and forth like this? He's not facing the audience. We're just watching him walk back and forth. Additionally, the reason I think that we can see through him is because we literally y'all have watched high control group leaders on tons of other multi-level marketing channels, and you can see through this shit.
More influence than me, that I've learned from, that I can go and create a result with, and then I can edify them, and then they will want me on their stage. So I can get in front of more people without it having to be my following.
Selfish.
That's how I operated very early on. It just made sense to me. Well, if I edify that person, then it's going to make them feel good. That's what they want. They'll want to give me what I'm looking for, which is a greater impact. And so that's one of the keys. It's just honoring. But some people, man, I mean, there's been people, that I've helped, and I never expect edification.
You just scheduled someone to edify you.
It stops me from fully empowering them. Right? So I'll never wish them harm. I'll never curse them. I don't do any of that. But it just stops me.
Oh.
Okay, cool. You gonna take it, run with it, not edify me?
Welcome.
Fine, no problem. I had a client, don't ask me names, but I had a client that had never made any money online, helped him make $1 million his first year as a coach. Hit 7 figures first year. And, never didn't edify me. And I'm like, that's okay. It's all right. But it prevented me from having him on future stages and prevented me from helping his career, because I want him to prosper. But what's the point? If I'm just going to, because I'm not just doing this for money. It's not like pay me and I,
wow.
Right? It's for how are we going to have a great relationship together where I get to celebrate in your successes? Right? It's just a thing. And so don't be so worried and tangled up about thinking that, if I edify someone, then they're just going to go to them. Usually that's not the case. But you're missing the bigger picture, which is that person will honor you. And I'm not just talking about me. There's a lot of great, mentors, uplines, trainers, a lot of great people out there that I'm sure are helping you. And so how to ILTEE? This is just so simple. Can I see someone's, how do we do this? All right, I'll come down. Please hold.
Oh my God, Ray.
All right, I don't need your notes, but I'll tell you what to do. So, the lights, what's he doing? He came from the back. He didn't say he would. Sorry. Huh? Am I going?
Great.
And so,
good job, Ray.
Here's what you do. You look at your notes. Every major bullet, every major like quote, every major tagline, that's a short video.
Stop it.
That's it. So when I invested thousands and thousands of dollars after the $250,000 to bring in John Maxwell, just throwing that out there. Just letting you know. Buy a shirt or something, whatever. But when I went through his training in this room, which is so wild, in this room, it was a few weeks ago, every major bullet became a short, and then all of my notes became a live. It actually got turned into 3 or 4 lives. That's really simple. So just look at your major note, and guess what, right? Let's go back, just in case I know it's long. ILTEE, right? And so you learn something. Now, for this particular method, you are going to more ILTEE, right? Because you won't have time to execute. But when I come back from an event like this, or even during the event, I'm creating content. Every major bullet is a short video that goes on YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, Facebook Reels, TikTok.
Bro, you don't get any reach. What are you talking about?
Doesn't have to be perfect. Doesn't have to be perfectly edited or anything like that.
I bet he
and
is,
then
Amy.
I'll do a live to whatever audience I have the largest impact on, edify each speaker, tag them. They like that, right?
You're
They
an
like being
asshole.
edified. We like being told how great we are, right?
We've already heard this training from Julie Anderson breaking down his fuckery, and he's like teaching on something he's already taught, and people paid good money to come to this conference, and they're just hearing regurgitated shit.
Today is at least 20, right? I think. Do one live covering all of them. Should be pretty simple. I want to touch on something, though, because of the nature of this event. Should you talk about faith? Ooh, like politics, religion, sex, right? Don't talk about that. Ah. So, some people give me way too much credit.
We don't.
And I'm just learning more and more and more how little credit I should be receiving. I didn't choose this. People are like, oh, I love your rebrand, Higdon. Love the rebrand. What a great strategy.
Calling yourself a prophet?
I didn't want to do this. Day one, I get this nudge, go live. And I'm like, I don't want to go live. I've never said God. I don't want to offend people. I want to talk about it. But I couldn't stop myself. Couldn't stop it. And there's been so many things that have come up in this journey. I couldn't. They were just, he put them on my mind and he wouldn't stop until I did them, until I obeyed. So some of you may not know this. Some of you have heard this story, but I bet most of you haven't.
Sorry, side note. There was a sale the other week, and it was like buy one, get one free or something, or buy one, get one 50% off. I don't remember. But it says Snarky Spooks for Halloween.
And it was 2000, probably 6 or 7. And so he's like, hey, man, let's go to church. I'm like, nope. I don't do church. You go to church. Come on, man, let's go to church. No, thanks. Come on. So he's persuasive. I'm like, all right, fine. On the way to church, I'm sitting in the back seat, and I think to myself, God, if you're real, I want to hear the words, water buffalo. Michigan, water buffalo. Unlikely. So we go, and for the first time in church history, they have a pastor there visiting from India that tells the story of a stubborn water buffalo.
Oh my God.
Well played. Well played. Had to be stubborn, right? And so I tell Brian, right? And Brian's like, whoo, whoo, praise the Lord, hallelujah. Hey man, whoo. He starts telling people, hey, did you hear what Ray did? Woo. I don't do anything. I ask for sign, I get for sign, I go right back to my life. Like it was a coincidence, right? Didn't change anything, nothing, not one thing. Asked for a sign, got it, perfectly, amazingly. Nothing happened, nothing changed. So majority of the time, what you see me do is me being more obedient than some strategy. We'll have a cross. We'll say, like there are many things, most things, I'm I'm being obedient in a very uncomfortable way. And I'm working on that. I need to get less
Ego,
stubborn.
ego.
So don't think this was I don't have a 12-step branding strategist to be a faith evangelist in the marketplace, right? I'm sure someone does. But I just ask for wisdom. And there's two prayers I say every single day. I say them hundreds of times, if not thousands of times. And that's, thank you for directing my steps. Thank you for directing my steps. Thank you for directing my steps. Thank you for speaking through me. Thank you for speaking through me. And I get emotional so much when I just start thinking about. I remember in this hotel when I'm leaving the John Maxwell event. I'm over time, and I'm okay. Go one more minute. Okay. I was okay. Thanks. Guys. When I was leaving this event a couple weeks ago from this hotel, I'm walking down the hallway, and I don't know why, but as I'm walking, I'm just like, thank you for directing my steps. Thank you for directing my steps. And I just start crying. I'm just like crying. I don't know why. And I leave, and that's when I had that encounter with the waitress later that day. I stop at a restaurant, long story short. I asked this waitress, like I always do now, thanks to my buddy David. He's over there. There he is. And so I asked her, I said, hey, is there anything I always pray? Is there anything I can pray for you about? And she said, pray for me? And she looks up and she gets all teary-eyed and she starts doing this. And 3 months earlier, she had lost her son.
Damn.
And she was just a wreck the rest of the lunch. I mean, I'm watching her, like she's shaken. And I told her, God loves you. He sent me into this restaurant that I wouldn't normally choose. It was a seafood restaurant. I'm not going to go to sit-down seafood if I'm by myself. Like, I'm just going to get home, But I was directed there. And, I know that he blessed her, not me. He blessed her that day.
I feel really uncomfortable.
So I just want to quickly share my thoughts on what if you're of faith and you're worried about talking about your faith. I think I may give you some different perspectives, okay? Because I understand, right? There's several components I've come up with that I believe could be reality. Number one, maybe you're still trying to find your identity from the acceptance of others. It's a lot of people. Some people find their acceptance in money, some in the number of followers, some just from other people. Number two, you're worried about losing money. Well, I'll lose some clients. I got some clients that don't believe. And this leads to a bigger issue, leads to a bigger thing. Maybe you were church hurt. This might be the biggest one. Maybe you were church hurt, and you feel like any reference to the Bible or any reference to your Heavenly Father is a slap in the face to other people. Well, there's a way you can do it. We started this out. I started this out yesterday, and I said, hey, listen, I know there's some people in the room that haven't, you don't currently accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, and I'm glad you're here. Glad you're here. Don't feel judged. Don't feel shamed. I believe you're going to get plenty of principles that will apply to you, regardless of your current walk. But at the end of the day, it's really one thing. And that is you're trusting your sight, you're trusting your logic, you're trusting your feelings and emotions more than you're trusting your Heavenly Father, who's the God of miracles, who can make anything happen. So we did an event in Naples, and my buddy Mark Shapiro was there. And at the end, he raised his hand, and he said, hey, Ray, because I was talking about the event. He said, hey, Ray, you know my last name, Shapiro. And he said, am I allowed to come? I'm like, of course.
You're making a
Of course.
Jewish
You're going to love it. It's amazing.
joke.
And so, but here I had been talking about my faith that whole time. And I'm just trusting. I'm trusting where I'm being led. I'm trusting. And some of you,
Are you serious,
I know
Ray?
it's true for me. Some of you have to be crunched a little bit to make you turn to him. I know I have. If you find in your life that there are some
Erica.
things that just aren't working the way they used to, maybe it's time for you to start running a different race.
Welcome.
Maybe it's time for you to, to start being more open, to stop having them in separate filing cabinets. All right, God, you're over there.
It was brutal yesterday.
Losing my business. It doesn't have to be that way. But we are called to be kind. We're not to beat people over the head with a Bible. We're not to judge them, shame them. And I'm not saying that all of us, right, are meant to be faith-based marketers. But if you're called to be, if you ask for wisdom, when you lack wisdom, ask, it'll be given to you liberally and without reproach. James 1:5.
Oh,
if you're called to and you're not obedient, the lesson's repeated until it's learned. If you want to open the floodgates, if you're being called to that and you're resisting it, learn to trust him more than you. See, we're so independent in this day and age. He wants you to actually be dependent. Not on others, not on your followers, not on TikTok, but on him. Helpful? Helpful? All right. Well, we have a powerhouse day for you. It's incredible that this is day 2. Feels like day 5, 6, right? But we have a powerhouse day for you, so just buckle up. Pay attention. This is going to move you. We're stepping into a new energy after yesterday. Yesterday, a little emotional, right?
You did that on purpose.
I told him sell Higdon Group branded Kleenexes. We could have made a killing. Missed the boat. But I'm just so glad you're here. I'm so glad you're on this journey with us. And I'm rooting for you, and you're going to love today. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Oh, my Lanta. Flashing lights. Flashing lights. Sorry, there's going to be flashing lights whenever I turn the sound down at the end of each speaker.
Ray, just absolutely love your transparency, your honesty, your obedience, your desire to serve. And one of the things that he said, I want you to write this one down because it's a really interesting concept. It's a book, actually. It's called You Want to Listen to God's Whispers because you surely don't want him to have to shout. And I don't know about you, but I've been stubborn, I won't say what word, and I've listened to the shouts and waited for the shouts. And the challenge with the shouts is the shouts don't just shake up you. Many times the shouts shake up you and your family and those that are around you. It's kind of selfish to wait for the shouts. So you want to listen to the whisper, but how do you know when you honor the whisper? Is when you actually take some action. And what does that mean? Faith without works is dead. And that's why I love the idea of teaching. When you hear it and it just lands with you a certain way, you may not even totally understand it, but you can teach it. And you can say, I don't know who this is for, but this landed with me so yesterday. And I'm just going to share with you my insight on what I learned.
The audio.
Because I want you to also write this one down. It sounds very Irish, but it's also very true. You know, I'm from Galway in the west of Ireland, so I can say that. But it's like 100% of people who don't take the first step.
Oh, yikes, Cassidy.
Never take the second step. How many people didn't take a first step because you didn't open your mouth? Think about that. Do you want to take responsibility for that? And that leads me to the next speaker who's brought out a book called Be the One. And Justin Prince, you know, we talk about by your fruits shall you be known. Here's someone who has built organizations that have done over $2 billion in sales. So there's no doubts by your fruit shall you be known. Here's another thing they say, you're not a great leader until you can raise up other great leaders. But here's one of the things, not only is he on this stage, you're going to know that he won't share this and they won't share this, but a lot of the speakers that you're going to see or saw yesterday and we'll see over the course of this weekend are leaders that are part of his organization. When you meet leaders that are part of an organization, you want to hear two things. Sometimes I ask leaders, well, what do you think of this person? Let's say Justin as an example. They go, we love him, but they also respect him. You know, it's the ultimate when your leaders say they both love you and respect you. How many times have you had leaders you love them, but you don't respect them? Or you have the ones that you respect, but you don't love? He does that. You know, many of you go, oh, yeah, it's all well and good for him, but he came from that perfect home. No, he came from a broken home. You know, you talk about he was a zero to hero. It just happened for him. No, it did not. You know, his first successes in network marketing were actually failures. He failed his way forward. How many people in this room have ever been in a situation when you went broke? And one of the challenges with broke, wouldn't it be just so nice if you would stop at zero? But it just seems like you just keep going and going and going and going, doesn't it? And you got to dig your way out. In other words, broke would have been a good place to be. And in this world where everybody just wants likes and they just want to give you a message that you want to hear, it's nice.
This guy's the master of ceremonies. He is in network marketing, but I don't remember which company he's in.
Be a victim and race to the bottom and get all these poor me stories out there. But he's not about a poor me story. It's about power. Because your perspective is either going to, what is it going to do? It'll either keep you stuck, it'll kill you, or it can move you forward. It's nice to hear someone talk about the commitment is doing the thing you said you would do long after the mood you started in has left you. It's like to have someone who says you can be accountable, you can make a difference, you can be a difference maker. Let's get up on our feet. Let's bring to this stage with all the energy and love that he deserves, Mr. Justin Prince.
Oh my God. Where is it? Oh, we can't even play it. Flashing lights. Hello, peace, LOL, blah, blah, blah. Oh my God, Justin, you're 10. Maybe it was the lights. Holy shit.
Man, I love you. So raise your hand if you've ever had a weird Uber experience. Okay, couple of us. So my wife and I live in southern Utah, down in the Red Rocks in the desert. We used to live up in Salt Lake City where it gets super cold in the winter. Okay, what's up, Salt Lake? And one morning we wake up. I have an early morning flight. It's like a 4:30 a.m. wake-up call. Got a headache,
cool.
and I don't want to travel that day. So I call an Uber to come pick me up. I didn't want to drive to the airport. It's icy, it's snowy, it's dark, it's gray. Guy comes, I take my little roller bag down the stairs to try not to slip on the ice, you know. And the guy gets out, opens his trunk. I got a hoodie on, I've got a scarf. I'm I was not a good networker, my friends. I didn't want to talk to anybody. I just wanted to sleep or just work on my phone on the way to the airport. Get in the car, and out of respect, I say to the guy, I said, "Good morning, how are you?" And he says, "If I was any better, my name would be Justin." I'm like, now listen, I'm all about enthusiasm. But I was like, what the heck was that at 5 a.m, you know? I was like, so what got you into driving for Uber? And he goes, my cats. He says, they don't meow, they roar. And so when they start roaring at 5 a.m, I figure I don't have work till 8:30, so I might as well drive for Uber from 5:30 to 8:30. Okay. Makes a lot of sense. And I said, well, what do you do for work at 8:30? He's the co-founder of an $87 million tech company in Provo, Utah. This guy is a multi-millionaire whose cats don't meow. They roar, so he drives for Uber for 3 hours in the morning. My friends, sometimes you don't recognize the true identity of the person sitting next to you.
Wow.
So look around this room real quick. You're sitting next to the one that's going to change their family's life forever. You're sitting next to the one that future generations of kids that are yet unborn will look up into their family lineage and they'll say, it was her. It was him. He's the one. Abuse stopped with him. The addiction ended with her. The financial principles that set our family free, the generational principles, it was her that taught it.
Oh my
God.
God.
Faith over fear, it was him. And it's the person you're sitting next to. So turn to the person on your left, turn to the person on your right, grab him by the shoulders, look him in the eye and say, I see who you really are.
I hate these types. I don't think I'll ever go to a conference again.
You're the one, my friends. You are the one. Every decision you've ever made your whole life, the word decision for your notes, decision's a Latin word. Decision means to cut. D means off. An incision would cut in. A decision would cut off. A decision cut off every other possibility. Every decision you've ever made your entire life has put you in this seat at this moment right now, whether you're watching virtual or live. My friends, you made an appointment to be here. You are the one. What? If you take your parents and your grandparents and your great-grandparents, the last 12 generations of people, it was 4,094 people from all over the world. They came together. They went through triumphs and tragedies, tears and smiles, struggles and wins, blood, sweat, and tears for you to have this moment right now. You are the one that they've been doing this for.
Oh my God, this is upsetting. No, I paid money that I got from members to buy a ticket to this fuckery.
You've already heard. It's a story called David and Goliath.
Oh my God.
But here's the problem. You didn't ever hear the real story. You just heard the story we heard when we were in Sunday school. So I'm going to tell you the real story. Are you okay for the next 15 minutes to learn the real story of the one? Check this out. What was the story we were taught as little kids? There's a big, huge giant named Goliath. There's a little guy named David. And everyone was scared of the big, huge giant, but not David. David had faith over fear. So when everyone ran, David goes, wait, where are you all going? Who is this uncircumcised Philistine? Now, we didn't know what that meant when we were little kids, but that's what they told us. By the way, Ray told me he's Rookie of the Year when it comes to being a Christian. So good for Ray. Ray's Rookie of the Year. Ray said at lunch he'll do a little Bible study where he'll teach you all these words that you don't know what they mean. So for those of you that still don't know what it means, Ray will explain it, okay? Now, speaking of Ray and Jessica, can we give them a huge round of applause for putting us all together?
Edify. Anxiety.
Putting all these incredible speakers we're all going to learn from this weekend. Bringing John Maxwell in to talk to us. Pouring their life. Look at this incredible room, the stage. Ray and Jessica, you're just world class. I love what they're all about. I love watching this new session of their life and this journey that they're on. It's super powerful. So here's what really happened. The scriptures say that all Israel was arrayed for battle. It means swords were out of their sheath, spears were ready, flags flying. 250,000 Philistine soldiers up and down the dry riverbed. 250,000 Israeli soldiers. This was an epic moment in history. That's when David appeared. David didn't show up because he was so brave for the war. He was a spectator. Back in those days, you could watch, So he was watching his dad's sheep, and his dad said, hey, bring some bread and so on for the brothers. His brothers were warriors. They were real warriors. So David shows up to watch.
And that's
when Goliath appears.
He showed
now,
up
when Goliath
to feed
appears,
his
he would read
brothers.
a speech. And when you read
Listen. I don't know what I believe anymore, but I freaking read the story, all right? Justin, you're taking liberties you shouldn't, okay?
That David ran away too. Everyone's like, no. Here's my sword. I'm out. I don't want to mess with this guy. He's a pretty intimidating guy. Now, that night, David overhears a super interesting conversation at the campfire. A couple of the guards are talking, and he hears the one guard kind of eavesdropping in. Here's the guard say, have you heard the reward for the man that kills Goliath? And the guy goes, yeah, I've heard. He'll become a prince. He'll marry the princess. He'll ride on a horse. He'll own land. And as long as there's a king on the throne of Israel, he'll never pay taxes, either him or his entire posterity. And that's when David goes, what? Who is this uncircumcised Philistine? That's when David's interest was piqued. Lesson number 1.
What?
You need to have a dream. Write this in your notes. You have to have a dream, a goal, a vision for your life.
How can you be adulterating books like this, historical books, and putting it into a business setting? I don't get it.
Brendon Burchard wrote a book called High Performance Habits. He said that when you tap a high performer on the shoulder and you ask them, what's your latest goal? What's your latest dream? He says a high performer can answer that, write this in your notes, 7 to 10 seconds faster than the rest of the population. Why? Because the dream is a dominant thought. It's on the tip of their tongue. They think about this stuff. David had a dream that one day he would become a prince, marry the princess. Whoa, ride on a horse? Oh my gosh, what would that feel like? Like own land? He had dreams, he had goals. I hope, my friends, you have dreams, and I want to share something with all of you. My guess is many of us are here right now, and your dreams feel further away from you right now than they maybe did a couple years ago. It's been a tough time. A lot going on in the world. Inflation's the highest it's been in 40 years. We're either in a recession, depending on how you want to look at it, or we're heading into one potentially. Just an interesting time. It's an interesting time in our profession. It's an interesting time in the global GDP, the national GDP. It's an interesting time in our profession. Some of you are coming here. Your dreams are on empty. My friends, you've got to refuel this stuff. Your dream is the fuel, the vision. Write this in your notes. All your teams need a vision. Here's why. Write this in your notes. They're asking this question. Will it always be this way? That's the question they're asking. It's a subconscious question. Will it always be this way? If it's hard right now, guess what they need? Hope and vision. Hope and vision. A dream, a dream, a dream. Why? Because they need to know that it's not always going to be this way. David had dreams. He had goals. He was hoping it wouldn't always be this way.
Yes.
Second lesson.
Oh, I'll give him the entire thing.
Guards, wait, real quick. What's the reward? He actually says it a couple times. Say that one more time. Yeah, no, it's true. You'll marry the princess. You'll be a prince. You'll own land. You'll ride on a horse. He's like, dang, let's do this thing. When he's talking to the different guards, guess what happens? His brother's name's Eliab. Eliab shows up. And Eliab goes, David, what do you think that you're going to be the Goliath guy? No. Where's the sheep that Dad asked you to watch? You're a nobody, and we all know you're a nobody. I know who you really are. So what are you talking to these guards about? Because the guards didn't know. Maybe David knew karate. Like the guards didn't know who this kid was. Maybe he's special. I don't know. Maybe he's the one. They didn't know who this kid was, but his brother Eliab obviously knew. Your friends and family, all your neighbors, they already know who you are. So guess what David did when Eliab tried to shoot down his dream, shoot down his goals? This is very important for our notes. He turned from him to another. What does that mean? He found someone else. He found someone that would believe in his dreams, that would believe in his goals. Find someone who believes in you. Find someone who says, I see who you really are. You have what it takes.
Or you don't create an echo chamber of people around you. What?
Believe in us. Those on social media, the negative comments, then we do the weight of those that say, great job, keep going. You've got what it takes. You can do this. A friend of mine went to a National Charity Awards dinner in D.C. He's sitting next to former two-time President Ronald Reagan up on the stand. Went podium, Reagan, him. They have the round tables. They're doing a charity, the whole thing. And my friend's eating the chicken broccoli banquet food. Says to Reagan, Mr. President Reagan, he says, how did you become the two-term President of the United States? And Reagan says, it's interesting. When I was a boy, I told some friends I wanted to play football. And they laughed and they said, Ron, you're going to get crunched out there. You're just a little guy. He said, I ultimately played high school football. He said, I listened to those who believed in me, and I listened to those that told me that I could. He said, when I was playing high school football, I told some friends, I want to become like an actor and move to Hollywood and be an actor. And they said, Ron, you're a football player. What do you know about acting? He ultimately became a famous actor. He said, I listened to those who believed in me, and I listened to those that told me that I could. He said, when I was an actor, I told some friends, I want to run for governor of the state of California. They're like, Ron, you're an actor. What do you know about being a governor? He ultimately became a governor of the state of California. He said, I listened to those who believed in me, and I listened to those who told me that I could. He said, when I was a governor, I told some friends, I want to become like the president of the United States of America. And they go, Ron, you're a governor. What do you know about being a president? He said,
literally, this
he ultimately
is how
became
it works.
a two-term president of the United States of America. He said, because I listened to those who believed in me, and I listened to those who told me that I could. This entire weekend, you're going to have people come across this stage. Ray and Jessica will do it. You'll have many, many, many others. You'll have them in the hallways and at dinners that will say, listen, sister, I see who you really are. You got this. You hang in there. You're going to get through this part. It will not always be this way. The way you're at right now, business is down. You're struggling. It won't always be this way. You're going to get through this. We've been through this stuff before. You're going to get through this. Give more weight to those that believe in you and tell you that you can than the weight to the words that you give those that don't. Everyone with me? Say yes. Okay, so what did David do? He's walking around this camp, and he did something super interesting. He's walking around this camp, and instead of focusing on all the fear of Goliath, How tall is this guy again? How much does his spear weigh? By the way, how far can he throw the spear? Because I need to make sure I can hurry and get out of the way just in case he throws it. By the way, he's the champion. He's kind of scary, right? Instead of doing that, guess what he did? He walked around talking about his faith and the dream. He was more focused on the dream than the drama. He walked around and he goes, tell me more about the princess. Does she like wear perfume? What's her middle name? I want to get used to saying her full name. By the way, what does it feel like to ride on a horse? Like, what is this all like? Owning land? What does that feel like? He would talk about the dream. My friends, write this in your notes. Dreams over drama. In your teams, there will always be drama because we're working with humans. Focus on the dream, the vision. Tell the teams, guys, listen, Barbara, Susan, I know we can't get along, but just try. Here's the deal. We got bigger dreams, bigger vision. Here's where we're going. Remember the dream. Focus on the dream, not the drama. Where your focus goes, your energy what? Flows. So you focus on the dream, that's where the energy flows versus the drama in the teams and all the issues and all the economy. You can't control all that, my friends. You can control the focus on the dream, who we're listening to, the effort we're putting in. Now check this out. David goes to show up to the war, to the battle. The agreement was Philistines will send one guy, Israelis will send one guy. They said, why shed all the blood of all these kids? Why don't we just pick one from your team? We'll pick one from our team. And the Philistines are like, give them Goliath. We're going to win for sure. This is so easy. Goliath wasn't just some random guy. He was the champion of the Philistines. You guys understand who this dude was? They had watched him since he was a little tiny boy, and they'd made him a champion. So guys, in the 3rd grade, the principal went down to Mrs. Wilson's class, and he's like, check out the boy on the 3rd row. Have you ever seen anything like it in your life? And the principal goes, does Coach Jones know about him? Oh yeah, Coach knows all about him. Coach knows. They saw this kid coming since he was he couldn't shop at Walmart with the other kids. He had to go to Big and Tall when he's just a young boy. It made him feel insecure. So he's just this freak of nature. He's a champion. He's the best in the world. He's the baddest dude on the planet. So David comes walking across the dry creek bed. He has King Saul, has the princess. They have flags like a ship. So Goliath can see him come walking up. Do you want to know what Goliath said? He said, am I a dog? You sent a boy to fight against me? He said, give me a man. Some of our dreams are pretty big, and some of the obstacles that we're facing are pretty real. And they're pretty scary and pretty intense. And you have this like, I'm going to be a prince, and I'm going to own land.
I'm making a Wednesday Addams sweater. I had tried doing it with Tunisian in the round, and it failed miserably. So I'm doing the squares right now because I'm way bigger than Wednesday Addams, but I'm trying to make it the same like block structure.
Goliath was going to win, obviously, but there would be an asterisk next to the victory. Yeah, he won. Philistines won. Goliath won. But he fought a little boy, so it doesn't really count. It's kind of an asterisk season. It's like the bubble. It doesn't count. So he knew that it wouldn't really count. And so he was just, all of his insecurities, all of his self-doubt came roaring up. He goes, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear your head off. What do you do at that point? You go home from here, all full of faith, and then the fear hits again. Guess what David did? He said some of those powerful words in all of both patriotism and also of all of faith. He looks at this guy and he says, thou comest to me with a sword and a spear and a shield. But I come to you in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, whom thou hast defied. And then he looks and he sees the 250,000 Philistine soldiers. Can you imagine? And he sees the legend, the living legend. And he says, this day the Lord shall deliver thee into my hands. And I will smite thee, and I will take thine head from thee. And I will deliver the carcasses of the hosts of the Philistines this day to the fowls of the air and the wild beasts of the earth, that all the earth may know that there is a God in Israel. And all this assembly shall know that the Lord saveth not with sword and spear. For the battle is the Lord's, and he shall deliver thee into my hands.
Is Justin Prince on steroids?
Now listen. David had a lot of faith.
Me too.
Because he tells him, I'm going to cut your head off. And then guess what he did? Hold on one sec. Grabbed a slingshot. I mean, you got a lot of faith to say, I'll cut your head off, and then he pulls a slingshot out, right? So he pulls the slingshot out, and he... Now listen. Israelis silent, Philistines silent. This is kind of the moment. Goliath is covered in armor. The rock happened to hit him in the one spot that he didn't have any armor.
That's because he's a shepherd, you
Goliath
nincompoop.
falls. Everyone's still silent. Can you see what's happening? Because there's rows of people. No, I can't really see. Hold on. Shh. I can't really see. Is he down? Is he faking? Is this real? Is this a trick? Is it real? So
In my
David
opinion,
is thinking to himself, he's acting like I meant to do that, but he's thinking, pretty good shot, you know? Now David has to walk over to him, but he doesn't know, is this a trick? So he's going to walk up and Goliath's going to be like, you thought I was dead? I wasn't dead, you idiot. That was easy. I was playing possum. So David walks up over, and the Bible says David crawls up on him. How big was this guy? Okay. Now David, who's holding a slingshot, says, I'm going to cut your head off. Grabs the giant sword like this, pulls it out, tries not to cut his own arm off, and goes thunk like this. And when Goliath's head was severed, the Bible says that's how everyone knew he was dead. That's a pretty good way to tell, you know? So all of the Israelites, they see this and they're like, they scream this incredible yell because they're now going to be free. They're not going to be slaves to the Philistines. And one man changed the entire annals of the history because one man had the faith over the fear to be the one to change the world forever. I wrote a book that launches on September 26th, here in about 2 weeks, called Be the One. And see if that slide can come up, if the slides are working. So I wrote a book called Be the One. And so one slide back. There we go. Let's see if we can go back. Go back one, or forward one. Or not. It's fine. Either way is fine with me. There we go. Okay. If you'd like to get the book, they're doing pre-orders. It launches in bookstores here in 2 weeks. Here's the deal. My friends, you're the one. You're the one. It's not called Become the One. You are the one. The book is a roadmap for you to create, design, and live an extraordinary life.
It looks like
that's why it was designed.
Prepping for a body.
Now this link goes directly to Amazon. This isn't a funnel. This goes directly to Amazon.
I know.
Ray and I put this together to see if we could.
Our dreams have been thwarted, Hannah. It's still backwards, and I still can't look away from it.
If you'd like to get the book, grab the book. Thank you. Appreciate your support. All right, here's the deal. Here's the deal. Everyone stand up real quick and we're going to end. Faith over fear. Faith over fear. There's three mantras, three identities that you can leave here with. That when you do get down and when those giants and those problems and those obstacles feel like they're right in your face, it feels so intimidating. There's three mantras you can repeat to yourself. And I want you to repeat these after me. Are you guys with me? Say, I dream. Your dream is the fuel for your soul. Dream a dream that inspires you. Dream a dream that inspires others. Say, I dream. Say, I fight. My friends, you have to have a dream that is big enough to fight for it. Say, I fight.
Oh my God.
Les Brown says, if you want a thing bad enough to go out and fight for it, to work day and night for it, to give up your time, your peace, your sleep for it, if all you dream and scheme is about it, and life seems useless and worthless without it, if you'll gladly sweat for it and fret for it and plan for it and give up your terror of the opposition for it, if you'll simply go after that thing that you want with all of your capacity, strength and sagacity, faith, hope, confidence, and stern pertinacity, if neither famine or gout, sickness or pain, a body and brain can keep you away from that thing that you want, if dogged and grim you beseech and you beset it, with the help of God, you will get it. Say, I fight. Say, I finish. Thomas Monson says, stick to a task until it sticks to you. Beginners are many, finishers are few. Say, I finish. My friends, the three most powerful words written by the greatest, said by the greatest finisher.
I think this is like large group awareness training type of style. It is twisty and holy shit, high control group.
I finish. All right, I'm going to share all three, and I want you to repeat them back, all right? I dream, I fight, I finish. I dream, I fight, I finish. I dream, I fight, I finish. Go be the one.
Thanks for being here, Sarah.
Love you guys.
Oh my God. Well, What is going on? Oh, flashing lights at the end of every speaker. Who decided to do this? Is no one in lighting and sound aware?
I love the fact that he puts in the fight and the finish. Because I grew up in Ireland, and there was a phrase people would say, you get in life what you expect and are prepared to fight for. I think the challenge is we create too much of a passive society, which people believe that it's dream, but then it's struggle, success. I think so much as we just sanitize the soundbite, we just wipe it clean, because isn't it just way more easier just to go, I got a dream, and then it all happened.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that just sounds so cool. You get lots of likes and lots of people are attracted to that, but loads of people are frustrated with that. True or not true? People are looking for truth. You can be that person that will stand
I'm sure they
up for that. So let's give another huge round of applause.
And I'm not trying to be wild. It's like I grew up more conservative. I probably fall more on the conservative side of things. And I was listening, Candace Owens was like, oh, why would, like, because I know everyone's not like all about the Kardashians or whatever, but Skims, like, some people who are in wheelchairs or paraplegic or whatever, they're like, this is so comfortable and it's easy to get on. And Candace Owens was like, why would you need to say that it's easy to get the underwear on, blah, 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 that's so meh, meh, meh. And I'm like, do you have no scope of self-awareness that getting dressed as a paraplegic or getting dressed as would be difficult, and how empowering it would be that someone would make comfortable underwear or comfortable underclothes that they could get on themselves? Like, what are you talking about, Candace?
Bringing back a part of our profession that I believe without it, you're not going to build a long-term culture of growth. It's the culture of events. It's the culture of understanding that we should book a meeting from a meeting. And every time we have an event with one of our friends, we want to be clear about the next time we're going to get together. We want to have a culture where people are willing to counsel with one another. How many people set up within your organizations the opportunity for people to have mentors, elders, people to counsel with them, to help them? Someone that can say that my hindsight, in other words, the road that I traveled, can become your foresight. Listen to what I just said. We have diminished that. You know, the fact is that discipline is not a bad word. You know, here's someone that has also overcome. And I think one of the challenges that too many people in this room already have is you're too comfortable. Colton and Chavi is going to talk about, a mom that pushed him out and put him in a spot where he actually did the thing which had him see the opportunity to build a business. But how many people are too busy mollycoddling their kids or mollycoddling their team that they're not willing to put them in a place where they might see what's possible? Commitment is doing the thing you said you would do long after the mood you set it in has left you. How many people are not setting your team up for the long-term win? Well, I can tell you, Colton Achave is putting that into his team. He had Ray Higdon speak at his last team event. They had well over 600 people just at his team event. They had an altar call. They've had people that have decided that they're going to mentor other people, that are going to stand up. They're going to not only dream, they're going to fight.
Literally, we get yelled at if we're not sheep. And then they said, you got to be, like, you can't be a sheep. And it's like, which one is it? Which one is it? Which one is it? Oh, they call you... But I mean, like in Christian circles, it's like you need to be a sheep and obey the shepherd, i.e. Jesus or whatever. And then it's like, oh, you're just being a sheep. It's like, no, one, I'm not an animal. And two, it's like we can talk about things. Hello, Kate. Oh my God, thank you so much, Katie. I like your belt with the blue.
Awesome.
Katie,
so I've actually
so
never
much.
done this before in a business setting, but I woke up And God
This
was
is the Olympic
he was talking
volleyball
to
player.
me, and he really wanted me to open us up in a prayer.
Oh, you're good.
So
We're name calling right now.
I'm gonna pray in private like I do in. I want to pray in public like I do in private. He wanted me to pray just like I pray at my home almost every day.
Lord God, you're the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords. Every knee will bend and every knee will bow before you. I praise you, Jesus, for what you've done in my life, for you've changed my life.
I'm sorry. What is... Okay, I like his shoes. What is happening? What is happening, Shelby? Shelby! I'm being an asshole. I'm sure that he is sincere about his faith. There's a B. Haney is a Christian creator, and she debunks stuff. She's so respectful, and I really am like, I wish I could be like her.
All right, that was weird. All right, well, faith over fear. I definitely had to do faith to do that. So, all right, this is all, and I even changed half my PowerPoint. I'm so glad they let me do that. So cool. So where I started, I was living out of a garage, detached garage. So it was difficult when it was raining. I would get wet, right? I was selling drugs, stealing food consistently because I was living off of $600 a month, and I was perma-high, which means I was never sober. For about 10 years, every couple hours, I hated being sober, so I would just smoke a little bit of weed. And that was me at 22 years old, before I got involved in network marketing. And I was in a really dark time in my life. I was also an atheist. Both of my parents were going through their second divorce. My dad he lost his house at the time. He was actually living with my grandma, which explains why I was living in a garage. I was battling 2 viruses that were super debilitating. I broke my ankle. I was in a boot for like 8 months, which sucks. And I gained 40 pounds of fat.
We're fat shaming.
Bad recipe, broken ankle, working at a pizza place. You smoke a lot of weed and you get free pizza. That's why I gained 40 pounds, right? And I had a moment in my life where I actually got caught stealing bread. So embarrassing. Whew, but I'm so grateful that these things happened in my life, because if it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have been able to be who I am today. So during this time, my mom gets introduced to the product that we represent, and she really wanted me to check out a presentation of the business opportunity. So I was very opposed. I thought the product was a placebo. Anybody know what a placebo is? Say aye. Right? So I was like, all right, this thing doesn't work. Right? I have a science degree. And then she's trying to get me to sell them like it's one of those things. But at the same time, she also paid my cell phone bill at the time. So it's like, if you don't go to this presentation, you get no phone next month. I was like, oh my gosh, that's how my mom got me to do everything. But that's a tip. I'm gonna do that for my kids too. So I'm like in the back of this presentation. I'm just like, why am I here? And then they're doing like the product stuff. I'm like, oh, it's not a placebo. Like there's some science behind it. Okay, I was like, all right, I like this product now. And then they go into the business opportunity, and all I remember was like what the top rank made off of like one sale. I was like, wow. And then there was a 19-year-old kid who had this crazy income testimonial, and I was just like, what? I'm 22 and this 19-year-old's making more than my parents are making. So I called my mom. I was like, Mom, we're gonna get rich. She's in Florida. And I was just like, my mom's just like, wait, what? Like, it's like 10 o'clock at night. She's like, oh yeah, you just left the presentation. I'm like, Mom, the product worked for you. No one has this product. Like, I was so sold. Like, this guy was amazing. And I'm like, but I don't know how I'm going to afford it. Like, I have no money.
I would have gone on stage without
so
the jacket,
I ended up selling
honestly.
my guitar. I sold my Xbox. I called 10 people to get upfront birthday money 6 months in advance and Christmas money. And worked some part-time, personal training side hustle, and I found a way to get started with my product. So I was fired up, 22, broke, living in a garage, right? And so I started bringing people to local presentation. I brought 40 people to this presentation in a year, and nobody signed up. I probably sampled close to, I don't know, maybe like 500 people. 500 people. I was on a sports team in Long Beach. I was on the USA volleyball team, so I'd always bring my products with me, so all the USA guys would have it, all the athletes had it. No one was buying it. So, but long story short, my first year I made one sale to my Aunt Debbie. Thank you, Aunt Debbie, for supporting me. So 1 year later, that 19-year-old kid I became friends with, and proximity is power. So I learned his systems. He was awkward, he was weird, he wasn't somebody I would hang out with, but he had the results I wanted. So that's a big thing. So a lot of the times the people you need to get close to, you might not enjoy their company. I really didn't. But I enjoyed his results. I was like, I need to learn from this guy. So I became friends with him. I did anything possible. I learned his system. Once I applied his system, it was just in-home demonstrations back in the day. 2013, that was really before a lot of social media. So that year, I just had a burning desire to win and to get out of the situation. I sold 5,000 people in-home presentation. I called it a demo a day keeps the commission checks on their way. So I was in about 1 to 3 living rooms every day. I was doing about 60 to 70 in-home living room presentations for my company. And in that year, I became the #1 recruiter in my company globally. Right? It was hard. It was a sacrifice. It was a struggle, right? But at the same time, about a year later, I got burnt out. And I also felt frustrated and stuck. I was 24, making about $200K a year, but I know a lot of you guys want growth, right? You guys want growth? Say aye.
Oh.
So even though I kind of hit my first goal, which was to make more money than my dad, I was kind of stuck at this income. So I was trying to look for this breakthrough. So 4 years, I was kind of in this weird kind of like limbo land. I hovered around 200K. And during this time, I was masking my depression with drugs, parties, women, money.
Who'd made
this
this
is actually a picture of my birthday party, I think my 25th birthday party, and that was actually my team. So I'd bring my team out with me. I'd be paying for bottles. I'd be paying for all that stuff. We'd be doing some drugs. And that's just kind of who I was. Then I met a girl on Instagram. This one right here. All right, and I shouldn't have coughed that way. Okay, I'm learning.
Widow word.
So I met her, and we had so much chemistry. I could tell. We talked for a couple months. I met her, and right when we get to the first date, she's telling me she's waiting till marriage. And I'm like, oh my goodness, why am I even here? You know what I mean? I'm an atheist. Like, why would I wait till marriage? That's not if you're living in the world, right? So, but I could tell, I'm like, I really enjoy her. A lot of the things I've like written out as a perfect partner she has, I'm like, this Jesus guy's getting in the way. So, and I could just tell like there wasn't a lot of logic around why she loved Jesus, but I did watch VeggieTales growing up. Anyone know VeggieTales? All right, so I knew a little bit of stuff, so I was like, then after the date was over, it was a horrible first date. It was really a weird, awkward first date. But I'm like, hey, can I go to church with you? And she's like, why would you go? She thought like we're done, like one date over. But I was in my head, I'm like, well, I'm a really good salesperson. I know how to influence people. So maybe I could like relearn a little bit about church to prove her wrong. So I started going to church to kind of understand it again and get a refresher. And I start like getting really good questions to make her doubt her faith. Because I could tell most of the Christians I met never had a great logic or truth around why they followed Jesus. So I'm like, oh, I could convince her out of it. So I started going. After like 2 or 3 months, she's like, hey, I don't think you're going to church to seek God. I think you're going to church to prove me wrong. So we stopped talking. But so we stopped talking, and during this time though, I put so much energy to get these questions, right? And then I was like, after a week goes by, I'm like, whatever. But I'm just like, wait, I kind of want to have like a yes or a no to a lot of these questions. So throughout my time, I know people who believe in Jesus. I know people who don't. And I start taking pastors out to lunch, and I start saying, hey, why do you believe in Jesus? I start taking my friends out who are like weird cult leaders, like new age people. I'm like, why don't you not believe in Jesus? You know what I mean? Like, I never talked out faith with anybody, but I was just really open to getting like, what's your solid reason you're sold for or not? Or is it Buddhism? Is it Hinduism? Like what is it? Is it new age? Is there something else I don't know about? And then it just came back to this one simple thing. Was Jesus real? Is he a real guy? Did he really die? And then did he really come back to life? The whole faith around Christianity is either proven or disproven with that one thing. I learned that. And then I found the logic I needed through researching to prove me, I guess, right. right? And the funny thing was, to prove me wrong, but I didn't want to become a Christian, but I became a Christian because of the truth, because of the eyewitness accounts. And that's not what my training is about, but basically I got proved wrong. This is me getting baptized in 2016.
Oh my God. This is really rough.
And then during this time, I'm like praying for like months. I'm like, do I leave my business? Can I be a Christian and follow Jesus and like be in business, or like should I become a pastor? And I felt like God was telling me like, you're exactly where I want you to be. And again, I don't have enough time, but if you guys want to see more of my testimony, you guys can go to YouTube. Eric Worre just interviewed me and my wife too, so we get into the nitty gritty fun stuff. So during the time when I'm in my prayer time, the first thing that God tells me is throw this book away. And I know this is one of the things that God wanted me to talk about, because one of the things I learned about was the Satanic Bible. And I know you guys probably don't want to read it, but you know what the number one command of the Satanic Bible is? Do whatever you want. Do what you desire, and do what feels good. And I felt like that was way too similar to what Thinker Rich was telling me. And I read that book way too many times. So I really felt in my prayer time, God told me to throw this book away and to replace it with this book. Because my number one sin that I kept in my prayer time, that I kept feeling God was telling me, he's like, your sin, Colton, is self-sufficiency. Not needing God for my goals. Because I learned this, God wants to partner with me. And the original sin, if you look at Adam and Eve, it was gain without God. So this was new for me. I didn't know how to become a Christian. I was like, this is really interesting. Like, this is weird. My whole team's got to leave me. But I was like, I'm going to have eternal life. Like, what's more important? Eternal life, salvation, Jesus. I gave my life to Jesus for a reason. So at the same time, God's like, all right, get back in your business and figure your business out, because I want to partner with you and grow it. So I started going to a lot of events, and I learned it was our lack of systems that was holding us back. So me and my wife, at the time, I think we're still dating at this time, we got inspired at an event. And this is what I learned. Levels of success in business. To make $100,000 a year, it's just hard work. You don't even have to be good. You just have to work really hard. That's how I did at 24 years old, no sales experience, right? But to get to duplication, right, that's the next step, and then promotion. And so my next step in my journey was for the 100 to 500K, because I didn't have 500K yet. And I learned that duplication comes from stellar systems and an amazing culture. So I was like, I got to learn systems. So, and this is the mindset I had. I'm going to lay this brick as perfectly as a brick can be laid, and you do that every single day, and soon you have a wall. Because I saw this massive wall, like, I have so many systems I have to build. I was like, say I if you feel a little overwhelmed after events. I'm just like, oh man, like, okay, I'm just going to lay one brick. And it's not going to look cool, but after maybe a month, I have like a little shrub. Like after like a couple months, it's a little bit bigger, and eventually I'll have a wall. So the first thing I started doing was making Google Docs, right? Simple thing that everybody, if you want to start doing, is writing down every single thing you do. Because at the end of the day, you want to duplicate yourself. You need to make yourself duplicatable. So I started writing everything out. The next thing I started doing was hiring assistants. The number one assistant I had, the first one was my grandma. Love you, Grandma Joanne. So, but then eventually I got virtual assistants. So Arvin has been with me now for a couple years, $4 an hour from the Philippines. Upwork is a great place to find those. Onlinejobs.ph is another one for the Philippines. Onlinejobs.ph. So usually local assistants, and now when I always hire new assistants, it's not locally, it's inside of my team. So I have job offerings inside of my team that I give them the opportunity to work part-time hours with certain things. Virtual assistants, they do the things that I don't need to pay someone $20 to do. So anytime we find a person doing something that somebody doesn't need a lot of mind work, we have it go to our virtual. But the thing is, how do we get all these people to work? Through the Google Docs. And this is what I found out in the very beginning. I wasn't sometimes good at writing it, but I was really good at just walking and having like voice memo, like type to text. And sometimes I just do that, and that's how I got my first Google Docs. After years, you want to use something called Asana. So if you're somebody, right, so I want to speak to the people who are probably already have some systems, you already probably have some Google Docs. Asana is where I took all of my Google Docs and I put them into an Asana, right? So Asana is it's a way to manage projects. It's a project manager, right? So here's what one SOP looks like. SOP, anybody ever work for a franchise or own a franchise? Say aye. So yeah. So you get like a book, right? So that's what I need to do. I'm like, I need to create a book. So basically, this is just how to post our leaderboard. So we have a leaderboard, and this is how to do every single little task. You got to post the leaderboard the last day of the month, how you collect the data, how you post the list, who do you post the list to. This is so someone who is a $4 an hour employee who's not great at English can do this, just like a McDonald's.
What an asshole.
One of the most successful businesses in the world is run by 16-year-olds. Because when they get employed, they get an SOP, right? So again, if you want to make 100K, you can do that with hard work. If you want to scale, you got to have some infrastructure. So when my assistants leave or another job or another leader doesn't want to do it anymore, there's no downtime. There's no turnover. They just say, hey, here's the piece of paper, and it's also recorded. And then the next step for some leaders who are in here who are making $1 million a year or more, have your assistants write the SOPs and have them in written form and in video form. So when someone's brand new, all of the SOPs now, I don't even make any of them. They're all made by the people who are actually doing the work. And these are some of the best systems that I've made that's helped my business. Number one, leaderboards. I've always found the people who drive your business care about competition. Number two, getting new people started. Right? First couple of things, first actionable steps. Next one, how to achieve core rank, which for us is about 3 sales. How to get the first couple checks in. Event attendance, recruiting, leadership development.
Something meaningful.
This is the same training I gave at another event called GoPro, but I added this for this one, evangelism and discipleship. These are some systems that we have. So leaderboards. So one of the first leaderboards we have is we have a sales leaderboard. Right? So every single Monday and the last day of the month, we post that. And the people who make the most money with us care, right? So that's super important to do. And every person who's on the top 20 in these leaderboards always hits me up. Like, hey, this number is off by 1. I'm like, cool. I'm glad you care because we put a lot of time and energy around these things. The next one is the people who are your new blood, the people who are the most important, care about the behavioral leaderboards. So you need to have a leaderboard that's not based upon sales, but it's based upon behaviors. So we don't do this all the time, but we do this with challenges based on behavior. What are the behaviors you want to see more of that your team is not doing? And how can we incentivize that? So we do little things like point systems. And hey, Kevin, are you here? Kevin was here yesterday. So Kevin is actually the number one on the behavioral. We don't call it that. I think we called it like November hard, right? Because a lot of our team like 75 hard at that month. So the next thing is getting new people started. We use MiniChat. It's a way to have a password protected sequence and we give people. So once they complete one thing, they have to ask their upline for the next password.
Hold on, let me fix it.
So it's not like just like, hey, go through like 20 hours of stuff. It's like, hey, I did the first assignment. What's the next one? Give me the password. Here's like, I showed you, I completed it. So MiniChat's been really essential for that. The next one we have is called Boot Camp. So we have a training. This is a training calendar for the month of June 2023. This is how many trainings my team does every single month. So we have 1 to 4 trainings every single day, and they're always hosted by a different leader on our team. Right?
Let's try white.
Boot Camp is 3 days a week. It is the black one, but not Fridays. So it is.
Is the black easy to see, or should I change the black text and trauma to white, or should I change it to? No, I think black. I can do dark purple or purple. I can't do yellow because the dump truck's yellow.
Log into the Zoom count. What are the first 15 minutes of boot camp? What are the next 15 minutes? So we have it all detailed on how you can actually become a good trainer. The next one we do is I have a men's group in our sales calendar. So people are like, wait, they click on this. Like, what is this? Co-hosted with Pastor Roger. What is this? So we have a men's group and a women's group where we go over weekly Bible readings. We openly share about addictions, any struggles people have, and we help disciple them in their faith. That's just open. And we have about 40, it's been really awesome. Many changed lives. We have about 40 men. I do the men's group, I host it. About 40 men with my local pastor that it's impacted greatly. This is our event. So we have 2 events in the US a year, 2 events in Italy. I'm going to Italy next week. We have 1,000 people there. So we have a whole system around event attendance, but the first thing you want to do is start. And this is our evangelism system. So after our events, we do an optional worship service with an altar call. So at the very, so we did it on a Sunday, about 8 a.m. We say, hey guys, optional, share a message about how God changed my life. If you want to come, cool. If not, all good. So this was me right here. And the cool thing was the way I got connected with Ray, we hired Ray to come out to our event. And I was like, hey, Ray, do you want to do the optional worship service? And we had people who gave their life to Christ who would have never come if I did it. So that God really used Ray. It was pretty awesome.
Oh, it's blurry as
we
hell.
give people all the scripts with the boards app, leadership development. We use the people who are leaders to train, and that gives them the experience to become hosts and trainers. And then the last system right here is discipleship.
Oh God, I lost.
So discipleship is when I work with a core group of people and I change them completely. And the people who've changed the most inside of my business have followed this book that my pastor helped write. It's a 21-day challenge. It involves 1 hour of Bible reading and prayer every single day. And I teach people how to read the Bible. I teach people how to pray. I've read the Bible every year for the last 7 years. And I read about 15, 20 minutes a day. So I teach them how to become sober for many addictions they have. I've also been sober now for almost 7 years. Thank you, God.
Sexual purity.
And then sexual purity.
Oh my God.
How to abstain from any pornography, masturbation, any sex outside of marriage for 21 days. And having a purpose of bringing one person to Christ a year. So this is a really in-depth, really hold people's hand. We do a couple of Zoom calls. It's only 21 days, but it's so powerful it changes them radically throughout their entire life. So again, we do a community group. And a couple of things I just want to say is what rank, a lot of people care about their rank.
Who did the center
in their
alignment?
business, but what's your rank in heaven? Right? How big is your heavenly downline? Right? Let's make heaven crowded.
Oh. My God.
So something I wanted to offer to some people, and I don't know who's going to take this. I asked Ray if this is okay. I'm not going to be promoting my company. This is something that God called me to do. This is a lot of work. I really didn't want to do this because it's so much work. But I know that there's somebody in here who needs discipleship, and they need somebody like me to kind of walk them through this. So if you guys want to do this, I'm going to lead a group of people. Usually I have it in like a 5-person format, but I'm going to do a group of people. And we're going to start the Burning Heart contract for 21 days. And it's 21 days of prayer, purity, and purpose. I'll do 4 Zoom calls, 1 Zoom call a week to open it up and to finish it off. There'll be daily check-ins. There'll be a Telegram group where I'll communicate with everybody. And it starts September 30th. So if you want to get involved, all you got to do is click the link on my Instagram, join the Telegram group, and I'll be communicating with you guys in there. If you guys know somebody that this would be perfect for,
oh my God.
It's super open. Again, this is something that I feel like God wants me to mentor some people in this specific way. Thank you guys so much for having me, and I appreciate your time.
This is so twisty. This is so twisty. Purity culture is so, in my opinion, harmful and creates an ecosystem where you don't know anything because everything's off limits.
Bottom, now we're here, but that's who I'll be bringing up here shortly. Was Colton awesome or what? Yeah. Woo. You got some detailed info there. That was awesome.
Did we?
You guys doing good? Are we good? Energetically making it happen? All right. So this is really cool because I did not set the schedule or anything. I just kind of showed up. I'm like, when am I? When are they? Who's this? but it's just really, really neat that Colton leads to Pastor Allen because there is a connection there for me. And they just met each other, right? And so Colton hired me to go out to Costa Mesa, California. Some of you may have heard this story. But he hired me to go out to Costa Mesa, California and train his team for 3 days. And I told him, I tell everyone this, if they hire me for speaking, like put me to work. He listened. Right? So he had me train at lunchtime. He had me train afterwards. He had me do this night, that morning, breakfast meeting. Like he put me to work, and I loved it. Right? Do you love that, Todd? Right? Don't you hate you're going somewhere 2 or 3 days, 60 minutes, and then you're like, okay, like put me to work, man. I want to do this. This is what I love to do. And so he put me to work, and he asked me. He said, he goes, hey, we do an optional worship service on Sunday. Would you mind sharing your testimonial? This is what he asked me. And I said, sure. Now, at the time, I'm 3 months in. 3 months in to give my life to Christ. 3 months in. I think Justin called me baby Christian, right? Fine, whatever. And so 3 months in, and he says, hey, will you give your testimony? I'm like, of course, right? Like, it's honored. So on Saturday, I'm training, and a guy comes up and he says, hey, I look forward to your sermon. I'm like, sermon? I'm like, and so I'm kind of processing that. And then after lunch, guy comes up and he goes, hey, man, I just want to let you know, if you need help during the altar call, altar call? What are you talking about? I don't laugh too much. Google how to do altar call. Right? Idiot's Guide to Altar Calls. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. And so I pray on it. I have a really wild dream, and the next morning, Colton even gave me an out. He's like, hey, man, if you're uncomfortable, doing the altar call, I'll handle it. And I just knew that I was supposed to do it. So I do it. And 20 people came to Christ. And it was incredible. It was a feeling. I've spoken in front of, I've spoken in front of large audiences. I've done a lot of stuff. It was a feeling I'd never experienced before. It was just very, just amazing, just overwhelming and amazing. Well, I post something about it online, and the church that I go to, give them a shout out, First Baptist Naples, love them, amazing church. And we had tried a couple different churches, and when we went to this church, we're like, this is it. I was like, ooh, man, I saw the pastor. I'm like, he's incredible. He's amazing. And I just knew, man, this is awesome. And so when I came home from Costa Mesa, I had posted some things about what happened, over there. And I get a text message from the lead pastor of our church who didn't know me. It's a pretty big church. I'm just one dude right in the back. And he says, hey, do you mind if I disciple you? Are you open to that? I'm like, absolutely. And so he's the one that really helped me understand the gospel. He helped me understand some different things, because I was still thinking that I was the hero. I was still thinking that it all had to do with what does Ray do, right? And he really released me from a lot.
You're telling me that pastors don't do a Google search on new members and see how much their net worth is, and then they're going to make sure they give good attention to the people who are rich, who are going to their church? Is that too cynical of me to say? Maybe it is too cynical. Oh, God. I just don't want to turn his audio back up. I just want to play kazoos. Oh.
So I'm super excited about that. But you're in for a real treat. He's someone that's really, really blessed me. He answers all my baby Christian questions, and he's helped me in so many times when I was confused, and you're going to love him. Please help me welcome Pastor Alan Brumbeck.
Oh, my God. We looked at this guy a few days ago.
Well, it's so good to see you. Everybody doing good? Listen, your ears can only take what your butt can endure, all right? And so you've had to listen to a lot of people, and now you get a preacher. And man, I love Ray and Jessica Higdon. I am so grateful that God has put them in my life, and I'm just grateful to be with you guys today. And I want to just share with you a little bit about my family. And so this is my family here. We're all A's. My wife is April. I'm Alan, Aaron, and Andrew, and my little baby girl, Anna, and just love my family. And I just really am grateful for them and the role that they play. Well, hey, I want to talk to you about something that I feel like is so apropos. And that is, we are living in a mental health crisis. And it's not just in America. I just came back from Chile. I was actually interviewing college students in a university in Santiago and doing English conversations, just kind of getting to know them and just hearing their issues that they have all the way down in South America. And they said that mental health issues are legit. Depression, anxiety, they're skyrocketing. 1 out of 3 Americans right now, according to recent studies, struggle with some form of depression. Do you know the 2 top-selling drugs in America are antidepressants and antacids? I mean, think about that. 1 out of 8 people in America is on some form of antidepressant. And 1 out of 5 Americans have actually received some kind of mental health care in the past year. And the sad reality, and some of you've experienced this personally, that suicide rates in our country have risen 30% in recent years.
Yeah, if you have to dip out,
and then when you do more surveys, only 31% of Americans say that they have great mental health. That means 69% in our country struggle with mental health. And so maybe that's you today. A recent Times article literally just came out last week, said this: America has reached peak therapy, but our mental health is getting worse.
Oh my God, shut up.
The average person has about 30,000 thoughts per day. Now, I wouldn't recommend you start counting them, because then you'll go a little nuts. But research says that the majority of the thoughts that we have are actually negative, and because of that, the vast majority of illnesses that plague us today are a direct result to having a toxic thought life. Zig Ziglar, have you ever heard of him? He used this term, stinking thinking. And here's why it's important. The thoughts that you have often dictate the decisions that you make. And the decisions that you make will determine the behaviors that you choose to do or choose not to do. And the behaviors that you get involved in will shape your relationship with God, with others, and yourself. And so what we're going to talk about today is the mind and how to overcome strongholds in your mind that hold you back. Craig Rochelle said that your mind is a battlefield, and the battle over your life is always won or lost in your mind. See, we're insane in the membrane, insane in the brain.
I'm so scared right now.
We're going to talk about this in a little bit. We're born with issues. Now, before I get even further, I want to just say that mental health issues are complex. And I'm not going to try to give you some simplistic thing that will cure absolutely every mental health, because some people's mental health issues are biochemical. Some have gone through traumas. Maybe you have been a victim of some trauma that has wreaked havoc to your mental health. But I do want to share with you a pathway to victory, a way to break through the strongholds that are holding you back in life, in your family, and even in your business. And I want to get the Word of God, because I am a preacher, and I want to look at 2 Corinthians chapter 10, verses 4 and 5. It's going to be on the screen if I'll click the button, okay? Here's what the Bible says: for the weapons of our warfare are not of the flesh,
where's the quote?
but have divine power to destroy strongholds. We destroy arguments and every lofty opinion raised against the knowledge of God, and take every thought captive to obey Christ. Here's what the Bible says: we have the divine ability and opportunity to destroy strongholds in our life. Now, what's a stronghold? So glad you asked.
We didn't ask.
In ancient days, Paul here, and if you're new to the Bible, if you're new to Christianity, if you're like, what in the world? A stronghold in first century Israel was a fortress that was built at the top of the highest place in the city. And it would be reinforced with thick walls, almost 20 feet thick. And in times of war, it was known to be the unapproachable and impenetrable fortress that the enemy could hide in, or that political leaders could hide in. And it was just an impenetrable fortress. Well, Paul here is saying that for us today, there are impenetrable fortresses that we think of in our minds. And it's in our hearts. And it's these strongholds that are the launching point for the enemy to attack us. Paul calls these strongholds, these mental strongholds, arguments and lofty opinions. That is, that they are thoughts, they are plans, they are intentions that lead us to not trust God, to live our way rather than God's way, to keep us down. Ideas that keep God at a distance. He's
quoting a woman. Okay, interesting. I wonder if he does not believe in true prescription medicine to help with mental imbalance or mental health or anxiety or depression. He's the type of guy that makes it sound like, oh yeah, it's your fault. You're thinking the bad thoughts. Employ some thought control, some thought-stopping techniques, and fix yourself. Okay.
You know, we live in an epidemic of lies. We lie to ourselves, we've been lied to, and we've been lied about. And the reality is that these lies have been reinforced over and over, and they have become bigger and bigger and stronger in our lives. And we have believed them so long that they have become a part of who we are. You know, a lie believed as truth will affect your life as if it were true. Like, think about this. How many of you, when you were a kid, your parents told you that if you ate, you couldn't go swimming for at least 30 minutes? How many of you have told that to your kids or grandkids? Let me let you in on something. It's a lie. It's a lie from the pit of hell. And my childhood was traumatized because I would eat and couldn't go swimming, couldn't go to the beach for 30 minutes.
Shut up. You're joking about trauma when it's a real thing.
But what happens is, it's not so much that we tell lies. It's that we live lies. See, our enemy has lies. Here's his lies. You're a bad parent.
Some people are bad
It's
parents.
all your fault.
Sometimes it is your fault.
You're ugly.
Some people are
Here's
ugly.
a good lie. Politicians will fix everything.
Oh my God. Who's going to want to do that job?
You do you.
God.
Your past defines you.
No one has said that.
You're fake.
Oh my God.
You'll never be good enough. You'll never succeed. You'll never measure up. The three big lies that we tell ourselves is that I am helpless, I am worthless, and I'm unlovable. And here's the truth. We all struggle with these things. If you say, well, not me. You don't know how much money I made last year. You don't know what my husband or wife looks like. You don't know how awesome my kids are. Listen, we all struggle with these things, and we're all vulnerable to certain areas. There are certain areas that we're vulnerable to. And so let me just share with you a triangle here. It's a temptation triangle. It's not from me. It's a guy named Mike Breen who did this. And he says that we are driven by three root causes. There are three things that we're driven to: have, be, and do. We're driven towards appetite, approval, or ambition. The first one, appetite, and I'm going to bring that slide back, so don't worry. Let not your hearts be troubled, neither let them be afraid. Appetite asks this question: do I have enough? And what it is it's based off of fear. And so if you remember when Jesus was being tempted by Satan, and he says, turn the stones into bread, it was a temptation of the appetite. And what you have to deal with is you have to deal with need and satisfaction. So it's always a concern about, I need this, or what can I do to be satisfied? And so some of you, your biggest concern, or your biggest, what draws you is your appetite. That you always feel like you don't have enough. You always feel like someone else has got something that you want. Or you are driven by not having enough, and you are afraid of not having enough. The next one is approval. And the question is, am I enough? And this feeds off of shame. See, shame is feeling bad for who you are. So when Jesus was tempted by the devil, Satan said, jump off the temple and you'll be rescued. The angels have your back. Well, the issue of approval is about acceptance and rejection. Your biggest fear is being rejected. And you constantly look for other people's acceptance. And so your struggle is you don't feel like you have enough, or you don't feel like you are enough, or ambition, you don't think you're doing enough. And that's based on guilt. Satan came to Jesus, says, bow down to me and I'll give you the kingdoms of this world. And you don't have to go to the cross. You can just have it all. And it's all about doing. And so appetite is about satisfaction and need. That's what you're really worried about. Approval is about acceptance and rejection. That's what you're worried about. And ambition is about strength and weakness. Now, what our culture does is it feeds into these things. Our culture for appetite is fed by consumption. We're a world of consumers. The issue of approval is celebrity. We want to be a celebrity. We want to be TikTok and Insta famous. And the issue of ambition is fed by our world's desire for competition. And I wish I had more time to really preach to you, but I don't. But here's what I want to say, is that we live in a world in which these half-truths, these mistruths, and these total lies distort our reality and destroy our happiness. And they kill our joy. And some of you right now, you are driven by appetite. You are driven by approval. You are driven by ambition. And the enemy knows that, and so he will attack you with those lies is, I don't have enough, I don't do enough, and I am not enough. And it will attack you in the area of fear. It will attack you in the area of shame. It will attack you in the area of guilt. And so how in the world, how do we overcome these lies?
Good luck, Jenny.
The only way you defeat the lies you believe is pointing yourself to truth. So what is truth? Truth is reality, or that which corresponds with reality. What's a lie? A lie is unreality, or that which does not conform or correspond to reality. And here's the thing about our world. Our world is so in love with lies that truth sounds like hate.
Sometimes it is hate,
Doesn't
and it's not truth.
But our weapon is truth.
Truth with the capital
You don't
T.
fight lies with bullets and tanks. You fight it with truth. One of my heroes said this: if you abide in my word and you are truly my disciples, and you will know the truth, and say this last phrase with me, and will set you free. Who wants to be free? Whom the Son sets free is free indeed. And some of you, listen, you come to a conference like this and you see everyone has something you don't have and you want it. And you see people that, man, they have celebrity and they have status and you want it. And you see people that have risen above the ladder and that's what you want. And listen, you are living for something that's a mirage. What's going to help set you free is the truth. Because you don't need to be in the bondage of your appetite. You don't need to be in the bondage of your ambition. You don't need to be the bondage of being an approval junkie. There is a truth out there that will set you free. Now, some of y'all are new. You're new to what I'm talking about here. And we live in a world of relative truth. That is, what's true for you may not be true for me, and what's true for me may not be true for you. The question is there such thing as absolute truth? You know, this one professor was speaking. He was a philosophy professor, and he gets up in the class and he says, I just want you to understand that there is no such thing as absolute truth. Student raised his hand, said, sir, are you sure? The professor said, absolutely. Thank you. That's a preacher joke. Is 2 plus 2, does it equal 4? Is there such thing as gravity? Is the sun the center of our galaxy? Yes. So here's another question. Is there a God? Is Jesus God? And is there a way that you can know you're right with God? And the answer to that question is yes. Now, if you're new to Christianity, you're new to what I'm talking about, you're going to be like, I don't know about this. But I want you to hear from me that the only truth that will set you free is the gospel of Jesus Christ. Because the only truth that has enough power to set you free from the tyranny of lies that hold you back is the gospel. So I want to share it with you really briefly. And I want to use it doing 3 circles. If you look at the circle on the left, I think it's your left. Yeah, your left. It's a heart. I want you to envision that as God's design. I believe the Bible teaches that God created the world and everything in it. And because he created the world and everything in it, he has a perfect design. And that perfect design is that we would know him and love him and enjoy him and serve him and be with him forever. And he created us in such a way that if we follow his way, we live in flourishing. But then you see the other circle, and that's the squiggly lines, and that is the circle of brokenness. If I were to ask you today, is this world living according to God's design? Is this world perfect? You would probably say, no, it's not. This world is broken. Well, the question is, why is it broken? If you look at that guy that's running, it's broken because of a biblical word called sin. Sin, we think it's a big churchy word that just means doing bad things. Sin is more than just doing bad things. Sin is doing your thing rather than God's thing. Sin is going your way rather than God's way. God has a design for everything. He has a design for marriage. He has a design for parenting. He has a design for business. He has a design for relationships. He has a design for everything because he's a designer. And anytime you go away from his design, it's a word called sin, and sin always leads to brokenness.
Oh, my God.
So the reason you look in the mirror and you don't like what you see, the reason why you see a world that is so messed up and so seemingly terribly sad is because we live in a broken world that has decided to go their way rather than God's way. And so what we do is this. When we see how broken we are, we want to fix it. How many of y'all are fixers in the room? Anybody a fixer? Fixer? So we fix it. And here's how we try to fix it. We try to fix it through making a lot of money. We try to fix it by our careers. We try to fix it through relationships. We try to fix it through substances or sex. Or we even try to fix it through religion. Here's the problem. Every time you try to fix it, it doesn't get unbroken, it gets more broken. But the good news is this, which is the bottom one, is that God came and entered into our broken world to fix us.
Oh my God.
See, all other religion has God on top of the mountain, and we're at the bottom of the mountain. And all other religions say you climb up to where God is on top of the mountain. The problem is we can't get there. The good news of the gospel is that God, who's on top of the mountain, came down to the bottom of the mountain to get us who were under the mountain and bring us up to be with him. And so Jesus lived a perfect life, a life that none of us could live. He died in our place on the cross. And 3 days later, he rose from the dead, proving that he fixed the brokenness. And that if you turn from your ways and follow him, surrender to him, then you can recover and pursue the abundant life that God has for you. But it's until you stop going your way and go his way, will you be set free. See, as long as you're seeking your way, you're going to continue to listen to the lies of the enemy. But here's the thing. Jesus changes everything about everything. Because when it comes to the appetite, here's what you learn. Because Jesus was enough, he's all that I need.
Why is there a white drop
And when it comes
shadow
to
on the
approval,
logo?
because Jesus loves me, his love is all that I need. And when it comes to ambition, because Jesus did it all for me, I don't have to worry. I can rest in him. How do you win the battle in the mind? By turning your life over to Jesus. Every day.
What?
Every day. John Maxwell, who is one of my heroes, is going to be here tomorrow. Y'all excited about him? Y'all gonna get some good stuff tomorrow, okay? He said a quote that is stuck in me for years. I read it when I was 18 years old. He said, successful people make big decisions early in life and manage those decisions the rest of their life. Some of y'all have decided to follow Jesus, but now you ain't. And the reason why you are in the shape that you're in is that you are not following him. You're not living for him.
Thanks for that.
And you're broken.
So I have anxiety
and how
and
do you get the brokenness
because
fixed? You keep coming to him every day.
In sin.
And you're going to have issues. Listen,
buddy.
we got issues. I'm a preacher. I got issues. And this isn't self-help. Let me just tell you something. You cannot rely on your abilities, intellect, self-control, or willpower to win the battle of the brain. The power that you need is not the power that you possess. I don't care what anybody tells you. Because we do not have what it takes to win the battle of the brain. And the reason why is because we've all tried and we failed. What we don't need is self-help. What we need is God's help. And I want to just encourage you today is as you're thinking of your business.
I get them from Lili Sadui or whatever, and I wait till they have sales sometimes. But this one was more expensive. Like, they're definitely not cheap, but I saved up for my birthday one and I got it, which wasn't a smart financial decision, but I did buy it for my birthday.
You know what the 3 most comforting words are? God's got this.
Like, they're really nice.
Let me in.
They're really well made. They are the most comfortable headbands I've ever worn, and like the quality's insane. I mean, it's wild.
Sometimes those of us who feel like we got it all figured out, God has a way of reminding us we don't.
I'm really
So my
nervous.
daughter that I talked to you about, I think she's watching. She's a sweetheart. Her name's Anna. And she struggles with some anxiety issues.
Oh my God. Don't tell her
She has some learning
story.
disabilities, but she's the most bubbly, sweet, kind, outgoing, loving person I've ever met.
I didn't yet.
All from her mother.
I can give you my parents' address, Stephanie Ezer.
And so with her anxiety issues,
Hi, Julie.
we have to we homeschool her because there's just some things that she has, and we homeschool her. Our other kids go to our academy and
Christian
she's
Academy.
homeschooled. And nothing wrong with homeschool. I love it. It's great.
But
And she's a part of a co-op on Thursday. And sometimes she has anxieties when it comes to going to new places and meeting new people. So the very first day, it's only one day a week, it's on a Thursday. The very first day, she got sick and she couldn't go.
Yeah, because she's holding
Then
her
last
stress,
week, last
and
Thursday,
it's real.
she was right there. My wife was taking her to drop her off to be there all day at this co-op where she can just with other kids her age and they learn and they grow. And she froze and she was anxious and she got in her mind, she got this thought in her head that said this: I don't know anybody. I wasn't here last week. They're going to make fun of me. It's going to be terrible. I don't want to go. And for over 30 minutes, my wife patiently, oh my Lord, patiently.
She's a kid.
Tried to say, hey, honey, you can go. And guess what? She didn't go. And my daughter was so sad because she just wants to be around girls her age and interact with them. And
let her be in therapy.
So April said, all right, you're going to take her this Thursday. And so we knew when she got up Thursday morning that she's probably not going to go. The anxiety would already set in. And so I decide I'm going to butter her up by going to Chick-fil-A. Amen? It's God's chicken. All right?
It's chicken.
Praise the Lord. We're going to have revival in a minute. Woo! Glory. Chick-fil-A sauce. Praise the Lord.
Bye, Lindsay.
So I get her that. She doesn't eat much. She is nervous. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
She's holding her
nervous.
stress in her.
So I get there early, 30 minutes before, and on the way, we listen to her favorite song. And it's by her favorite group called Cain. Have you ever heard of Cain? And here's a song we were listening to because I was trying to pump her up. You know what I mean? Pump her up. And here's what the lyrics say in Rise Up. In the dark and all alone, growing comfortable, are you too scared to move and walk out of this tomb? Buried underneath the lies that you believed, safe and sound, stuck in the ground, too lost to be found. You're just asleep. It's time to leave. Come on and rise up. Take a breath. You're alive now. Can't you hear the voice of Jesus calling us out of the grave like Lazarus? You're brand new. The power of death couldn't hold you. Can't you hear the voice of Jesus calling us out of the grave like Lazarus? Rise up, rise up, rise up, out from the grave like Lazarus. And I'm looking at her and I'm like, God, this is like from you. And I look at her and she's scared to death. Because she's hearing it. She's very musical. She was hearing the words of this song. And so we pull in. I'm pumped up. She's petrified. I said, you ready to go? She says, no, Daddy. She says, they'll make fun of me, Daddy. I don't want to go, Daddy. So I talked to her, pray with her. And I told her, I said, honey, what you're listening to is lies in your head.
Oh, my God.
You're listening to these lies that they're going to make fun of you, that you're not going to know anybody, that you're not going to enjoy it. It's going to be terrible. Those are lies. I said, you don't know what you don't know.
You don't know if they're going to make fun of her or not.
And I said, honey, we're going to pray. We're going to ask God to give you a God wink.
Go to the therapist.
Just to show you that he's got you. And what I want you to do is when you get out of this truck, is you're going to take a step of faith. And you're just going to say, I don't have this, but God's got this, so I'm going to go. So I get her, and I coax her out, and we walk up there, and she's, Daddy, I don't want to go. Daddy, I don't want to go. Daddy, I don't want to go. And it's breaking my heart. And we walk through the door, and before we could even get to the door, this girl who goes to our church says, Anna, I didn't know you were coming here. Same grade as my daughter. Same class she does at church. That's a God wink.
Maybe help her in therapy. Maybe put her in therapy too.
So she goes in. This is only God. This happened yesterday, okay? This happened yesterday. Anna walks in. Teacher's like, oh, Anna. And it was just like God was just pouring grace on top of grace on top of grace. And so I am in the truck, and I'm praying that she stays. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry, Danny.
And I drive around the school. And I drive around again just waiting to get a call. Because one of the things we had to do is that she has an Apple Watch, and we said, hey, if you feel afraid, you just reach out to us, and you can text us, and I'll come right there and get you.
That's nice.
So I'm driving around, and I'm praying. And I get a text from my daughter. And you know what that text said? Thank you.
Oh.
It said, thank you. And then it had a little kissy face. And then I said, honey, I love you so much. You are so brave. And she sent me 2 heart emojis. And then that was it. All right. She didn't have it.
That's awesome.
God had it. I didn't have it as a dad. God had it. But what it required is a step of faith.
Go to therapy. Give her skills to help her
for some of you, I know I'm
world.
over. I know I'm over, guys. Like they're about to hit the gong, okay?
Hi, Lisa.
Some of you need to take a step of faith. that you're broken and you're empty and you're an approval junkie, or you're living for your appetites, or you are struggling with ambition, and you need today to surrender your life to Jesus Christ. That you need to step out of the truck and put one foot in front of the other towards Jesus. And so I would be a terrible preacher if I didn't give you an opportunity to do that right now.
Oh my God.
So if you are here and you never trusted Jesus as your Savior,
I'm sorry. Respect to the Christians in the chat. I don't respect this person. I don't respect the decision of Ray to have a person after person altar call, tearing people down emotionally to be in a vulnerable spot so they're more receptive to this type of situation. I'm not here for it. And that's me being kind and firm about it. And that's not me trying to disrespect the good Christians in the chat. Oh, God. I don't want to listen to him. I don't want to hear him pray. I don't want the altar call. I'm just... I couldn't sleep last night. I was up till like 5:30.
pray this prayer with me. There's no...
Okay, still praying. Like listening to this stuff again and then getting like... Yesterday was awful, and you can feel like this is just from the screen and watching it pretty much all day. And it's like they're breaking people down in this conference with strategic manipulation, and it's not okay. Oh, good, Demi. It's an indoctrination for rank makers. When I get these, I'm putting it in the free anti-MLM folder. I don't understand. I don't understand. This is a business summit. I'm just going to have to mute stuff. I feel panicky. I have my sweatshirt on. I have pants on. I'm going to go put some socks on. Flashing lights.
Why Ray loves Pastor Allen so much. So I want to say thank you very much. What an incredible message. I think one of the most challenging things to learn, if you're in this room, you're not just an A-type personality, perhaps. You might even be a AAA type personality. Because if you're in this room, perhaps you're looking to improve your business, improve your life, create something new in your life. And I think there's a real balance and challenge to understand, how does the word surrender serve you when you're coming in this room and you're trying to go, how can I go bigger? How can I go better? How can I make it happen? And that truly is the lesson that needs to be learned. And having traveled around the world, guys, I've spoken in Ireland, England, Holland, Belgium, France, Italy, Spain, Portugal. I mean, all over Europe. I've spoken in the United States, all over the United States, all over Canada. I'm Hong Kong, China. Spoken in Colombia, spoken in Peru, spoken in Ecuador, spoken in Mexico, spoken in most places in the world. I've built businesses in those places. Guys, I have drank more bad coffee in more living rooms around the world and smiled and said, this is the best cup of coffee I've ever had. I have been all over the world, and I say this for a reason. I've had the opportunity and the blessing to mentor people because I believe what Pastor Allen said, the truth will set you free to do what? To do better.
Yeah.
And I love what Reggie Flowers was talking about yesterday. I love what Pastor Allen's talking about. I love what Tina Humerman is going to talk about, guys. This feels like the soft skill when we talk about mindset. But I want you to remember this. Your mindset is going to give you your perspective. And your perspective is all that you have every day when you're looking at something. And it's going to have one of these 3 Ps. when I mentor someone, I always look and said, is their perspective poison? Because some of you, your perspective is poisoning you. What does that mean? It's killing you and everyone else that's around you, because if they drink of that perspective, it's poison, and the outcome for poison is what? It's death.
Fuck
The
all the way
second
off.
one is
Oh
not
my
as
God.
extreme, but it is super frustrating. Your perspective is your prison.
If you can't separate yourself from the reality that there are also people who still want to be friends with you, even when you feel broken or you feel like you're not someone worthy of having friends. You don't break people because you're negative. Oh my God, Patricia. Thank you. That's really generous. He just got done saying anxiety is your own thoughts and stuff that are lying to you. And this guy's like, oh, your perspective's poisoning people around you.
Hello, everyone. My name's Tina. Ray has often said, and this has been said several times this weekend, but life does not happen to us. It happens for us. And many of us in this room have surely overcome some obstacles that would leave the rest of you in tears. I know I'm one of them.
Thank you so much. That's really kind
Can
of
you
you,
imagine
Patricia.
living a life so gruesome, so challenging, so full of abuse and addiction?
Hey, Jenny.
But knowing deep down in your heart that you're made for so much more, that there's something so big and so great out there for you. I want to introduce you real quick to my biggest hero. That's me. By the tender age of 5, she was beaten inside the womb,
content warning,
thrown against the wall at 6 months old, abandoned by her birth father, raised by a raging alcoholic father figure, saw her mother beaten frequently, and had an issue with drugs and alcohol as she grew through that. We can all probably relate to some of that, maybe 1, 2, 3, all that I shared, that I've been through, that I've lived through, that I've survived. How is it possible that that beautiful little girl is standing on this stage today, inspiring someone in this room to not give up?
because you sold tickets.
I'll tell you why. There's several reasons. I listened, I believed, and I acted accordingly. Even as a young child, crossing guard with that gold belt on, saw this church across the street, had these beautiful stained glass windows. And something drew me to that church. Now, I lived a mile away from my elementary school. It was down a 2-lane highway,
Hi, Jessica.
4-lane highway, one of the busiest streets in my town. And something drew me to that church. And I would bundle up in the winter with my hat and my gloves and my boots. And you know the story. It was snowing. It was uphill both ways. And I walked to church by myself as a 7-year-old. But there was something inside of that church that gave me hope, that gave me love, that gave me stability. And I heard the first thing, you're here for a reason. You're here for a purpose. You're going to change lives. I didn't know what that meant. I just knew what it felt like. And I knew that I had to keep going no matter the circumstances. My calling to this stage is not without more trauma and more treacherous, some of it worse than what that 5-year-old experienced.
I think the text on top of the church is the Dumbledore text. You know, the Albus Dumbledore text you can download for free.
Tina, it's not supposed to be like this.
It's not.
I will bring you a man that will love and cherish you and will love and cherish your children. And, oops, I had to skip some. There we go. And that's my man. That's my Prince Charming. We've been married for 30 years. God held true to that promise and gave me a man that absolutely adores me and gives me a love that I never knew as a child. And with that, I got that beautiful boy on the right, Cole. Cole came with Todd, and he was such a blessing to me. I memorized every Ninja Turtle name so that I could be a cool person in his life. And then Todd and I had Case and Calyx. And they are absolute, true joys of my life. All of them. I love them so much. Then life blows started happening again. In 2017, I spent 7 beautiful weeks walking my mama to heaven. She was my rock, my best friend. She would fluff my life. If things were going wrong, my mom was always there to fluff my life and make everything so much easier to be able to manage. She was such a superhero. And when she died, there was no one there to fluff. And I began drinking. I began drinking a lot. And there was a time I was suicidal. I sat in my Jeep with my fingers on the ignition with the garage door shut. And I was like, I can't stand this pain. And I was in this black hole. And I could not see anything but this little beacon of light up top. And I heard that voice. You've got to go to the light. You are strong. You are powerful. And you've got work to do. And so I crawled out of that hole, and I sat on the side, and I was almost able to catch my breath when the day after Christmas in 2020, my son was taken by an accidental overdose of a fentanyl-laced heroin drug product. Being no stranger to grief, I knew what I had to do.
Oh my God.
I couldn't allow my family to go in that hole. And so I put them in my backpack and I carried them. And I did everything I could to make sure that they were taken care of. And that voice came in. And he said, Tina, he said, Cole is not suffering anymore. He's always been oppressed by this world. And he is free, and he is okay. But you have to take care of your family. You cannot allow the grief to overcome you. You cannot allow this to overcome them. I'm going to protect your family. I'm going to protect you. The drinking increased. I'd start out with Bloody Marys about 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. 2, 3 of those would roll right into vodka water. Vodka was my drink. And sometimes I'd take a nap in the middle of the afternoon. And when I would wake, I would have a vodka water, and then I would cook dinner, and it would roll into several glasses of boxed wine. And during this, July of 21, I had to commit my husband, the love of my life, to a mental institution. Because every single day from December 26th until July 13th, he told me he didn't want to live anymore. My kids are okay. They're doing good. But my husband said for years, if anything happens to one of my children, I'm going to end up in a mental hospital. Hearing him crying, calling me, come get me from this place. I don't belong here.
Oh, happy birthday to your son.
I'll come get you. You get to make that choice. But I know that if I come get you, I'm going to be a widow in a month. He stayed. He's better. He's back to work.
This is really hard.
But he was off work for quite a while. He was off work from July until probably March of 22. And me, being an up-and-comer network marketer, didn't have the funds, but I was now the primary breadwinner for my family. So it was time to get to work. And in November of 21, the company collapsed. So compounding traumas and traumas and traumas and drinking and drinking and drinking. I finally found a home. I found an amazing company. But there was still that drinking every single day. And I heard God say to me, if you quit drinking, I will bring abundance to your business. I'm like, oh yeah, this Bloody Mary's really good. This wine is really good. And I didn't listen. I ignored. And on February 28th of this year was the last day I drank. And I called Tom Chenot. You heard the story yesterday. A year ago, I sat in the back corner of this event, and on day 2, I wrote in my planner, I will speak on that stage next year. And here I am. So, every one of you has faced battles of some sort. Every one of you showed up for yourself today. Every one of you has the moment in your life, in this moment, to make that decision, to quit that habit, to quit procrastinating, to stop being inconsistent in your business, to stop being ugly to yourself.
Oh, shoot.
And treat yourself as the amazing person that you are. So I want to leave you with this. May the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord make his face shine upon you and be glorious to you. May the Lord lift you up in his countenance upon you and give you peace and joy and love and healing. You've got this. You can overcome it. And I'm living proof that you can overcome the hardest things that you've ever had to go through. Thank you.
You are holy, you are righteous, you are one of the redeemed, set apart.
Oh, I hate this conference with a burning passion.
Sorrow and sadness is perhaps part of all of our lives. But again,
I didn't think it was going to be this bad.
Perspective
Good, Jenny.
Will change what we do with this. It can either become our stay stuck story that we tell over and over again, that becomes us and becomes so much part of the identity that we have in us, that we become so good at saying it, it becomes stuck in us. And we believe that is us. Or it can be a powerful example and story that can serve other people and have them realize there is more in us. There is more for us, that we will be the head and not the tail, that we have better days in front of us than are behind us, that we shall be above and not beneath, and that we can be that example. And that one day, like Tina, we can stand courageously on this stage and we can tell our story not from an open wound, but from a scar that serves us, and we can be an example to other people. There is a story, maybe not as extreme as what she shared, but there's a story in every single one of us that we can share and we can serve more of us. So Tina, thank you very much for sharing. Thank you very much for example. And let us be also committed to doing better. The next speaker, Anthony Napolitano, someone that I've got to know very well. You know, I relate to Anthony. He's in his 20s. He is traveling around. We talked about in my 20s, I spent literally 10 years, and all I really did was travel and build my network marketing business or build my business. And that was an incredible experience, but I had to leave that behind me because it became destructive. Financially, I was very successful with it, but it didn't serve. But there's a few lessons that people share.
I'm gonna go get
so
something
if you're
to eat,
in
I'll be
this
right
room
back.
and you're a leader, how many of you have ever heard that the pace of the leader is the pace of the pack? That's not true. If only that was true. If only that was the case. The pace of the leader is a standard that is set for the pack. If you want to have a pace that is 100, you probably have to set a pace of 200. If you want to have a pace of 50, you probably need to set a pace of 100. In other words, your people will strive to do what you do. But you have to lead with honesty. Because I want to share this with you, and I want you to think about this, and how many of you know this? You cannot hold someone to a higher standard than that to which you're willing to hold yourself. Truthfully, you can't do it with integrity or effectively. Because time will either do what? Promote you or expose you. Too many leaders over time get exposed, because we'll talk about this later on this afternoon, that the equation really is character times action times the relationships. Character is leadership and action. Too many people are talking the story and not walking the story. If you want to create momentum, you want to lead by example. Here's a young man that's in his 20s. There's no doubt that he is leading by example, that he's created incredible momentum within his company. You will learn from him that he's doing this on purpose, with a plan. Let's get up on stage. Let's get up and welcome on stage Mr. Anthony Napolitano.
You guys good? Give a round of applause for Ray. Look at this event, guys. Incredible, incredible. Today, I'm going to talk about building your network marketing business. Who wants to build a network marketing business? Any of you guys? So I've been doing this now for 10 years, okay? I became the #1 income earner in my company when I was 19 years old, okay? Traveled all over the world. I have business in 128 countries we have current members in, okay? I've traveled to over 60 of these countries around the world with translators sharing our message and what we do and how it works, okay? Today, I'm going to share a formula that I use to create momentum and have a lot of success. Okay? Not going to talk about me, not going to tell any stories. I'm going to show you what we have to do to be successful. Is that cool? Okay, this is how we do it.
Okay.
How to create momentum. Okay, everyone wants momentum, right? Your business cannot grow if you do not create momentum. And everything is a lot easier in momentum. Would you guys agree with that? Okay. So momentum is created by compressing time frames. What you typically do in 5 days, you do in 1 day. What you typically do in 12 months, we do in 3 months. Because we're sparking the activity. We're fueling the business. You guys know if there's not effort put towards the business, we cannot succeed. If no one's working the business, there's no money to be made. So we have to compress these time frames, create a lot of activity to start getting some results. This is huge. I want you guys to really look at this one. Fall in love with the action, not the result. Too many people are doing things on a daily basis, posting a video, talking to a prospect, whatever the case may be. They don't get that instant gratification, and guess what? They don't show up tomorrow. I'm telling you guys, if you're going to be successful in this business, you got to become emotionless. Don't care about the result. Do the activity over and over and over again, and the result will come. The sad thing is, most people in life, they do something once, they don't get to where they want to be, and guess what? They try to do something else tomorrow. And it's just a repetitive process. And especially with the internet today, would you guys agree the internet's like the biggest distraction in the history of the world? Yes, you can leverage it to make money in this business if you know what you're doing, but it also is a massive distraction because they do it one time and they think, oh man, I'm not succeeding. It's like, think about Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant or someone that played professional sports. You think the first time they shot a basketball, they were the best? How many shots did they have to take to develop the skill? Okay? That is what you do in this business. So it's very, very important to realize that. And also understand when you're starting this process, you're going to be overworked and underpaid. Okay? Think about this. You start a network marketing business. You start by yourself. It's your business. There's no one helping you. It's your own business that you're going to have to build out now, okay? So realize in the beginning you're going to work, finally get paid. Maybe a little gratification finally, right? Then it's going to be work, get paid. Work, get paid. Then it's going to be like work, get paid. Work. And then it finally gets to like work, paid, okay? But eventually if you do it long enough, the position I'm in today, it's work, Paid. You got to like getting paid, right? Any of you guys want to get paid? You guys don't seem excited to make any money.
That's because
Come
it's an
on.
awful conference.
You guys want to make some money, right? So that is the process of
Sorry, I
it.
didn't see
But
that
I
was
think
up
it's
there.
super, super important that you prepare your people for what is to come.
Right.
See, the best companies in this industry, and network marketing specifically, give their people proper expectations. So their people aren't surprised when they don't have that result instantly, or it does take time to get to where they want to be. See, if you want to have great retention in a business, it's all about expectations and showing people what they need to do to be successful over time. And I pride myself in that. This business in network marketing is the simplest business in the world. Okay, what do we do?
I had surgery.
Super simple. Any of you guys could explain it in 2 seconds. We sell a product or a service that we enjoy, and the more sales we bring the company, the more money we make. That's the simplest thing in the world, okay? But it does require effort and energy. You have to work the thing. It doesn't just pay you for showing up. You got to actually, go do something, okay? Very important. Read this one, guys. Activity creates numbers. I want you to think about this. So when you're starting to create this activity and you're starting to really ramp up your efforts, people start coming in the door. But a lot of people don't understand what to do with these people when they come in the door. Have you ever heard anyone ask you before, I don't know where to spend my time, or I don't know who to work with, and they don't really understand what's going on in their business. Yeah, they see people are joining, but they don't understand the formula to success. Okay? This is so, so important. Understanding the numbers. Okay? In network marketing, there's only going to be 3 types of people that ever join your business. Okay? This is it. 3. Forever. 80s, 15s, and 5s. 80% of people are just going to be customers. 15% are going to do it part-time, and 5% are going to go out there, kick butt, take names, and become, high-income earners in the business.
Where'd you get those numbers from?
That's it. So I want you to put this into perspective real quick. If 100 people join your business this month, how many of them are going to be customers, guys? 80. How many are going to do it part-time? How many are actually going to really take it serious?
We can't hear
5.
the people in the audience.
So now a lot of you guys are wondering,
Awful.
man, my organization only brings in 10 people a month. Why haven't I found the runners? The numbers have to come in to find the runners. If there's not enough bodies coming in, you're not going to find those people. And I can tell you guys, the money in this business is made with the 15s and the 5s. And that's where you spend your time. You've heard that saying in network marketing before, 80% of your time should be given to 20% of the people. Everyone's heard that, correct? Those are the 15s and the 5s. Those are the people that are applying energy. Yes, we love our customers, and understand your business hopefully is a customer-driven business, because customers will pay for the product or service with or without an opportunity. That is extremely important to have residual income. If you're just opportunity-driven with your opportunity, trust me, guys, you're in big trouble. Because you're going to have momentum. Typically, opportunity-driven companies, they got momentum fast out the gate.
I'm sorry, most companies reward you for having builders more so than getting paid on the commission of customers. That's the company's issue.
Every time I'm bringing someone in, I understand these numbers. And I'm not trying to make someone who they're not. And this is also a big problem. A lot of people are trying to make an 80% or a 5%er. What happens there, guys? That person quits. They quit. They're going to leave. They're going to go do something else. Most people join network marketing because they hate their job. Do they want another boss? Can't be telling people what to do. So I don't tell anyone what to do. I lead from example, and I support everyone. Of course, the people that are working harder, I'm going to have to give them more time, right, to help them get to where they want to be. But I also understand not everyone has the same goals. Do you guys realize that? Everyone in this room has a different goal. They didn't all join for the same reason. So get to know your people and understand what they need to be successful and help them accomplish that. Some people just want an extra $500 a month. Some people want an extra $5,000 a month. Some people want to be the number 1 income earner in the entire company. Okay? But understand who they are, because once I help that person accomplish their goal, I don't need to be pushing them anymore, because that's what they wanted to be. And that's who they are. I have some people in my business. I give you a great story. There's a guy in my business who is probably one of the most talented people in my entire organization. Super, super talented. He is happy to just make $10,000 a month. And he will never push harder than $10,000 a month. He loves to go to the beach every day and surf and hang out with his son. That is all he cares about. He could make $100,000 a month. I'm telling you, the video work, him on stage, you guys would be like, this guy He's got to be the number one earner of a company. He's got to be the top guy. But that's all he wants. So I think it's extremely important for you guys to get to know your people and not treat them all like they're just the same. Okay?
Okay.
From here, guys, this is the key. Finding those 15s and the 5s. That is the key. Because these 15s and the 5s, they're the ones that are doing the activity. You guys know with no activity, no money's made, right? You guys ever heard of Walmart before? I think you might have heard of that company. Walmart has 2.2 million people go to work for them every day. 2.2 million people. Okay? Let's say the average person works 8 hours a day. It's over 17 million hours a day.
Here, you can submit it here.
17 million hours a day is put towards Walmart's success. Do you guys understand why Walmart makes money?
Hold on.
What did Walmart create?
Hold on.
They created something that you guys all want to create in network marketing. Something called leverage. Why do I do network marketing? There's only one word. Residual income.
Doesn't work in here.
If I just wanted to go sell something, I'll go sell high-ticket items and make a ton of money doing that. I want to build something today that can pay me into the future. Does that make sense? That's this whole model. And if you're jumping into a new company every 6 months, you don't understand the model. Okay? The reality is you want to build something that could pay you for the future. I don't idolize the person who makes a lot of money for 1 month in this business.
You can submit stuff here.
I care about the guy who's been in the company 35 years getting the check every single month. That is the powerful concept in network marketing. So I hope you guys are grasping that one. But with this, the 15s and the 5s are those people. That is your leverage, okay? And realize the more hours put towards your business, the more money you make, okay? If you are doing this business right now and say you have an organization of 100 people, 100 customers, distributors, whatever. Let's say 100 bodies in a room.
Oh my gosh, Stephanie's there.
And let's say right now you have 5 people who are part-timers and the rest of them are just customers, hypothetically, okay? Do you think you're making a lot of money? Think about this. How many hours? Can someone give me an example of how many hours do you think a part-timer puts in a week?
20.
Let's say 5. Say 5.
Give me a break.
Okay.
Your numbers are awful.
So if we have 4 people putting in 5 hours a week, how many hours is that towards our business each week? 20. Okay. What would your job pay you if you showed up 20 hours a week? See, network marketing is the same as everything else. But I don't know why people in this industry, we look at it as something totally different. The more hours put towards the business, the more money we all make. So you need to find hours. For example, my business today, there's tens of thousands of hours put towards the business each and every day. That's why I make the money that I make. So you guys want to develop people, the part-timers and the full-timers, to drive more hours, because the more hours that are going towards your business, the more money everyone makes.
That's false.
That's network marketing. Okay, it's that simple. Also, understand that consistency sustains growth. A lot of people think your business is going to go like this, okay? They come in with this fantasy thought like, oh, I'm just going to join this thing and it's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Everyone ever heard of Apple before? Amazon? Tesla? Let's just start naming big companies. Did their journey go like this, guys? It never goes like that. This is how you make money long-term in network marketing. I want you to understand this one. It's your consistent activity, okay? Companies go in waves. You have momentum that hits your business, and you could do that through your activity, through company promotions. There's a lot of things that could spark momentum. What happens? What did I tell you guys in the beginning of this presentation? You only grow in momentum. So you need to capitalize on that opportunity. So when momentum's here, you want to work. The issue is in network marketing, this is how most people are. They only work when they're excited.
That's true. The problem
the biggest problem. This is why most people won't succeed. They only work when something, awesome happens. Oh, we're giving away.
I don't think that he's telling the truth, because there's people who do work full time who don't make a full time income, and you say for sure if you do the work, if you do this hours, you're going to make money. I don't agree with that.
Anything, and they're starting over. So most people's business in network marketing is like a straight roller coaster. You don't want a roller coaster business. You want a consistent business. So what do? Yes, in momentum, we grow. But when the energy stops, we're still consistent. We're still pounding the pavement each and every day. Not to grow, but to sustain. So let's look at this. I'm going to give you guys an example of this. Chart going up, sideways. Oh, momentum hits, growth again. Isn't that the concept you guys want? Okay, but most people don't understand how it works. Isn't it better to go into momentum with 500 people on your team instead of 5? What does 500 turn to compared to what 5 turns to? So you sustain and you grow. I'm going to be 100% transparent with you guys. I've been in this industry for 10 years. I've made more money every single year for 10 straight years. And most people can't say that. The only reason it is because I don't slow down. You can quit my company, you can go join another company, I'll wish you the best, but you know I'm going to make it happen with or without you. I'm not here to beg people, convince people, motivate people. I'm not here to do that. I'm here to work.
The audio is awful.
If you want to run, we're going to run. If you don't want to run, have a nice day. I still love you, but that's what I do. It's as simple as that. I think too many of us are trying to convince people, motivate people. You know, I really don't understand why they do it, because if you spent that energy just recruiting new people, you'd be 10 times better off, okay? And the only way you re-engage someone who used to do something is by creating a new success story. So realize this, it's not about what you say to them, it's what you do and what they see, okay? Most people in this world, they need to see to believe. The great visionaries could see it before it becomes reality. If you're gonna be massively successful in business, you can see something before everyone else can see that. And you guys all gotta see your success before everyone else sees it. Does that make sense? Okay? All of you guys in this room have to know where you're going. If you don't know where you're going, how are you going to bring someone else there? You can't. So realize you got to know where you're going. You got to share that vision, share that concept day in and day out, because that's the only way people are going to come with you. See, me, I started at 18 years old. When I was 18, I was a college athlete. People knew I was good at sports. That's what I was good at. But I got into business. People thought I was crazy. They're like, Anthony, get into business? He never had a job. He's just played sports. He's in college on a scholarship at a big university. Like, that's what he was, right? But I had influence. That's one thing I did have. I had influence and confidence. So I realized that, hey, I might not be the best at this industry right now, but if I consistently do it over a long period of time, I'll accomplish my goals. And when I was 18 years old, I created this concept called the 20-year vision. And I like to share this. I think this is super important. When I was 18, I said, if I do network marketing for the next 20 years, even if I can't even do it full time, till 20 years from now, I'm going to do it because it has something called residual income.
No, it doesn't.
And this is the thing that most people miss in our industry today, okay?
No, it doesn't have
to do something today that could pay you many, many, many years into the future is the key of the whole model. So I said to myself, I might stink, I might have to work a job while I'm doing this, but if I stay consistent, I'll eventually get there, okay? Why was that so important? When someone told me no, I never got discouraged. I said, on to the next one. Because I already said I'm doing it for 20 years. A lot of you guys get involved in a company, someone tells you no, and you're like, oh my God, I can't do this. I'm not gonna go talk to anyone. That's how most people are, right? Because I had the mindset I'm doing it 20 years, it doesn't matter what that person tells me. I'm gonna say, hey, no problem, if you're ever interested in doing this, let me know. If you know anyone interested in doing this, please share their information with me. I'm taking referrals and I'm telling them, hey, we might talk in the future. That's it. Because
this guy's the #1 income earner in iGenius. So he's good at what he does. He's just, the words he's saying are incorrect. At scale, they're incorrect.
Guys, I'm telling you, if you just went out there and did the things that you're learning this weekend on what to do, you'd have success, but you're not consistent enough with the actions. Be consistent with the actions, and I'm telling you, you're going to get good.
Why are you talking like that?
You're bound to get good, guys, right? If I locked you all in a gym right now and said, shoot 1,000 free throws, and you got to shoot 1,000 free throws before you can leave, and I did that for 30 days, you don't think 30 days from now you'll be a little better at shooting a free throw? That's the reality of what we're doing. So understand, that is this business, and I can tell you guys, consistency over time will win because you'll outlast everyone. Why do I make the most money in my space, in my respected industry in network marketing? Because I outlived all the rest of them. They couldn't compete. They did it for 2 or 3 years, and they're gone. That's the reality. In network marketing, if your company just stays in business and you outwork everyone, everyone's eventually going to have to join you. I'm just putting this in perspective for you guys. Okay? Think a little, okay? And I can tell you guys, just go out there and make it happen. Don't have excuses. Excuses, I can tell you, I hate excuses. Because everyone's got a problem. Every single one of you. How many presentations have we seen of someone's struggles? A lot of presentations of people going through stuff, right? Everyone goes through stuff. But you got to make the decision today that you're going to change your life. That's it. There's no perfect time. See, a lot of you guys are like, Once I had that right time in my life, I'm really going to pursue this. And I've been saying that for 20 years, right? Like, once we get to that right moment, there's never going to be the right moment. So to make today, guys, the right moment, go out there, kick butt, take names. Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
I hate this song. Oh, it's our favorite buddy, except it's not.
Guys, one of the things you can learn from what he shared was create better expectations. Because understand that unclear expectations or overhyped expectations are future frustrations under construction. How many of you know that you're chronic hypers? You just know that what happens is you chronically overhype your product or service, and when the person doesn't get what they were expecting, they're frustrated with your product or service. But you have a great product or service, you just overhyped it. It's when you create better expectations. The truth is good enough when it comes to our profession, when it comes to your business, when it comes to you, when it comes to what you're doing. When we create better expectations, we just flat out do better. Success loves speed was another thing that he shared. And every one of us can learn that success loves speed. Another thing that we can also learn is that excuses are useless. So stop making useless excuses. Think about that. Excuses are useless. You know, and coming here before we did the Association of Network Marketing Professionals last event, you know, I did a 40-day water fast coming into that event. I lost about over 60 pounds. It changed my life. It was an incredible spiritual journey. But I got a triple hernia after that. Triple. At the association. I had triple hernia surgery. And I had 7 weeks of travel commitments over the summer. We kept all 7 weeks of the travel commitments, did the surgery, met the surgeon. She said that you will be in discomfort over the summer, but you will not be in danger. So we kept our commitments. But you know what? I said, I don't want to show up fat either. And they said, you can't lift anything more than 5 pounds. And I'm going, that could be a fantastic excuse. I'm going to Ireland, the land of sausages and sweets and cream cakes and everything else. I can show up fat, have a fantastic summer, and no one will even bat an eyelid. But I said it wouldn't be a really good example, would it? And I'm sharing this for a reason, because every single one of us, I remember praying to God for guidance, and he said, you know what? There is a way. And I learned, and Tom and I were talking about it, how to do exercise that was so light, it barely moved my heart rate at all. I couldn't pick anything above 5 pounds, and I'm able to arrive and look here and wear all the clothes that I had tailored before I came into the Association of Network Marketing Professionals. I'm not good, but I made a decision to listen to God and not be of the flesh and not listen to excuses. I think every single one of us has that opportunity. Every one of us can do better. So, Anthony, thank you very much for example, and thank you very much for what you shared. I love the next speaker because I think all of us can write this down. When you feel better, you do better. When you feel better, you do better. And every one of us are in the feeling better business, regardless of whether you're in nutrition or not, you know, because our products and our services and what we share, our goals have other people feel better. When they feel better, they do better. Because you know what? When you have a product, you get a result, you repeat purchase. And when you repeat purchase, it creates what? A ripple effect. You want people to feel better. But a lot of that is about you feeling better. And a lot about you feeling better is how you feel about your health and how you feel about yourself. Let's get up on our feet. Carrie Marie Vaughn is one of the best coaches in teaching you how to feel better, how to ignite your light, how to nourish your soul, and how to define your defined purpose. Let's get on our feet. Let's bring to the stage Carrie Marie.
Flashing lights, flashing lights. Oh, buddy. Oh, I'm going to give you a hug. Oh, great. Waddle, waddle, waddle. Stop hugging.
Hi! Who is excited? Show me you're awake. Everybody up on your feet. Up on your feet.
God.
Up on your feet. All right, give the person a high five next to you. Both sides.
No, thanks.
Say, I'm alive. I'm awake. I'm enthusiastic. Woo! All right, you can sit back down if you want. So how are you feeling today? Woo! Woo! I love hearing that. But how did you feel before you came here?
Fabulous.
How about a week ago? Or a month ago? Or a year ago? Were you frustrated? Overwhelmed? Stressed
Welcome
out?
back.
Unhappy?
Yes.
Unwell? Literally sick?
Some people aren't sick, okay? I mean, I'm sick, but some people aren't. Dear God.
Also trying to have a family? That was me. But Oprah Winfrey said, the biggest adventure you can take is to live the life of your dreams. And who doesn't want to live the life of their dreams, right? So I would love to take you on a little journey with me, a little adventure. So this is me. I am Carrie Marie Vaughn, and I am a wife. I'm so blessed to have my husband Derek here with me today. And thanks. We have 3 beautiful grown children, almost empty nesters, which is crazy.
Thank you, Chelsea.
And about 8 to 10 years ago, I found myself in a really rough place. I was extremely stressed to the max. I had little ones at the time. My kids were little. And I realized that I was sick. I wasn't feeling well all the time. I went to multiple doctors, and they couldn't really give me answers for a while. And we love doing things in the outdoors. So picture trying to go camping when you're having to run to the bathroom every 5 to 10 minutes. It's not fun. Not fun at all. The kids were very patient. My husband was very patient, thankfully, but it was not fun. And I actually was diagnosed with ulcerative colitis.
That's shitty.
And that was really my wake-up call. I realized I need to start doing something. I need to start taking care of myself, because I had been putting everybody else first and, worrying about my kids, my home, my husband, my house, everything, and trying to work. And that's not easy to do when you're extremely sick all the time. And so that began my journey of figuring out how I could start taking care of myself. And in doing so, I started to feel better.
Oh, the mouth noises.
I started gaining more energy. And you know what was so cool is that I also I always have this passion for helping other people. I've always been that kind of person to love helping everybody else. And so when I started finding these things that were helping me feel better, I just had to share it with other people. So I started teaching other people about my methods. I started telling people that I was talking to. I started posting things on social media. And, during the pandemic, everybody was kind of in a rough time. And I wanted to be that light. I wanted to live into my God-given purpose to make people feel better.
I don't think you can heal
And
colitis.
So let me click here. So I used daily mantras, daily affirmations, many days, in addition to lots and lots of praying to help me feel better. And one of the prayers that I pray every day is to allow me to impact and serve as many people that need it. Not everybody is at a place where they're needing what I offer.
Oh, the mouth noises.
And needing to hear something to give them a little bit of light and inspiration. But for those who need it, I want to be that person that can help them. And so I want to remind you that you are extraordinary, you are awesome, and you are unique.
I'm going to get my sweet tea.
God created you with a purpose. And if you don't love yourself, if you don't care for yourself, how can you love and care and lead others? And so I just wanted to remind you of God's love for you and that you are amazing. And I love the analogy. And of course, most of us probably flew here, right? Raise your hand if you flew here. Ooh, a lot of you. And, when you're in the plane, the flight attendant always tells you to put on your own oxygen mask first before you put anybody else's on for them. So if there is a child or an elderly person or somebody who's not able to put it on, you have to do it for yourself first before you can help others. And that goes for self-care and self-love as well. You can't love and care and serve others if you're not loving and caring and serving yourself. So put yourself first every once in a while. And so I just wanted to share with you this RISE method that I created for you. I created this before I came here with you in mind because I know that you need a little something to remind you of who you are and how important you are. And so the R in RISE stands for recognize and remember your worth. You can recognize your worth that makes you just so very special and why God created you, why you're here on this earth. By doing this little method of just writing everything down that you can think of about yourself and what makes you so unique, what makes you so special. Everything that you love, everything that you enjoy, and all the things that you love to do. And this is something that you can do once or twice a year, which is really cool, but you're going to want to continue to look back at these things after you do this. The I, ignite and imagine your dreams. Use your imagination to think of all of the amazing things that you want to accomplish in this life of yours, this special life. Everything that you can think of, all of your goals, and maybe you haven't thought of these in a long time. So do this to remember all of the things that you want to be. The S, strategize for self-care. So now this is where you actually have to start making the plan. And of course, you can start small at first. If you haven't been doing any type of self-care at all, this might be a little tricky for you, but start small and then grow on that. Get bigger and bigger. And self-care can be anything that brings you joy, anything that makes you happy, makes you feel good. So some of the things that I do is I pray every morning. I meditate every morning. I do things like red light therapy that I carve into my day because it's important. And I encourage you to find those things that are for you. And last but not least, the E in RISE is to execute your plan, to actually do it. Prioritize and set reminders. If you need to have sticky notes all over your house, if you need to set reminders in your phone to remind you to take care of yourself, do it and stick to it. So I've actually created a download that you can grab. So you can use these QR codes. One is for the RISE method so that you have it to refer to, and one is for a free weekly self-care planner that will help you to actually implement those things. And so with that, I would encourage you to rise up. Come on, let's do it. Out of your seats again. Rise up. Rise up, and I want you to remember that you are loved, you are a child of God, and that you need to care for that person. Let your light shine.
You're awesome. You're awesome. You're fantastic. All right. When you feel better, you just do better. You know what? It's great to have strategies. It's great to have light. So next speaker, Tyler Watson, has got his own intro video. Let me just say this. Sometimes people can teach you something that can help you with some rapid transformation. I've done a lot of therapy in my life. My wife would go, not enough. You know, I've done hypnotherapy. I've done regression therapy. I mean, there was a 6-month period in my life I was going to therapy 2 nights a week, and then I went to 4 nights a week. I kid you not, I almost had a nervous breakdown. So I know a lot about this, and I really believe in looking for technologies that can help you, because the truth will set you free. And you know what? But you also need some support and help. You're going to really enjoy this next speaker. I'm going to walk off stage because we're going to cue a video that he's going to share. And then I'm going to come on stage afterwards and bring us to lunch. But this last speaker, I want you to cue the video. And when the video ends, I want you to get up on your feet and give him a huge round of applause. So cue video.
Meet Tyler Watson, the elite performance coach and creator of the cellular alignment technique, the ultimate system for lasting personal change. Fans call him a mix between Tony Robbins and Houdini. Tyler's unique approach delivers real results in record time. He has shared the stage with Sharon Lecter, Ted McGrath, Les Brown, Dan Clark, and many others. Tyler has decades of experience in personal development and mastery in hundreds of transformational processes. He has helped thousands of high achievers, entrepreneurs, and athletes live legendary lives without limitations. Tyler's clients achieve their goals in days instead of years, unlocking their full potential and surpassing their wildest dreams by reprogramming their mind and body. He is the author of 2 life-changing books, The Enrollment Effect and The Alignment Effect, offering profound insights and strategies for success. He has been featured on ABC, CBS, NBC, and USA Today. As a 2-comma club earner, a proud father and dedicated husband, Tyler is driven by his obsession with creating results as fast as humanly possible without sacrificing what you hold sacred. Let Tyler Watson guide you towards a life with no limits. Welcome, Tyler Watson.
Hello, peace. Hello. Hello.
Okay. Hopefully this is on. Can you everybody hear me? Maybe testing 1, 2, 3. Nope, not yet. Thinking about it. Almost. There we go. Okay, I know we're almost at lunchtime and you guys are hungry. Yes? Who's hungry? All right, turn to somebody and say, I'm hungry for success. Turn to somebody else and say, your stomach can wait. Okay, today we're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to have a ton of fun over the next 30 minutes, but I want to teach you one of the most powerful processes on the planet to help you change how you think, how you feel, and how you make money and form lasting relationships. Everybody down with that? Yeah? Okay, we need a little bit more energy in the room. It's almost hungry time. So we're going to go ahead and stand up. Everybody go ahead and stand up real quick. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. We got to get some energy in the room. Here's the thing. In about 2-3 weeks, I'm going to be at Funnel Hacking Live. And there are a bunch of entrepreneurs there who go crazy, but it's about money, making money. How many believe making money is a good topic? Okay, how many believe faith is a more important topic? Okay, so if energy's everything, wouldn't it be wise to show up more energetically with the most important message on the planet? Yes? Okay, on 3, I want you to shout out faith as loud and as crazy as you can. 1, 2, 3, faith! Okay, awesome job. Turn to somebody, give them a high five and say, I'm ready. Good. Turn to somebody else, point to them, and say, hey, wake up, wake up, wake up. Okay, this is important. Okay, thank you. Have a seat. Have a seat. Okay, my name's Tyler Watson. I look like I'm 16 if I don't have a jacket on and don't do my hair. Real story, I was at my house, and so, you know those people who come and they pitch you stuff, you know, they're like selling things. So he comes to my house, I'm in shorts, and he says, hey, can you get your dad for me? And me just being, I'm like the owner of the house and all this stuff, and I'm like, yeah, just hold on a second. And I close the door, and I open it, and I'm like, hey, how can I help you? And he's like, oh, I'm sorry. I was like, I know, I get it all the time. But my favorite thing in the whole world is my family. I have an 8-year-old girl. I wasn't even thinking about getting emotional.
when I leave them, they're the most important thing in my life. My beautiful wife, I have an 8-year-old beautiful girl, 5-year-old beautiful girl, a 2-year-old beautiful girl, and I've got a boy on the way. So I'm going to be a boy dad. So I'm excited. All right. So I want to get into some really powerful things, but for that, you have to have an open mind. What I teach is a little different and a little weird. My dad was known as the witch doctor up on the mountain, and so anybody who was like fixing to die, he's a naturopathic doctor, clinical kinesiologist, they're like, hey, I don't know what he does, but go up there and he'll fix you. And that's how I grew up. So I have a message inside that I want to share with you, which is a tool and a technique that literally can help you reprogram your mind and body in minutes. In minutes. In minutes. And some of you are going to doubt that. Some of you believe right now that change is hard. Change has to take a long time. And there's amazing mentors on this planet who say that with good intentions, because you got to put in the hard work, the effort to create, and it's true. But I want to go over a principle. I have a board, but no. Oh, here's markers. Sweet. Okay, here you go. So hopefully you guys can see this. This is something that hopefully will hit home. So this is an equation for success. Okay, this is going to help you get your goals faster. By show of hand, who has a goal in here this year to double your income or more? Just curious. Big audacious goals? Ooh, look around, look around, look at all these goals. Okay, who has a goal in here to improve and focus on a relationship? That is a priority. Very cool. Okay, who has a goal in here that's more health related? Man, I really want to improve my health, really want to get my energy back. Okay, awesome. So we've got a mix. All right, so here's the equation. You guys ready for it? The U represents the speed at which you can attain your goal as fast as humanly possible. So when I'm working on people, I've been blessed to be able to work on Ray. He hired me to work on him and was like, hey, come up here and speak. And Ray is amazing. Out of all the clients that I work with, and I've worked with some incredible leaders on the planet, some who are doing over 100 million a year, it's fascinating to see the speed at which someone changes, the speed at which someone makes money, the speed at which someone can shift from a place of being stuck to a place of transformation. And each and every one of us, I believe, has that potential to change as fast as humanly possible. So this U represents that. What's on the top of this equation is what's taught by most people. And we've got the U is equal to, is this visible? Can you guys see this okay? Yeah? Sweet. Okay. So we got S multiplied by W plus F. What the heck is that, Tyler? Well, what it is skills multiplied by work plus focus. Most people teach this. They say, if you work hard enough, if you focus and improve your skills, you'll attain anything. I started network marketing back years ago, about 10 years ago, and I struggled. It was very tough. And I listened to some different tapes, and one of them got me motivated to go try to sell stuff. And it said, go teach people and go pitch it and do it over and over and over, and eventually you'll get better and better and better, and you'll make more money. So I did that, and over and over and over and over, and I didn't get any results.
They've got video projectors.
Broke. I started making less than $13,000 a year as a broke massage therapist, and I had really struggled in life. My background, real quick, before I get into the rest of this, is at the age of 12 years old, my parents divorced. I grew up Christian. That was my foundation. And yet, when they separated, it shook my entire foundation. Anyone else had something happen in life that it shakes your foundation, shakes what you know or what you thought was real? So it made me question everything. And I said, is this really what I believe? Is this a real principle? Is God even real? Is this even a real thing? And it challenged how I viewed the world. And what happened is I didn't understand about emotions. I didn't understand about communicating. And so after my parents split, I remember feeling as the oldest son that it was my fault. But I didn't know how to communicate that. And so I remember my mom asking me and telling me, hey, I love you. But what I heard when she said that was, it's all your fault. And that's what I interpreted. So I pretended that everything was okay.
Therapy?
I put on the face, became class president, MVP, all the outer things to stuff my inner world.
Therapy?
I also turned to pornography.
Oh
I
my
turned to
God.
video games.
Oh, video games are evil now?
I turned to it because I didn't think it was a choice at the time, but I turned to depression. I turned to suicidal tendencies. And no one knew. No one knew, except for my black lab, the only one that I felt I could trust. So,
wow.
We all have things in our life that we deal with, yes? I mean, look to the person to your right. Look to the person to your left. They're just like you and I. They're just like, we're all the same. We're these fleshy bodies with a bunch of emotions, and some of us are better at communicating than others, right? So today I want to teach you one of the most powerful techniques that got me from a place of depression, suicidal tendencies, to a place of poverty, which is also a choice. Some of you don't believe that. Some of you are like, it's not a choice, otherwise I'd be rich.
Fuck
but
this,
it is
dude.
A choice. Same with depression.
Are you serious?
Things that you feel like can't change. Things that you feel like you've struggled with for years. Some of you have been struggling 30, 40 years with the same thing.
Oh my God.
But I'm here to challenge your belief. Challenge how you think about the symptoms in your life. Challenge the amount in your bank account. Challenge how you handle stress. And if you allow it, because it is a choice to allow it, what I'm going to teach you could quite possibly change your entire way of existing from here on out. I know it has mine and thousands of other entrepreneurs. So, you guys excited for this? Okay, yes, awesome, very cool. So the unstoppable equation is this: skills, work plus focus. How many have skills? By show of hand, how many have lots of skills and you keep practicing them? You're like, I need more skills, right? How many are hard workers? Like, I work hard. Even more hands. Less skilled people than hard workers. So we got lots of hard workers. Okay, and how many are focused? Focused. Some of you are like, my belly's focused somewhere else right now. But we got to stay focused. Focus, focus, focused. So this is great. But what happens when somebody puts in 100 amount of effort and maybe on your team, you ever see somebody who you're like, I have more skills than them, but then they're getting better results, but you don't want to really admit it, but you're like, I can do better than them and they're making more money. Anybody ever get that and you just don't want to admit it? Yeah, nobody. Okay. I did all the time. I saw so many people succeeding and I was like, wow, I feel like I have more skills than that person. I'm working harder. So how is it that they're further ahead? And the big answer is what's underneath the equation. Can you see red? Is that showing up? Yeah? It's this. What robs the top of all your hard work and effort are allergies and addictions. Allergies and addictions. Let me define what that means.
Do you not know how math works?
Allergy and addiction. Not like the same allergy that you might be thinking.
Oh my God,
like
oh my God, oh my God.
Not like the addictions that some of us have been talking about drugs.
Oh, it's bad,
but
Christy.
Every single thing in your life is a vibrational frequency. And if I have a goal that I want, that I'm not attaining, so this is the definition of an allergy, something ideal that's not happening yet. Something ideal that's not happening yet. What that means is some part of me is literally having a physiological response, pushing away, like two opposing magnets, pushing away that thing. You ever experienced that where you like, the closer you get, the further it feels like it's coming? And you're like, the deal's happening, the person's going to show, and then they don't sign up. Or, oh my goodness, this thing's fixing to land, and then it doesn't. Or you're so close, and then family drama happens. Randomly. It's just random. I just have a whole life of random chaos. Doesn't make any sense. Oh, now it does. That's just an allergy. Or the non-ideal things that are happening are addictions. You're trying to throw away the thing. It's like a boomerang. You throw it out, and it just comes right back 10 times faster and smacks you in the face. You're like, oh my goodness, I thought I got rid of that habit. I thought I got rid of that thing. And yet it comes right back. So the addictions are non-ideals that keep happening. Allergies are ideals that are not happening. Addictions are things that are happening that you want to change. Allergies are things that you want to have happen that aren't.
Is this
Making
the
sense?
definition of ass math?
Now, this is why this is so important. If you are putting in 100 amount of effort up here, and let's say you just have like 10. Most of us have a lot more than that. But let's say you have 10, then what are you going to get on this side? 10. So you're putting in a ton of effort, and then you feel like you should be further ahead. Like, why is this taking so long? Making sense? Yeah? Okay. Quick other story. And then I'm actually going to need a volunteer to show you some things. So we'll do it here in a second.
Oh, God.
But there was this dude named Moses. Anybody familiar with Moses by show of hand? Okay. So this is according to Tyler. You can read it in the,
I'm chewing ice. I'll try to
for
mute
a little bit
myself.
better context. But so there's this dude named Moses. He's called of God. He's a prophet. He's told to do something scary. How many in your life feel like there's something in your life, but it feels scary? It's like, this is bigger than me, right? How many have a vision that feels impossible? Like parting the sea. It's like, oh, that's a big deal. So he says, set the people free. Go free them. So he does. And he sets the people free with a lot of work. But then what happens? For the next how many years does it take them to get to their destination? 40 years. So they were freed, right? But then 40 years going in circles, struggling. The distance from where they left to the promised land was how many day journey? It's a 13-day journey, walking. From where they left to get where they wanted to go was a 13-day journey. 13 days. 13 is a lot less than 40 years. So I look at that as an example and say, why? Why were the people wandering for 40 years? Even though they left bondage, they put in the work, they put in the effort, but they weren't changed. They were still addicted to their past. Addicted to their past and literally repelling what they wanted, repelling the ideals of their visions. So many of you today have a vision.
Welcome
You're putting
back,
in the
Sarah.
work, but something in your past is pushing away the thing that you want in a way that's created a 13-day journey and turned it into a 40-year journey. So I want to help get the 13 days. Okay?
Camera guy,
All right, we
focus.
want to do the how many are doing for the 13-day journey? All right. Turn to somebody and say, stop the 40-year journey. Stop it. Yeah. Turn to somebody else and say, I'm in for the 13 days. 13 days is way better.
Oh my God.
Way better.
Oh my God.
But you have to be willing to do some hard things. You have to be willing to do some hard things.
Really?
And it's about confronting and changing you inside. This is the hard work. Now, struggling for 40 years is kind of hard too. So you just kind of got to pick hard. For me, I'm like, I'd rather work really hard on myself than really hard going in circles for 40 years, right? Here's a prayer I prayed, which I encourage you guys to do so. And make sure you'll learn the techniques before you do it. But I prayed this prayer and I said, back 10 years ago, I prayed to God and I said, God, is it okay that I make more money than all my ancestors combined? And then I said, if so, and I got this answer. I was like, yeah, you can do that. I was like, oh, okay. And then I asked, give me 40 years of experience in 1 year. All hell broke loose. That was the hardest year. So I warning, if you do that, you will go through a lot of stuff in 1 year. So be sure you're ready before you pray that prayer, because you got to be ready for it. And I did. And about every other day I was on the ground just crying, and I was like, why me? But I was grateful for it because I didn't want to span that pain out for so long. I was willing to turn to him changed my life, used the tools that he's put on this earth for, inspired so many cool leaders to teach us, to make a change quickly. The only reason change doesn't happen quickly is because we're addicted or allergic. And those are choices that you can change. Who can change it? Who can change it? Yes, we can choose to change. So I need a volunteer. This volunteer, think about it. This is going to be something that is not comfortable. So just be cautious. But it's about making more money. It's about someone who feels blocked or stuck regarding money. And you've been working really hard. Okay, let's bring this guy up here. Give him a big round of applause. I don't know where all right, just hop up here. Okay, what's your name?
Vinny.
Vinny, everybody say, hey, Vinny. All right, so when I work on one person, everybody else gets worked on too, okay? Just take that be grateful you're not here. I was going to ask for a volunteer, and we got one. So, all right, so what I'm going to share with you is the power that the body, not just the mind, but the body has on our goals. So a lot of us have been saying affirmations, doing positive things, oh, this is what I want. But the allergies and addictions are in our body, not our mind. So this is not a intellectual process, okay?
What?
We're going to use a series of discovering where it's at in your body using clinical kinesiology, otherwise known as muscle testing. And what it is for those who don't know, your body will have reactions to everything. Right now, I'm speaking and everybody's having reactions. Language, 7% is verbal. 7%. Okay? 55% is non-verbal.
Oh my God,
55%.
oh my God, oh my God.
And the other percentage is tone. I always forget my numbers on that. But the other percentage is tone. So if you're trying to get your goal, but you're only speaking it, 7%, but your body is speaking louder and repelling it with another message that says, I can't do it, it's too hard, I'm not worthy, I'm not good enough, I can't do this, I've tried before, I've failed, I've sacrificed my family. Guess what? Those are the allergies and addictions that will dictate your results. And before now, we don't think it's a choice. But today, I want you to get your choice back. Everybody. Down for that? Okay. So, he's like, I'm done. See ya. All right. I know, right? Right? Okay. So I've got a few $100s here. What's your money goal?
I want to at least triple my business.
Oh, sweet. Here we go.
In the next 7 months.
Here you go. Speak into that.
Hey, good evening, or afternoon, everybody. What was the question again?
What is your money goal?
My money goal is to make enough money where I don't have to worry about what's coming in every month, making my bills.
He said triple. He was a triple.
Fulfill my retirement, home renovations, the everyday life stuff.
Okay. So be able to make more money doing something else so you can leave the business?
Well, I'm not in a multi-level marketing company. I'm in a mortgage industry.
Okay.
So I know a lot of these principles transfer over to any business.
Great.
So I'm here to learn all the values, the principles, the purpose.
And you want to triple what you're doing?
And I want to triple what I'm doing. I have the expectations to do so.
Okay, cool. So in terms of skills, you feel like you got that? Like, hey,
yes.
I kind of know the things? Perfect. In terms of working hard, you got that?
No problem.
Okay, so perfect. Let's check some stuff. So we'll go ahead and set
oh my
this
God,
over
oh my
here
God,
for
oh my God.
All right, so watch this. Now, I'm going to use money as a representation, but you can do this with words. You can literally write words on papers. You could have him say certain things, and his body will do different things, and yours are too. So he's just a representation of the whole. So I want you to hold your arm out nice and strong.
Which one?
Either one. All right, no shoulder problems or anything?
No, I'm
All right.
totally happy.
Perfect. All right, so resist. Don't let me push down. Okay, hold strong. Good. Okay, so just like that, we're going to press the same amount of strength. Okay? All right, just like that.
That's
okay?
not how you're supposed
so
to do it.
When I'm going to do something, yeah, you can set it down for now. So I want you just to look at $100. Okay? Yep. So hold your arm out strong. Hold. Good. So look at the 100. Hold. Good. We're going to do 200. Hold. Good. We're going to do 300. Hold. Good. We're going to do 400. Hold. Good. Think about 1,000. Hold. Good. 10,000. Hold. 10,000. 10,000. 10,000. Okay. So all of a sudden, a shift. So when you work with different quantities of money, every quantity of money has a different set of beliefs behind it. So if I'm like, oh yeah, his mind's like, oh yeah, $300-400, sweet. But as soon as it hit 10,000, interesting. Something came up, which is a fight-flight response in the body, causing the body to go weak. Now, that sucks, because if you're trying to go get a goal and you're not fully empowered, then you're going to start wandering for 40 years. And it's going to suck. So I'm going to teach you a really weird technique. Is it okay? It's weird? Okay, it's simple. It's simple. So it deals with breath.
Why is this blurry?
In through the nose, out through the mouth, panting like a dog and smiling. And it's weird, I get it. The science behind it, though, is this. When you're in that fight-flight response, the first thing to go is your breath. When you're being threatened, what do? You tighten. Your breath goes. So the first thing to go is breath. So actually the breathing will start to get you back in control of the fight-flights. And then what we're doing is, as I'm tapping, we're causing micro traumas down the spine. And I'm going to teach you guys how to do it on yourself here. And I'll even share with you guys a whole course that you can get so you can master this. Because I only got 6 minutes left. Oh my gosh. So we got to do this. And so if you guys want, I'll share with it. I'll give you my books and everything so you can learn. Okay? But I want to show you this. So, where was I? Okay. Oh yeah, tapping, breathing. So tapping causes the micro traumas. So it's like throwing a rock in the water.
Me, I'm sorry.
Which is what we're doing right now. Big trauma, boom. Past pains, past separations, things that aren't good, big trauma. Micro little traumas. Sorry. Doing it. Don't have time to get into all of it, but it changes.
That was embarrassing.
And that's how people literally have changed from, I had a guy who had a cardiac arrest, over 5 years of symptoms, couldn't walk left or right without falling over, shifted within less than an hour. I had someone who was stuck at 6 figures a month, after aligning, doubled that, and became #1 top 3 affiliates for Russell Brunson and Grant Cardone the next month, after shifting, and didn't think it was possible. So what you think is impossible, whether it's health, wealth, or relationships, could be just one thing away from you. One shift to get into your state of power. Okay? All right, let's do this. So think of $10,000. Hold strong. 10,000. 10,000. Okay, good. All right, so you're going to breathe in through the nose. In. Think of $10,000. Out through the mouth. In through the nose. All I am is tapping down. If you're going to do it on yourself, you're going to do it like this. Okay? But you'll do it like this. Okay? So I'm going to do it on him. In through the nose. Out through the mouth. In through the nose. Think about $10,000. Out through the mouth. In through the nose. Out the mouth. It's super simple. Pant like a dog. This is my daughter's favorite part. 3 times and then smile. Okay, now watch. Check it out. Shit. So hold strong. Hold. Think about $10,000. 10,000. Hold. Okay, now, as cool as that is, let's check some other things. Think about tripling your income. Okay, so hold out strong. Say, I'm ready to triple my income.
I'm ready to triple my income.
I deserve it.
I deserve it.
Okay. I deserve it. Good. Breath in.
Oh my God.
Out. In. See, my past. Keep
Team, we are
out. In. I'm going to try to do it while speaking. In the past, I would have. Never mind. This is too complicated. All right, Pat. We got to speed it up. I only got 4 minutes. And smile. Okay. I deserve it. Think about tripling your income. Hold.
I deserve it.
Good. I am ready now. Hold.
I am ready now.
Good. I can choose to triple my income. Hold.
I can choose to triple my income.
I have the support to triple my income. Hold.
Support to triple my income.
Are you married?
Yes.
Think of your wife and tripling your income. Hold.
I have a wife and I'm going to triple my
income. Okay. Think you have kids?
No.
Okay. Think of past losses. Have any losses or anybody done that?
Let's go.
Okay. Triple your income. Think of those losses. Hold.
Triple my income.
Ooh. All right. So every single thing will have a different reaction. The crazy thing is each part of his body will have different reactions too.
Oh my God.
We could check his heart, his adrenals, everything would have a different reaction. So even though he might be strong on 10,000, maybe his heart's different. And the key is to reprogram all parts of your body so that you can be in a state of power consistently. Then you can make changes and you can be at full cause again. Isn't this cool? Is this cool or what? Yeah, so let's do that. What was it? We did it on loss. Okay, think of the loss. Think of the loss. Think of the loss. Okay, think about tripling your income with that loss. Out, in. So if you're doing it on yourself, it's this way. Pant. I know, super goofy. I'd rather do goofy things and be rich than judge myself and be broke. All right, smile. Good. All right, hold strong. Think about the loss. Think about tripling your income. Hold. Boom. Okay, so even just doing that, how do you feel going through that? Think about tripling your income.
I feel very happy about that.
Isn't it cool?
Yeah, it's dope.
Boom. Give him a huge round of applause. Okay, so I have something for you. Okay, for volunteering, I want to give you my books. So the alignment effect, this teaches the power of aligning. So this is everything that we were doing about fight, flight responses, allergies, and addictions. So you get that?
What?
The enrollment effect, this is teaching
Y'all should
if
have
you
ass
want
math
to
now.
do better at selling, things like that, connecting
see.
how to make more money. This teaches the skills. So this is the top of the equation. This is the bottom of the equation.
Which one should I read first?
The bottom. Read the bottom. Okay. Yep. Okay, that, and I got a gift for everybody. This is in the back room at the tables. This is one of my creeds. I choose to live by faith. When I set goals, I nail them in days and weeks instead of months or years. I live with no regrets as every decision I make turns into pure gold. I don't wait to find a passion. I live my life passionately. I lead by example and confront everything I fear or avoid. I banish shame, I banish blame and guilt and take full responsibility for my results. I am empowered to do whatever it takes while keeping that which is most sacred to me, especially your families. And I fight for my cause. I am a warrior. I am unstoppable. So, this is for you.
Thank you so much.
And $100 to remember this process by. And I want to gift you. I have a program that I'm going to share with everybody if you would like to take this. How do I get this on the slide here? We'll see. I think I pushed this button. There you go. So, I'm going to gift you this for free. Everyone else, I want to give you the opportunity to do this today as well. The first 200 get both of my books. They're in the back. So, you're going to get a 3-day virtual event to learn this process. To get your goal, your number one, and reprogram over the next 3 days. Then,
where's
a
Danielle
power prayer
Ryan?
process that completely changed my life.
Oh my God.
An intuitive alignment, a tracker, and I'm going to gift you like 6 bonuses. One, we're going to do a session on Monday doing $10,000 and $1 million and going through and reprogramming your body on money. Okay? So that'll be a group session for all those who want to sign up. It'll be on Monday, virtual. It'll be recorded if you can't make it. So instead of having to pay $3,000 for everything, I was talking to Ray. Ray said I could gift you guys this for $97, and that'll get you all access to a 3-day virtual event to learn how to reprogram your body. We'll have the session on Monday, and you'll get 5 different alignments on health, wealth, and relationships. I'm over time, 50 seconds. Thank you guys so much for being here. If you'd like to sign up, go to the back, show them that you filled it out. They'll give you your books. There's 200 available. So go to the back, show them that you signed up. They'll get you your books. Thank you so much. Awesome job, dude. Well done. Yeah, and just reach out to support.
Woohoo! Good job, Tyler. Awesome. Is he amazing or what?
What the hell?
Oh my gosh, I have a funny story for you guys.
Is this Jessica Higdon?
You know, I'm always like just along for the ride when it comes to Ray. And sometimes I have no idea who he's going to hire next or what he's studying next, what he's learning next. It's always a toss-up. And so he comes into our pantry, and I'm doing some stuff. I'm getting ready with a meal. And he comes into the pantry. He's like, all right, don't ask any questions, but we're going to do a little exercise. And I'm like, okay. He like practices stuff on me when I don't know it's coming. And he's like, all right, I want you to say this statement. And it's like something like, I am a powerful woman or something like that. And I'm like, okay.
Ass Math is an abacus with peach emojis on it for math that doesn't math. So I'll try to make a better one a little bit later.
And I'm going to pat your head from the back. And I'm like, what? And so I'm like, okay, don't ask questions. So I'm standing there like, what the heck is going on? But you know what? After he did that, I was like, wow, yeah, like
in the Facebook group.
I feel a little different. And then I went through some of Tyler's courses and his material, and oh my gosh, he has figured out how to neurohack the body and the system to align yourself for more wealth, more happiness, and more joy and alignment with God. He is amazing. So big round of applause for Tyler. He's incredible. And I have some announcements for you guys, so don't go anywhere just yet. SVIP Luncheon is in Cypress 1. Okay, we're going to come back here at 1:55. Huge thank you to our sponsors. Make sure to visit them in the back. These tools that we have put together for you, you know, we don't, just so you know, so you're aware, we don't allow every sponsor that wants to come in and be a sponsor here. We don't allow every sponsor in. These are people that we believe can help you, that we've used ourselves, and that are just incredible companies. So make sure that you check out those tools. And then we are running low on these beautiful backpacks. Can you guys tell me what my favorite color is? Yeah. Champagne pink to be exact, but we got to spice it up. Champagne pink. So we put together these fun things. Me and Tyler have so much fun with this stuff, guys. I love seeing you wear it. It looks so beautiful on you and so handsome as well. And it just represents such a beautiful, amazing thing. So we put together this makeup bag bundle for you ladies. And inside, you have a devotional and this prayer bracelet together, and it's $45 for the 3 of these. Usually if you were to buy them separately, it's $60. So we put this little package together for you, and the devotional has just incredible mantras that you can say and remember each and every day. It comes in your little bundle here. And this prayer bracelet, it says faith on it, but I wear mine every day, and this is where we came up with the concept, because I literally wear this bracelet every single day on my own. And so we wanted to create one just like it. And this bracelet has 7 strands for 7 days of the week. And I swear, when I'm not wearing it, I feel differently. And so every morning, it's right by my rings. It's right by my wedding rings. Every morning, I pick up this bracelet, and I remember to have faith for the day. It's got a little cross on it, and it says faith, because this is faith over fear, right? Whatever that means to you, and it may mean something different to you. Whatever you're going through in your life, having faith always means something different for the individual. And then last thing I'll mention is we're running low on these, and these come from the same manufacturer that manufactures some of the highest end backpacks, duffels, purses that you know of, and I can't mention the name from here, but Tyla is very well connected in there. So this same material, same type of bag, you'll spend $300 to $400, if not more, in a Nordstrom store. We have these 1 for $89 or 2 for $150. It's the same exact bag as some of those high-end retailers.
It can't be.
But yours says something cooler. It says faith on it, and you can put yes, right? So make sure you grab those before they're out, because I know I'm going to get people running up to me like, there's no more. Are you going to make these again? And the answer is no. This is for people who are at the event or online.
What is wrong with back of her jacket?
So just wanted to mention that. Okay. We are coming back here at 1:55 at the lunch break. We've had some very powerful speakers this morning. And, you know, we all know the saying, how you show up for one thing is how you show up for everything, right? There's so much truth to that. So at the lunch break, I want you to write down a redefined goal. One thing, one intention that you have that you want to create, you want to attain, or you want to receive before you leave here this weekend. Tomorrow we have Maxwell. We have some incredible speakers after lunch. We're really just getting started in here. And I shared this in the SVIP lunch, but whenever you come into a room, we always have an intention of what we think we came here to get, right? I came here to make an extra $10,000 a month. I came here to repair a relationship with my dad, whatever that is. Just be open to whatever has come since then, because what you came here for and what you actually need may be two very different things. And that may have shifted for you in this last few days, in this last day and a half, right? So true. So make sure you write that down. Really think about that question. Marinate out that question. We'll see you back here at 1:55 sharp. We have an amazing speaker coming up next. I love you guys, and I'll see you in the SVIP lunch. Bye for now.
Oh my God. I don't even know what to say. I'm going to put a be right back screen up because we're just going to make one stream for today. I don't understand the cut in the back of her blazer, but that's fine. I don't get it from a design perspective. I don't understand. So we have 1 hour and 8 minutes and 26 seconds to get back here. Where are downloads? I'm going to put the be right back screen up, and I will do my timer on the screen. And I'm going to bring my dad in and mute myself so we can do something. We're selling my house, so I'm going to do that. Go scrub your brains. Okay, let's see. Be right back. Download. 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 All right, so this is as good as I can do it. So I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to put an animated screen on. This, add animated overlay. Perfect. And then, let me put a counter. How much time do we got left? So 1 hour, and then we'll come back in 7 minutes. Loop. Okay. 60. 1 0. All right, I'm gonna mute myself, and I'm gonna turn. There we go. All right. I will try to put music on if I think about it, but I'm gonna leave it up.
And when you walk in that purpose with God leading the way, you are capable of the most incredible things, of amazing things, of all the things. And so I just love how he shares that story, how he illustrates that. Very meaningful again. Again, I think that's another sort of central theme that we've had in the last day and a half is the idea of, I mean, we've had it at events before, Nicole, the concept of small hinges moving large doors.
Yes.
It's recurring again this year. It's just such a powerful one to consider.
It is, and it kind of ties into yesterday when someone said, you have one director in your life and you are not it.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
I thought that was so powerful. Angela's saying, I dream, I fight, I finish. You love me some Justin Prince.
Yes, JP. Yeah, he's the man.
One man, and God is the majority. Yes, it's incredible.
You are the one.
You are the one. Absolutely, absolutely. I actually hugged that man's neck today, and all I could actually feel were like the
lats and biceps.
That man is like, wow.
Yeah, he's jacked, man. His bicep literally is like about that big around.
It's ridiculous, but it's his lats though. I was like, what the heck? Anyway, it's just when you're around.
They're all jealous now that we actually got to feel JP's lats, and I got to put my hands around his biceps. I'm like, what's going on with the gun show, JP?
And he allowed it with all joy. He's an amazing guy.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So I hope you enjoyed that. We did have some spectacular speakers this morning. We love that Jenny was able to open for Ray with such grace and love for Ray. I mean, anyone that is close to Ray knows, and they've had the blessing of realizing how much he really cares and fights for them, and fights for their cause. And so I love being able to hear their stories. They never get old. They never get old.
And some first-time speakers who did so incredibly well, like
Carrie Marie
Vaughn, our girl. She was so awesome. She got the crowd frenzied and excited, which I love. Did you love Carrie Marie? Drop some love. And Tina Rose Huerman, I think this was probably her first time. I mean, she shared a little bit yesterday, but her first time taking the stage privately by herself.
It was, and she was fantastic, and she had such passion and zest for life. And with her tragic story, so much good is coming out of it. God is using her story. God is helping her grow and touch other mothers, because we've had a lot of people touch on that. Bryn Lang touched on this yesterday, and Tina Huerman touched on it today, and it's the mom guilt. Drop a 1 if you guys have had that with your business. Let's hear you. If you've had the mom guilt, where you feel like you're working too much on your business and you're not spending enough with your kids, or you feel guilty because you're spending time with your kids and you want to work on your business. How many times have we done that?
Right.
How many times have we done that? And it's perfectly normal, because when you're passionate about helping others, it's just a matter of understanding this is really big. Ready for this? Ready for this? Ready for this? There's no such thing as balance at all. There's no balance, and that's okay. That's okay. What we do is we pivot, we learn, we go, and each day is going to be a new day, and we grow from everything that we either fail at or we even succeed at, and we just continue to get better. And at the end of the day, the last thing that's the most important thing is that we're present with the people we love the most. That's the most important thing. So we just learn to build around that. We've heard a lot of that in these stories here.
Yeah, I love it. And it's such a big mix of different messages, but so many underlying themes. So I would love to know. Keep dropping those comments. Let us know. Carrie Marie was awesome.
Michelle said Tyler Watson was amazing. Loved his energy, and
was an agent for change.
Sorry, my eyes are bad, y'all. Yeah, very good. My biggest takeaway, Sophie, was this today. Here it is. My biggest takeaway this morning was massive. I'm reading it.
I was brought to my knees and prayed for real outside my faith. Does that say outside?
Yeah. Real. I can't.
Felt it in my soul.
Right.
Cried a different kind of tear. Cried a different kind of tears. That's powerful. Wow.
That's incredible. Thank you for sharing that.
That really highlights. I've never heard anybody say it like that before.
Kind of tears.
I cried a different kind of tears. That's super powerful.
Heidi says, I will really reflect on what I am driven by out of those 3 things.
Oh, she's Jewish and she prayed to Jesus.
Wow.
You're going to make me and Nicole cry.
I'm already crying because I have a sinus infection, y'all, so don't get me started, Sophie. Wow. Sophie, you have our prayers, dear. You have our prayers.
Okay, I'm going to stop.
You have our prayers.
Wow.
That's amazing, and thank you for sharing that with us. Well, see, this is the thing about this event. We were saying this yesterday. God has intentions for you, right? You brought your own intentions. But again, there's only one director. And when we really practice that surrender, there are going to be things that we feel that may not actually feel normal.
Aw, baby. Big hugs for Mama.
Oh, look at that. Sweet girl.
Hi, sweetie. Aw.
We're enjoying you loving on your baby girl. Oh, my goodness.
That's so sweet.
I love that.
So one of the things that I, thought we might end up bringing up on stage, but we'll bring it up on the virtual stage because y'all are super important. Some of you may feel some resistance to what you're hearing. It's interesting. It was a big leap of faith. It wasn't a small step. It was a big leap of faith for Ray to completely change the direction of Rankmakers Live to become Faith Over Fear Business Summit. And we included Business Summit in the title intentionally because it really is about marrying your faith and your faith walk with your business journey. And the fact that the two things are not really designed to be mutually exclusive, that God does desire us to live in purpose and have abundance. It's not like our purpose is to be here and be miserable. There are obviously challenges and obstacles, but I think sometimes it's difficult for people to reconcile those two things. So there's that. But the other thing is, some of you might be here because you've been following Ray a long time and you're really from the season of Rankmakers Live and you're really about building your business. And you might be thinking, it's a little bit too much on the faith side for me. I'm not really sure how I feel about this. There's a lot going on and maybe not as much strategy yet, or like you may be feeling a little bit of resistance. I just want you to ask yourself where that resistance is coming from, why you feel that resistance, because you are here for a reason. I don't believe in coincidence. I believe that if you made the effort to put your life on hold temporarily to be here and be present, there's intention there. And so you're here with intention and purpose, and there's a reason. So where is the resistance coming from? And what is the next best step that you can take? What is the message that's meant for you? Because there are a lot of speakers. There is a lot of information being shared. And it's not even possible for you to absorb all of it and know what to do next. But there is a message that is meant for you, that you are here, that you are supposed to hear. And what is that message for you?
And it can be very few words, kind of like with Tina Furman. If you quit drinking, I will bring you abundance. And it reminds me of St. Augustine when he said, God, I really want to surrender everything to you, but not yet. Not yet. And he ended up being one of the biggest doctors of the church.
Right.
So with all of that said, there's going to be a message that is meant for you.
Yeah.
So just keep surrendering your heart, opening your heart, and listening to God and what he's intending for you to hear, because it is going to be that message for you that he's bringing to your heart, because each and every one of us is an individual, and he sees us as his child, and he loves us each so very much. So that unconditional love, just surrender to it.
Yeah. And so
just keep listening to that message. We are still bringing those tips, though, y'all.
Yeah.
And don't forget, these two ladies are going to be on the stage in a little bit. We're going to be bringing the fire, too.
We're going to bring some strategy. So don't you worry. You're going to get some strategy. But just if you're feeling that resistance, we want you to know that we understand that. We see you. It's normal. Sit in it. Be okay with it. Just let it be. Okay?
This event
just let it be.
Begun. We have a friend that's coming up on the stage now.
Special guest time.
This is Reggie Flowers.
Yeah.
You cannot forget this man's story. It's incredible. So powerful. We are so grateful.
And you have, be careful. He's a little bit pretty. He's a little bit pretty. So I'm gonna try and keep cool. I'm gonna fan myself over here. Hold on.
She's too nice.
She's ridiculous.
Too nice.
She's ridiculous. I love it, Reggie.
Yes,
Tell us a little bit more about
you.
We would love to hear a little bit more about, let me ask you a very personal question.
Sure,
After
sure.
everything that you've been through,
Yes.
when did God call you to start sharing this message on stage?
It actually happened September 7th of 2014. And there was an encounter right at our local grocery store, and I referred to this woman as the parking lot evangelista.
Oh, wow.
And her name was Bridget. She stopped me. I was with my 1 and 2 year old at the time, and she had a message for me. And that message really told me that God really loved me. It was a prophecy, and when I fast forward to today, I would say about 90% of what she shared thus far has come to pass. And the primary message was, you're going to be at the top of business at some of the highest levels, bringing people closer to God. And when I look at the companies, so, I started at 19 as a network marketing, became a professional, invested 11 years in the industry, transitioned to consulting, that led to then getting into financing and investing in companies. I enjoyed the construct of looking at how I looked at an organization, transferring that same energy to a corporate organization, developing an organization, creating better culture in those organizations so that when people thrive, companies thrive.
Right.
And so for the better part of the last 7 years, I've been doing that, but then that nudge came back around when Holy Spirit was letting me know, like, listen, you have a responsibility, and although you're helping people within, but the broader view needs to happen too. And that's when Kingdompreneur Mentor, which is a faith-based organization that I launched, really helping people experience God's unfair advantage. That's its whole focus.
I love that.
And when I look at my journey, that's what it's been, a truly aligned unfair advantage. The business that has come, the increase, even the storms, the way we weather those storms with grace and mercy has been a result of our Heavenly Father.
I love that, Reggie. What a beautiful answer. I have one more question, if you don't mind.
No, of course. Yeah.
So with the abundance and prosperity that we see, especially in you and a lot of the speakers here, do you teach on or touch on giving back and how to do that through God and through the gifts that He's given you?
So that's such a great question, and here's why. Because I was just talking to my dear friend about that. I feel as though that we should take out the word back and just say we give.
I like that.
So removing back, because we're just giving, right? Because those who are in need, what do they really give us, right?
Yeah.
So it's really just us giving and doing what God really called us to do, which is to have overflow so that we can be of service. And I think that, here's an example. So I have my 10, 11-year-old. They started a business this summer. I gave them an idea, and I said, look, guys, in our community, the construction workers are going to get hungry at lunchtime.
Yeah.
I said, so they can either go up the street, or you can invest some of your money, buy some hot dogs, hamburgers, and create some combos. And they did that. And in the first week, they made over $700.
Holy cow!
Working 2 hours a day.
Wow!
And then as soon as
That's some good coin.
I know, that's big money.
they made thousands of dollars just working 10 hours a week.
That's awesome.
Oh my goodness.
But when it was time for us to take out expenses and they were left with their profit, they committed 10% to Gleaner's Food Bank.
Wow.
So giving is something that we want to formulate from the bottom with serving our children. We do it. St. Jude's. There's a lot of different great organizations that we support. And I feel financing the kingdom is a result of that. So Kingdompreneur is on a mission to help take what we've learned in traditional corporate financial structures, raising millions, hundreds of millions. If we can do that to buy real estate and buy companies, why can't we do that to be of value to the kingdom?
Yeah.
And so teaching people those constructs, those structures, so that they can learn how to really understand the money language at a higher level.
So important.
Then they can give more freely and be excited about their giving.
I love that.
And before we continue, I just want to let everyone know that I am truly grateful for, Ray and Jessica Higdon. I mean, Ray and I had a conversation, and he pulled something out of me that I didn't even recognize was there, which is you have a powerful testimony for grief. Never considered it because I lived it.
Wow. I mean, you never considered that.
No, it never crossed my mind. There was no association. And so I just want you all to know that Ray is someone I've had a deep level of respect and value for. Respect his mind, his ingenuity, his sophistication, and even his approach. And I had a small events company. I was a minority owner in a company called Top Summit, and that's where I first met Ray. We had him come, and Rachel Hollis, spoke at one of our events. And I just watched his grace even then before he gave himself to the Lord. And now see him today, and I just said I had to support him.
Yeah.
He was always a hero of mine secretly, Ray, in case you didn't know that. and now I'm grateful to be here with you all.
That's so cool. So I just have a couple of quick ones. I don't know if it'll be a quick answer, but first of all, I love what you said about just giving, not giving back, because it insinuates that we only give because we received and thus we're giving back. So I like that clarification. Yes. But the two things that really stick with me as somebody who had personally a troubled faith journey at times, right? Yes. So one thing was I was totally struck by how you managed to continue to walk in unfaltering faith in the face of everything you were dealing with when your wife was ill and everything else that transpired. So touching a little bit on how does a person tap in, like say for example, there were periods of my life where I felt like I couldn't hear the voice of God.
Yes.
So if somebody is in that position and they're like, how do I continue to just walk in faith when I'm not even sure if he's paying attention to me at all?
Yes.
Like I would love to hear your thoughts on that. And the second thing, if you have time, is somebody who's not sure how to reconcile wanting to build a big business and feeling okay with that in their faith.
Yes.
The two things actually can go together.
Yes.
A little bit on that.
So I think one of the quickest answers is back when I recognized through the disruption in my life. Sometimes the disruption in your life is the identifier that God loves you, right? It's kind of like shaking up the eagle's nest or stirring up the eagle's nest. So my business started to go on a decline, and it didn't make sense, right? I was proficient, I was effective, but it would still stay decline. And it caused me to have to realize that, okay, I'm gonna fix this, I can fix this, and I could not fix it. And when you realize you couldn't fix it, then you come to the realization that this is a God moment, that he's working to get my attention. And so I think we all get to a place where if we're wise enough, or at least astute enough to say, this is now beyond me, and I need to now look elsewhere. And that elsewhere was redirecting my path back to him because my voice became too loud, right? So that's what happens is your voice becomes too loud, and then you become the I got this, I'll do this, they are doing this to me, right? It's all outward, there's no internal. But then when he pauses it, so you have to look at the disruption that happened or is happening in your life, and that's also a great identifier letting you know that I probably need to pivot and move closer, because it's like any relationship, if we're not communicating, you can't hear me.
Right. Yes, that's true. Yeah.
So we got to communicate with one another, and then you have to come to me because I am the all, I'm the beginning, I'm the end. So I'm not going to move to you, I'm going to nudge you, but you got to come to me. I had to do that. If you look at your walk, you had to do that. Anyone had to move closer, and as we moved closer, then we were able to begin to see those principles, those promises, those patterns begin to emerge because we moved closer.
Makes sense.
And then the reconciliation of building a big business. Well, the great thing about life is the word big is relative. And so sometimes when people hear other people's visions and they're massive in scale and they believe that that's beyond them, I became I started studying billionaires because I started watching that there was a pattern. And part of that was because I had a really big goal, which is being able to finance a private education to help people move into children, primarily from K to 12. I wanted to help them move what I refer to as alternative learning. So the emotional intelligence, some of the skill sets that we don't get in our traditional setting. And it was hard to find financing for that. So that became my big why. And when I looked at the patterns of those who achieved great, all I recognized was one of the common denominators was they had a higher pain tolerance. And so sometimes
It's true. I get that.
We just have to increase our capacity.
Right.
You have the capability, but it's the capacity that's limiting them. So if people focus on getting around mentors such like yourselves to expand your capacity, then all of a sudden that comfort zone begins to stretch. And anytime you're giving birth, right? I'm not a woman, but we know
Still, of course.
there's this discomfort.
Right.
But
It's a little uncomfortable.
But the yielding of that birth is beautiful.
Right.
And so we just have to sometimes remember that. And truly, when you trust God, He's going to put you in places that you don't feel qualified to be in. But He doesn't call the qualified; He qualifies the call.
Yeah.
And so,
I love that. I love that. Thank you. It's
powerful.
It is. There's so many nuggets. It's a good thing we have this recorded because that's one of those ones you got to listen back to again and again and again.
It's fantastic. We appreciate you, Reggie. Thank you for all you do, and you will stay in our prayers. And we hope to have a closer relationship with you and Ray. So
we will make sure we find a way to do that.
Absolutely. Thank you for everything that you're doing. We really appreciate you.
Bye, everyone. Take care.
Hi. Wow. I love it when I get to ask my own questions. You get to ask your own questions.
I love that. But, you know, a lot of what he said was very humbling. It was very humbling.
Yeah.
It's like being able to give back. And I like that he took the word back out of it. And just think moving forward, understanding that there's no pain in giving. And sometimes you may think so, but there's so much growth and
keeps coming back and back and back. I like how he sort of very gently called me out.
And when what?
Well, inadvertently. Just basically the message I got from him is that sometimes my...
Thank you. Muted. I took a Benadryl. I may have to end up ending the stream if I get too tired, and give it over to Jessica if she's still here in StreamYard. But I might be fine. So, this is just like filler time so people can feel like they're participating in the conference, and I don't know if it's exactly... Oh my gosh, Pugsley is living his best life. Literally mic fail. Oh my god.
we always judge ourselves, and we never feel good enough, and we're not.
Right.
We're not.
Well, no, none of us is.
We don't deserve.
But we're equally not.
Right. But He gives it anyway, and He gives such an unconditional and perfect love, and we can learn from that. But sometimes when we hit rock bottom, we were talking about this earlier today. I was talking to Mariana about this. When you hit rock bottom, either in your faith, in your health, in relationships, the only way that you're going to be able to get through it is looking up. That's it. And that's the only way that looking up is going to provide answers. But more importantly, there's so much peace.
Yes.
There's peace. Yeah. I've seen this happen to so many people where they've lost children. They've lost spouses. They've lost homes. I mean, just tragic things where when you're on the outside looking in that glass house, you wonder how people survive it. But God gives you maybe not an understanding yet, but there is a very powerful peace that allows you to keep moving forward because your journey's not over. It's probably more than likely just beginning.
Yeah. And I see you, Tanya. She says, I'm with you. How do you hear the message? I'm going to touch on that a little bit tomorrow because that's part of my story. And so maybe it will resonate with you. You are not alone. This is a very common thing, especially, and when I was talking earlier about people feeling resistance, sometimes that resistance comes from the fact that you've never been able to hear His voice. That can change. Just stay open. And one of the things that was most powerful for me was to just ask to receive that gift. Ask to receive that gift because God will never push Himself on you. The door is always open, but you have to ask.
Absolutely. And sometimes it's just the acts of giving and loving and having charity for others and actually surrendering to and dying to self. Surrendering and dying to self is one of the biggest gifts that you can give yourself. It's not always easy, but there's so much peace that comes with it. Now, we don't have much time, so I did want to talk about some swag we have because it's really cool.
Okay. I don't want to listen to them right now since we're going to have to listen to more stuff going forward. I hopefully am going to be able to get 2 or 3 more of these done this weekend. I started this not last night, but the night before. And I was like, why didn't you just crochet while you were on stream for 10 hours? Oh my God, it's awful. The H is the Higdon H. So if you've seen Wednesday Addams' sweater vest, it's oversized, obviously. It's 4 blocks wide and 4 blocks. And so I'm making them big enough so it'll be the same proportions on me. I'm obviously a lot bigger than Wednesday Addams, but I wanted it to be the same. So I'm making my blocks. I measured my hips. I made the ribbing for the bottom. And then initially I had 8 balls of yarn going, doing I was doing all the colors at one time. It wasn't working out. So I took it apart and I'm going to manually stitch these together with a mattress stitch. And I think I'm going to be able to do the V-neck as well. Either I'm going to have to figure out how to do it with knitting or I can do it with crochet only. I'm just talking about nonsense right now. Oh my God, the backpack is awful. Look, even if you don't like luxury bags, I'll tell you this. The older stuff that you can get refinished, like put new leather pieces if the canvas is still intact or if the luxury companies will repair it. So I have a bag from 1990 and I got all of the piping replaced and the leather pull handle replaced and I think the leather tab replaced and I kept the old handles. It's 33 years old and it's like they're saying like, oh my God, this bag's made from really good places. You'd be so surprised it's the same quality. No, it's not. That looks awful. It looks like spray painted rose gold on plastic material. I find it so strange that none of these rank makers talked about Christianity until Ray did. But you know, it's even stranger. I think the most dangerous person in this conference is the muscle testing dude. How do I know what muscle testing is? I used to be very, very, very crunchy. It looks like it came from Claire's. 100%. Also, I know I've muted them. I don't think those are the right types of microphones to have for a conference because they literally pick up everything. They sound terrible. Is she howling? Oh, we still got 21 minutes. I found a different way to do the knit stitch for the Tunisian crochet. This is the back part. It makes a better back part. And then the front kind of looks like a knit. And it doesn't curl, obviously, because it's a crochet. So I almost have enough rows for it to be a true square. And then I can do the rest. And I think I can decrease correctly. Oh, I did that wrong. No, I didn't. I'm pulling this way. just got a gallon of sweet tea and a gallon of unsweet tea, and I'm going to try to reduce some of the sugar I'm drinking, and if it doesn't taste good, I'll just go back to regular sweet tea. I will say, Raising Cane sweet tea beats Chick-fil-A sweet tea every time. If you have texture problems, this alpaca nylon yarn is good. I like cotton yarn too, but this one's like actually soft. So this one, you're going through every front post instead of through it, and it doesn't curl, like it barely curls. You see this? Look, you see how straight that is? It's, and like the ones I've seen before, you stab it through there and you pull it up and then you pull through the top back. This one, you're not stabbing. You are yarn over. Oh my God. You're going to do like yarn over it. Then you push it through the front two that you've created. Then you pull it up so you've created 2 loops. And that's how you continue creating 2 loops, and it creates a very flat deal. I think, here, let me find you the right tutorial. Let's see. I know I saved it to playlists. And I'm trying to save like good Ruby Frankie videos from other people. So like the like news stories, Mormon stories, podcast, stuff like that. So I'm working on that. Tutorial. Work on. Why are these not sort by alphabetical? Okay. How to stitch the herringbone stitch. One unavailable video is hidden. No. Hold on. Okay, it's different though. That's not it. Is this it? This is not it. Where's the one I watched? Watch history. It's going to be all Ruby Frankie. I also like Jenna Phipps. Is it Phipps? I like Jenna Phipps. I must have been watching some of these while I was asleep. Learn how to crochet. No. Some of these must have been playing while I was asleep. Is this it? Nope, this is not it. Where is it? I keep going back to that Brie Bear video, and I look at the comments and I'm like, am I missing something about myself? I still don't agree. Where is it? I've seen the crochet baby sweater. I've seen that one. Let me try to find it. Is this it? This is it. Found it. In the link in the comments of this, Charlene, it'll take you to the full video. This is it. It is the perfect knit stitch for like a crochet situation. One, it's plushy, but you barely get a curl. So like even it barely, you know what I'm saying? Like if I lay it flat, it lays flat. But the back is the best kind of Tunisian back I've seen. It's very flat and it's like dense. Oh God, Jenny, trying to eat a smoothie with a frozen mouth is an adventure. Good luck. I can't believe Jessica Higdon Luxury Real Estate. I thought she was part of a real estate MLM. Is she not? And that's been my frustration with Tunisian is the curling that happens. And I wanted, like, I saw Tunisian and got excited because of this stitch. And it's... No. Are you serious? Yes, I think it's EXP. I love how they're like, oh, little wives, you just go sell houses and be in the real estate industry so you can take care of our kids and sell homes in your free time. Like, God. That's how it comes across to me anyways. Hell yes. Let me see. I'll check it right now. I'm going to go to easy file. Easy. I'm not looking forward to the rest of this conference. Let's see. I think I just got one. Cool. What day is it today? Today's the 8th. Someone submitted something on the 4th. So hold on. Upload forms. I see a file upload. Let me see. I'll look into it, but my power just cut out for some reason. Okay. All right. Reaction video submission. I see it. I see it. Hello. View files online. Where is it? Today? February 15th. Oh my God, download. Do we want to do this tonight? I kind of want to do this tonight. Was it pretty easy? Was it easier than like doing it through Google Drive? I like doing it this way because there's no limit and you don't have to log into Google, and even though it's a little different, I like it. So I don't even know. They're at the It just took a while. Yeah, it's 5 gigabytes. He gave me a big file, which is totally cool. That's why I like Easy File Drop, because it accepts any file size. So, yeah, it does take a while to upload over the internets. I'm like measuring the squareness of this by like folding it over until it makes a complete square, which I think I'm there. Holy moly, I think I'm there. Okay, we've got 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 44, 45. I'm at 45, so it's 50 by 45, and it is a little bit taller than it is wide, so 45 probably is my square. And I just have to figure out how to attach them. I don't know if I need to do a slip stitch all the way around to create the correct thing for the mattress stitch, or if I should just try it. So 45 minutes. Let's go. I'm really excited about it because, like, the idea of being able to take a string and make clothes with it. Also, Charlene, the cat hat is my favorite. I am hella hot, and I was like, I have to wear a sweatshirt tomorrow to feel safer. And so I couldn't wear my hair down and a sweatshirt, so that's why I'm not wearing it right now. You better believe Game Stream is going to have the cat hat. Also, what I think I'm going to do is there's a little insert that I can put in here, and I'm going to make, next time I go to Disney World, I'm going to put Disney ears on top of that insert, like glue them so I can have my Disney ears, but have them be headphones. And then I'm going to make my own, I had to return the other cat ears I had. Hello, Marie. We're just shooting the shit. Thank you to our sponsors. This is the worst sponsor slide of all time. It's not even halvesies. It's nothing's lined up. I have some unevenness in stitches, but I think that's because my inexperience with this, and also I hope that when I block it, it will even out over time. Sending love. We'll be back at round 3. Nikki, thanks so much. Last night I was in my bed. Well, I was awake and like tossing and turning until like 5 this morning, and I was like, should I quit YouTube? Like, what's the point? What good is coming out? And I'm watching people scam the shit out of each other online. I watched like a ton of the case about, I listened to the 911 call from the 8 passengers kid who this neighbor helped after he escaped. And I listened to Natalie, the lawyer chick, and Jordan and McKay. I listened to Mormon Stories, and I'm like, holy shit. It's like so heavy. It's like, am I doing good like they're doing good in the world? I don't know. Probably not. It's like, oh my God, she's wearing her jacket. Oh, she did another one. It looks good. The screen recording looks incredible. How did you get this high of a quality of a screen recording? Oh, I did, Elaine. It wrecked me. And the one thing I did like about listening, and I think I linked, Natalie is a criminal defense attorney, and she is like, you could see her crying as she's listening to it, and she's like, just so I don't fully like fall apart, I'm going to go through what I know in my area of focus. And she was going through about what could and couldn't be used at trial, and it was like, okay, helping pull us out of like the devastation of this. It's so good, Hannah. It's crispy. It's so crispy. We got our keyboard. Do y'all want to do bomb party tonight? You educate and we go out and do stuff and educate who go out. Thanks, Ashley. You just something you think about, and then I was like reading all the comments on Brie Bear's video, and I was like, You know, when you think, you have that thought of, oh, we just lost a follower. Dang it. Someone unsubscribed. It's okay. We'll get back. Oh.
And not grow weary, they will walk and not grow faint. And that is a promise that as we wait on God, as we fix our eyes on Him, we will rise on eagle's wings and we will soar. Here I remind myself what you said over me. Here I remind my soul who you are.
Do y'all want to listen to the music, or do you want to mute this until they're finished? Because I don't know if my ears, I wish I was not like this. I played piano for a long time, and my ears are just not good right now. I've listened to really good people sing, and the piano player's okay, not bad at all, but I'm going to here's all my medical history. I'm going to the ENT on Monday because my ears are scabbing and bleeding on the inside, and I've been on 2 rounds of antibiotics, and that's not fixing the problem. So, hello! Yes, we've been here for such a long time. This is only Secret Squirrel Squad, so we've been having a stream-a-thon. Here's the cool thing. If you want, if you're thinking about streaming and you have a Mac computer, and it's just going to be you doing stuff, Ecamm is the way to go. And if you are trying to transition from, no working knowledge to be able to stream, StreamYard is first, maybe initial, but Ecamm is the best. It's the most, you can do anything in Ecamm except have a guest because the echoing is hell. My 5-year-old just had ear tube surgery. Maybe I need that. I haven't. It's on the inside of them. So I have psoriasis. Is it psoriasis? I don't know. I have psoriasis on the back of my neck and behind my ears. It's not flared up right now. But I don't know what's wrong on the inside, but they are just, I don't know. I was so that's why wearing the in-ears is a no-go right now because it's so painful to have the in-ears in. And the over-ears is all I can do right now. I don't know. I'm just yeah, let's go to the doctors. Let's get stuff cut off. And, dermatologist got my stitches out. Back sealing up. I'm going to the ear, nose, and throat doctor. My mom's going with me, though, for this one. It's weird, you still think, oh my God, I'm still scared to go to the doctor. And you sit with the feelings, and then it's okay, I'm with a safe person, and I can always walk out if I need to. My 18-year-old can't do in-ear at all. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with it. Happens to people with hearing aids. Oh my God! You're inspiring me to go to get the doc? Hell yes. Okay. That is why. Thank you. I know. Listen, I was proud of myself, and I know I'm as Ray Higdon says, middle age, and I'm doing stuff, and my mom still, the fact that she can still do it, it's I wear my comfy clothes. I wear my noise-canceling headphones. The Bose ones probably are my favorite of all time, but if you have a lot of Mac shit, these ones are really nice too. The fact that you can take them off and it pauses what you're listening to, and I hook it in to my soundboard at the comfort level and like the clean level of like, you can just pop these off and they're magnetic. It's the best. So like you could even, if you work out on them, you could get a separate pair of these, put them in just for working out, and then put these on, just different ones to put on. Is she still singing? God. The Bose ones are good though. I had those for 6 or 7 years, and they finally bit the dust. And then I got these. I did the 12-month 0% payment plan. I'm 37 and I suck at life. I'm about to be 35 and I suck at life as well. I like, you know, you think you're getting older and it's like, oh my God, you've never had kids and just lots of things you think about. And then you're at this freaking conference is twisty as hell. I have a pair of in-ear Bose Bluetooth I use and they always slide out. Over the ear is the way to go, seriously. I think that there's different levels of transparency you can put these in, like being able to have people talk and you can hear them. Like also, why are we talking about this? I don't know. I watch TV at night and Lynn is the one that told me, but I have an Apple TV like little box, and I think this works with any kind of box, but you go in and you can choose the speakers and you can just choose your headphones. So if you've got a partner and they're sleeping, you can watch TV and not have any sound go on. I'm 44 and life is hard. I'm glad you're here, Kate. And I'm glad to know you. I know that's like, oh, parasocial relationships. I'm like, bring it on. Like, y'all are the best. Happy birthday, Michelle. We can all be, you know. Is she still singing? Oh, dear God. The audio here, like the best thing about this is the piano player, honestly. And they made it seem like she was going to be some incredible singer. And I'm like, either the audio is trash or she's not as good as we've been told to believe. Yes, being able, and I think some people's TVs, you can just hook up your any Bluetooth headphone. Oh, that's awesome. I definitely consider this squad friends, parasocial or whatever. I know, it's like moving around, it gets freaking lonely, and it's like sometimes the internet, it's freaking magical and brings people together. She's fine, but she's not great. Yes, I'm not trying to say like, I just thought the way that Ray talked about her this morning, that she was going to be like really good. Like she wasn't going to be flat, or she wasn't going to be like not able to give the power to like the parts of the verses that need it. I don't think, like she keeps pulling herself off the microphone, and it's like, okay. Aren't you supposed to do that with your voice? But what do I know? I was on worship team for 7-8 years at church. Well, 4 years and then 3 years in college. The piano. And that was the worst part. People volunteering for worship. They wouldn't practice. They're either flat or short. Not short, flat or sharp. And it's like, whatever. Maybe this is why I'm not a good participant of the worship team. 53 life is so much better than 20 years ago and hard but enjoyable. Elaine, I fucking love that. My husband and I split a pair of AirPods so we can watch stuff without waking the kids. Lindy, that's so cool. I think you can connect 2 headphones on the Apple TV, and it's so small that like I have an electronics bin I use like when I move around, so all of my techie stuff I always have brought with me. The lights obviously are new, and like my camera and stuff is new, but I can travel and have all my stuff with me that makes me feel like safe and cozy, I guess. She's still singing. I know, I'm being an asshole. I'm sure some people are getting like very moved by this, and there's some people standing up and they're in the rooms. The people who are in, I feel like this was just a big conversion conference, like accept Jesus or else, and it wasn't as much of a business conference.
Meredith Andrews, everyone. Here, come here.
No, thanks. I like her outfit, though.
All right, so I want you guys to pay attention to this.
For sure.
How do they get connected to you? How do they follow your career, your journey, and everything?
Sure. Well, anywhere you listen to music, you can just look up Meredith Andrews on YouTube or Spotify or Instagram or all the things, and all my music is there. I've been doing it for a long time, so there's a lot of songs to get through, so go for it.
Awesome. Give her a hand.
I like her.
Amazing. I'm back there crying. I got to get to work here. Oh man, that's such amazing. Thank you, Jordan. I don't know if Jordan in the house. Jordan introduced us to Meredith. I don't know if I shared this or not.
I love that.
Pastor Allen, did you guys like Pastor Allen? He good? Get you going? He came in and he's like, "That's Meredith Andrews." And I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "She's big time." And I'm like,
she?
"Yeah."
Come on.
It was cute. So,
It's cute.
good lunch. Joint, you with me? Did you have too much sugar? Or did you go keto, bro? Where's my keto bros?
Meredith Andrews.
Yeah, totally keto. Horror bro. Awesome. Very nice. Well, we're just getting started. We got a ton of more value for you.
She's just big in the Christian circles.
Make sure you guys are excited. Okay. So this next speaker, I had her speak at our event last year. Blew me away. Was amazing. And hadn't really, she jumped into our mastermind program and hadn't really, as funny as that sounds, hadn't really talked to her a whole lot. And then I saw her speak again at ANMP, and I'm like, "Hey, you got to speak at our event." And she goes, "No, I got a conflict." I'm like, "We'll see." And so that thing got canceled. God is good. And so here she is. But she's talking, what she is, from my observation, she is the very best I have ever seen about talking about one of the biggest problems in all of business and all of entrepreneurship and all of everything, and that is mom guilt.
Oh, come on.
And it's interesting because I watch our daughter Sabrina, who's a master strategist, wield the weapon of mom guilt so effectively. She's so good at it. Oh, I just see her. What's up? And so it's something that can just suck the life out of your success. It can suck the life out of your presence, your focus, your time. Every win can feel like a loss. Anyone know what I'm talking about? 2 people. Perfect. It's great. Did y'all have like turkey or something? Like what happened here? You know what I'm talking about? Feeling guilty? About business and life balance? All right. And so I saw her speak at A&P, and I'm just like, "Oh my goodness, you got to help us out. You got to help us out with this." And so I asked her to come. She is a rock star. She's the runner of multiple 7-figure businesses. just an incredible individual that's really cracked the code to something that is so difficult for most people to crack, for most people to ever improve at, no matter where they go. So if you improve in this scenario of what she's going to talk about, everything else in your life is going to be fantastic. So please help me welcome Miss Bryn Lang.
Best thing about me.
Oh my God. Can we just mute her the entire time? Bryn Lang is that big? Cute. I wish she was wearing sneakers. If she's wearing sneakers, that's going to be cute. Okay, she's wearing Scooby-Doo kind of shoes. What are those called?
Fun. We're going to liven it up in here. I know y'all just ate a cheeseburger, okay, but Tough Titty said the big fat kitty. You're going to plug in. We're going to have a little bit of fun, okay? All right, let's see what we got going on here. What? Did it? It's not working. My thing's not working. It's a really great picture of me, too. You guys got to see it. It's quite ratchet. I look really ratchet most days, not like this. Oh, my God. In fact, every time I hear Nadia Melton say, oh, you got me a new one? Thank you. Every time I hear Nadia Melton say, you can't sell the dream looking like a nightmare, I'm like, please, dear sweet baby Jesus, I hope she's not watching my stories because it ain't looking good in there. All right, so I'm super excited to be here. My name is Bryn Lang. I actually, whoop, whoop. I'm a whoop, whooper. I actually got started in the network marketing industry back in 2014. And I was a very exhausted, overwhelmed mother, personal trainer, business owner. My husband and I own restaurants, although that's his deal. And I found myself in this space of life where I was just like exhausted, working from like 5 a.m. in the morning till like 8 o'clock at night and dragging my kid in and out of the gym with me. I never saw my husband. And I always said I'd be like super skeptical to something like this. But the right person on the right day at the right time said exactly what I needed to hear. So literally the week before at my boot camp, I was talking about how I had gone to Target to get my kids some new shoes because we all know that they grow out of them so very quickly. And I couldn't afford them. And I was asking myself, can I make his shoes stretch just like one more week? And so I had been complaining about it in boot camp. And a friend of mine came in a week later and he's like, Bryn Lang, dude, I just bought socks without checking my bank account. And I was like, oh, I got to check my bank account to do everything. I have to put $5 of gas in my tank. I got to spend my entire Sundays couponing. And so for the first time in my life, I was open to something different.
Welcome back, Christy.
So I got started in network marketing. I will be absolutely 100%. I sucked balls. We all started to suck. If somebody tells you you ain't going to suck at first, they're lying to you, okay? You got to suck until you suck less, right? We all started to suck. So I sucked. My uplines had no idea what they were doing. I had no idea what I was doing, right? I was just like throwing crap against the wall, trying to figure it out. And I started to realize it was going to be really hard to be a mom, a wife, and try to run a business. So we got us women, we got a lot of stuff on our shoulders, right? We got to cook. We got to clean. We got to do laundry. We got to like make videos, follow up, shave our legs. I mean, I actually shaved my legs for the first time in like 2 weeks yesterday. And it was like going from like a woolly mammoth to like Voldemort's smooth, bald head. And I was like, ooh, that feels good, right? I mean, let's be honest, okay? We got a lot of stuff to do. We got to prospect. We got to lead our teams. We got to make sure our offspring doesn't die. We got to have legit eyebrows. And let's be honest, when the hubby's not tired, we got to drop it like it's hot on request too, right? We got a lot of stuff we got to do. And so I'm like in this space, I'm like, okay, how do I figure this out? And I remember
What
like
the
the
hell's
day
going
when
on?
like, I was just like, oh, I had picked up my kid from after school daycare and I was rushing him. We were getting in the house. I sat him down at the table. I put his homework in front of him. I'm like, I got to get ready. I got this Zoom tonight. I got to make sure I got to get all these people invited to it. So I'm like, I'm messaging on my phone and he's sitting there and he's yelling at me. He's like, Mom, mommy, right? Like it's over. Answer my question. And then I'm trying to make dinner. So I put the rice on the stove and then I'm like, oh my gosh, I forgot to put the stuff from the washer into the dryer. So I run into the laundry room. I'm like, okay, get the washer, put it in the dryer. Okay. And then the smoke alarm goes off. My dog starts barking. My kid starts screaming. And I'm like, how am I supposed to do this? And so I pretty much lived my life like that for the first 4 years of network marketing.
Yep.
I was constantly on the phone. I was always traveling. And 4 years in, I'm at home. My son's at home for the summer. And all day I'm on the phone, every 15 minutes, doing my thing. And my kid keeps tapping me. He keeps tapping me. Mom, pay attention. I got to show you this drawing that I just drew. And I snapped at him. I said, River, leave me alone. I'm working. Anybody ever done that? My kid, he fell on the floor crying because they are a little over dramatic. Let's just be 100
Oh,
here.
shut up.
He fell on the floor crying, and he looked up at me and he said, you don't even love me anymore. You never pay attention to me. And I knew in that moment, things got to change. And so I was laying in bed with my husband that night. And I'm crying, and I'm like, I don't know what to do. I'm certainly not an employee. I can't even imagine going back and trying to have a boss, but I can't keep doing this anymore. And he looked at me, he said, well, honey, I don't know if you should do it anymore because it feels like we're roommates.
Oh, God.
Yeah. And so I hit my knees. I started praying. And I just asked God, what am I supposed to do? Because I feel like I have a mission. I feel like I have something important to do. This is the picture I was going to show y'all. That's real life right there. That's my boy right there. Isn't he cute? He hates that picture. It's why I always use it.
Oh, what an
So does
asshole.
my husband. So in that moment, it became my mission to help all moms that wanted it all. How many of y'all want it all? Yeah, I want it all. Okay? To be able to build a profitable business without sacrificing the things that matter to them most. See, here's the thing. We feel guilty when we're working too much because we aren't spending time with our family. But then we also feel guilty when we're with our family because we aren't working. And it's this terrible cycle. And honestly, something's got to give because we are perpetuating this in our industry.
That's because it's a broken
So here we
compensation
go.
Model.
Step one.
Oh my God, the
One
check marks
screenshot.
are different sizes.
It's time to get intentional. I want that word to be your best freaking friend. Okay? So what do I mean by getting intentional? Most of you are just flying by the seat of your pants all dang day, and you don't even know what's important to you. And so when I finally sat down and I said, Brent Light, what is important to you? I realized that it was my faith, my family, my business, and my health. But at that point, the only thing that was getting my attention was my business. So I had to learn how to get organized with my schedule. I had to learn that I needed to not only schedule myself business hours, people, you should have business hours, okay? But I also needed to schedule in the other things that mattered to me. So then I realized, okay, well, I know what matters to me, but what matters to the people that I love? So I asked my husband, and I asked my kid, and I started having these conversations that changed everything for me. See, my kid's a teenager now. Do you think he wants to hang out with me all the time? He's like, Mom, why are you calling me? It's dinner time. Get your butt down here. Because I'm too lazy to walk upstairs and get him, right? Alexa. Anywho, so he's like, stop using Alexa. I hate that you're right in my room all the time, right? So I realized that I needed to schedule in these things that matter to my family.
Do.
What's one thing that matters a lot to your husbands?
Oh,
I
fuck
started
off.
scheduling the hanky-panky. I ain't even gonna lie. You might go, well, that just seems weird. Yeah, give me some applause. All the men in the room, you're welcome. All your wives can now thank me because I'm your new best friend. Okay? Okay. Right? So I had to schedule in the things that were important to me. I schedule in my workout time. And I'm not on my phone when I'm working out. My kid told me he wants to have time with me every night just in case he wants to talk to me about something. And let me just tell you, when he wants to talk to me about something, I'm going to listen. Right? And so I started prioritizing these things, and I started saying no to everything else that wasn't feeding me in the areas that mattered to me most. And it's hard to say no when you don't know how to say no, but it's a practice, and we get better. Right? Now, I want you to screenshot this. 'Cause a lot of y'all are control freaks. That's why you're in this space. Okay, that's why you burn out, because you control freak. You were red.
Do y'all hear the?
Okay, if someone can do it 75% as well as you can, you need to let them. Okay, let's try something real quick. If you're a mother, stand up.
Yeah, everybody who's not a mother doesn't get to stand
Look around.
Up, so.
Now watch this. Watch this. If you've ever felt guilty for asking for help, sit down. I'm really proud of those y'all. Like, just give them a round of applause. Because it's hard to ask for help. Okay? So step 2 is learning to delegate. Who do you know that can? Write that down. Who do you know that can? Okay? So my bestie for the resty is in the room today, Miss Marina Simone. Stand up for me real quick. I love her. She my baby mama. Just saying.
Do you hear the
Marina, no, stand up. Marina, do you have a nanny? And how many times have you told me how guilty you feel for having a nanny? How many times have people asked you, like, made you feel guilty for having a nanny? Yeah. So there's nothing, she's one of the best moms I've ever met in my life. She is so intentional with her children. But she has a nanny. Why? Because she's a boss babe. She's got 2 multi-7-figure businesses. She needs help. Okay? How many of you feel guilty asking your husband to watch the children? He's not a babysitter. He's their baby daddy.
Well,
and it's just as much his job to take care of those children as it is yours. But you know what? I asked my husband. He's like, well, I've just been waiting for you to ask because I'm scared of you because you're a control freak. I'm the boss. You know what I'm saying? So I just never asked. Okay? What about your leaders? How many of you are delegating to your leaders? You know your job to duplicate is to build other leaders. Are you delegating to them? In my first business, one of my leaders, I asked her, I said, why don't you ever do any of the presentations? Well, why should I? You always do them. No wonder my business was backsliding all the time. Step 3, learn to outsource. What do you absolutely hate doing in your life and in your business? I am all about awareness and all about clarity. I teach something called analyzing backwards every single day at the end of the day. What worked? What didn't? How can I improve? I use this in every area of my life. Well, when I went on this journey, I had said, I got to add a couple things to that. What do I hate doing? Well, I hate cleaning my house. But let's outsource that. Right? Well, there's things I hate doing in my business too. Let's be 100. I don't like messaging all my followers, but you know you need to. I don't like messaging everybody that comments on my stuff on social media. But if you're not doing your job. So where can you outsource in your life and in your business, right? What's draining your energy? Because energy is everything. How are you supposed to do what you're supposed to do if you don't have any? Step 4, learn to automate. I got to give a huge shout out to Donna Valdez. So I listened to her at A&MP. She's going to be speaking here in a little bit. And I am so, y'all, I really think that robots are going to take over the world. And so AI really scared me. I'm like, every day I'm like, I think my computer's going to get legs and get a knife and come kill me in my sleep. Like, don't even lie that y'all aren't scared about this whole AI thing, right? So I heard her talking about all this stuff, and I'm like, she was doing one-on-ones. I'm like, okay, I'm just going to do it. And I was like totally green, and I did it, you guys. And since then, ChatGPT is automating everything for me. It does everything for me. It writes all my posts and my emails and my text message marketing. Like, if you're on my email list, you get emails from ChatGPT. Let's just be 100 here, right? It's writing all my scripts for my team. It's writing all my posts. Like, get in there, introduce yourself to that thing, and just started asking it questions. I was having to pay people like $2,500 a pop to build funnels for me every time I wanted to launch something. I had ChatGPT teach me how to build a dang funnel. Okay? So learn how to automate. Like simple automations. Think about this. How many of you actually have your bills set up on auto pay? How much time would that create you if you didn't have to pay that bill? And if you're worried about the money, then set a dang alarm a couple days before the money's supposed to come out to remind you to check your bank account. Right? Everything that you should do, I want you to write this down. Your thought should be ROIT. In this moment, what is my greatest return on investment of time? Because time is not something that you can get back, okay? So if you're needing to create scripts for a virtual assistant to help you to do something, yes, that takes you a lot of time here, except ChatGPT just made it way more easy, right?
She totally can.
But it created you so much more time in the future because now you don't have to be the one reaching out to those people, and it sounds just like you. Write it down.
Her audio's so bad.
No more burnout. It starts with a decision to do things differently. And you might get some.
Can I just say this? If any of y'all are going to be speaking on a stage and you are very like use your arms a lot, put your microphone on your non-dominant side. So if you're right-handed, put it on your left side. She keeps tapping her microphone because she's going like this with her hand, and it is not that it matters, because maybe some people don't go, I say psycho, don't lose their shit or have meltdowns from sound stuff or get ragey because they keep hearing a click. You think her earring's hitting the mic? Oh, I'd still put it on the other side because she's brushing it.
She said, I knew I needed to sacrifice what I wanted now for what I want later. And I wanted to plug every single person's ear in that room. Now, I am not judgmental. I do not judge. She is welcome to do whatever she wants to do with her life. But that is the message that is perpetuated in our industry, and we need to stop. Yes. So a couple weeks ago, I was asked to speak on a stage that would have been really fantastic for my business. It ended up being on the same day that my teenager, who, like I said, when he wants to hang out with me, I won't hang out with him. My teenager wanted to go to the Goo Goo Dolls concert. And I chose the Goo Goo Dolls concert. Standing next to my 14-year-old, singing Iris at the top of his lungs. Like I felt it all, like I got the chills right now, all the way in my bones that I made the right decision. Because here's the thing, there will always be another conference, another Zoom. But moments like that, you won't always get those moments. Will you have to sacrifice in order to build a large business? Hell yes. But you get to choose what you're willing to sacrifice. Best thing about me.
Oh no, Shelby. How are you doing
Live that life.
after
True.
your pup?
You know, it's one of the things to be invited on a generic stage of another speaker for another event, and as she shared, she actually went to a concert with her son. And I think that's incredible because a lot of people would go, there's no way that I'm going to give up the opportunity to speak on a stage that's that important for fear I mightn't get invited back or whatever. But how important did her son feel when she prioritized him? It wasn't her company's event, it was something different. But how important do you think her son felt? Very important. Remember what I said? It's not how much love you have for someone that's important, it's how much love that they what? Feel that you have for them. Do you think her son felt loved? Remember, it's how much love people feel that they have for you, that you have for them, that's so important. You know, it's such an important lesson. I love the way Bryn talks about it. Ask yourself the question, what do you want more of in your life, or what do you want less of? You don't need to feel guilty. I love the way she talked about that. Hey, I don't want to do more housework. No offense to anyone that does, but just saying I don't want to do more housework, so I can find a way to do what? Outsource that so I can put more time elsewhere. You know,
but y'all shade the shit out of people who clean homes. When it fits your narrative, oh, but look, you could dream bigger with multi-level marketing. Oh, maybe you can also recruit the person that you hire to outsource your stuff so that they can also buy the product and then someday leave their house business.
About one of the reasons you don't do so much generic training is you don't want to be on the road as much. Because you're not with your kids as much. It's a lot of fun to hang out with your kids. You know what? I love what she said. It's a privilege when your kids actually want to hang out with you. Yeah. True or not true? You should love that. And that's what I'm trying to say. We can have it all, but you got to learn how there's a season of some sacrifice, but you shouldn't sacrifice at all. There should be strategy in that sacrifice because you're intentionally doing it to get somewhere. And then no one else should guilt you out because you know what? You are there and you're going, hey, you know what? I travel with a nanny. It seems a little extra because I come with a little entourage. But you know what? I've made the decision that I'm going to have it all. I'm going to be a good example. And that is one of the things that I love. So, Bryn, thank you very much for bringing it out. It was an absolutely fantastic training. Just absolutely love it.
That's so
Next
sweet,
person that's
Lindsay.
going to speak is someone that I personally look to for inspiration. I bet, Todd, maybe you do as well, is Brian Crothers. Because, guys, there are certain people that you know they're going to be Hall of Famers. You know, if network marketing had a Hall of Fame, if sports had a Hall of Fame, you know that person's going to be a Hall of Famer. But it's very rare that someone's a Hall of Famer, but they're also a current superstar. In other words, they're putting the numbers on the board today. They're not training out of last year's clippings, paper clippings, if those were a thing. They're not training out of last year's results. They're not training out of results from 5 years ago.
Here's someone that's 25 years in business. Do you think 25 years sounds like a career? How many of you would like a business that's 25 years? Put your hands up if you'd like your business to be 25 years. Now here's another one. How would you like to have made $25 million over those 25 years? Now, how would you love to have helped countless people through your activity ask you the question, how did you do it? And you said, this is what I did in my first 90 days to make that happen. This is what I did in my first year to make this happen. This is what I did in the last 90 days to make this happen. Guess what? Those two things are still the same. This is what I did in my first year, but this is what I did last year. Guess what? Those two things are the same. By your fruit shall you be known. How do you know that? Guys, this gentleman in his 25th year in business was just recognized again this year for being the #1 recruiter in his company and leading by example. If you want to see a future Hall of Famer, if you want to see a superstar, get up on your feet. Let's bring the energy. Let's bring to the stage Mr. Brian Carruthers.
Brian Carruthers. Flashing lights. Avoid the screen if you are light sensitive. Oh, good.
Good afternoon. So today I want to share my story with you to help you guys have perspective for your journey. And I guess I want to start all the way back to what kind of were the seeds that were planted in me, because I think some of you all here can relate. How many of you all have ever felt less than? In some way, shape, or form, I'm sure everybody in some aspect of your life, you have felt that way. So I'm going to take you back to my school years. When I was in high school, I was one of the smaller kids in class. And I never forget a moment where my brother and his best friend,
I'll be right back,
stuffed me in a locker and locked it. And put a sign on it and said, "Don't feed the animal." And everybody walked by and laughed. And I had to kick my way out of it, which cut my knee open. And then later on that same year, one of the football players stuffed me upside down into a trash can. I never mentioned that to anybody as an adult. One time at an event earlier this year with a close portion of my leadership team, I shared that in a tearful way, because sometimes we have things that made us who we are that we never really thought about. It was not consciously there. And so being one of the smaller kids, and later on in my dating life, not getting dates that easily. I don't know if I don't really look like Brad Pitt or anything, but I felt like if I had money and success, that I would get love and respect and status. So that was a driving force for me. People always say, you got to find your why. What is your why for wanting to build a business? Well, that was my why. When I told people my why, I said, I want to be able to get married one day. I want to be able to provide a nice home and beautiful lifestyle for our family. It sounds very altruistic. We always have these altruistic whys that we repeat out to people. But a lot of times people, their why, what they say, is not the right why, because if they're not doing the activity, their why isn't the right why. My why was I wanted to be able to have the status and the respect. I wanted to be able to have a girl when I walked up to her at a bar and say, hey, can I buy you a drink? I want her to say yes instead of the usual no. So that was a driving force for me to become successful. And one of the things I wanted to do is I wanted to get a watch. Matter of fact, I have not worn this Rolex in about 11 or 12 years. Okay? It was in my safe all this time. But when I hit a certain level, I hit platinum in our company. I went to the store and I bought a $6,000 watch at the time, and that made me feel different. My brother, who is not the best support for my network marketing career, by the way, I love him to death. He's my best man. But he gave me a lot of crap for being in network marketing and leaving our family real estate business. So when I hit the $1 million mark after my first 2.5 years in my company, I called up Ferrari of Washington because on my brother's refrigerator, he had a picture of a red 355 Spider Ferrari with tan interior. That was his dream car on his refrigerator. So I said, I need a red 355. He said, we just happen to have one here. So within 2 hours, I drove down to Ferrari, Washington, and I bought that car so that I could have it 2 days later at my parents' house for Thanksgiving, where all of our family shows up. And I parked it right out front in their circular drive. And my family was all there. I walk in. My cousin walks in and says, "Whose Ferrari's outside?" And my sister goes, "Oh, Brian, you brought your Ferrari?" And my brother said, "Ferrari, what?" And he walks out and he goes, "That's my dream car." I said, "Hell yeah, it is." So sometimes you have to be driven by something that may not be deemed positive, but it was a driving force for me. And I've gone on in that very company for the 25 years. God planted me in my company. I'm not going anywhere. For 25 years, I've made tens of millions of dollars, and I've had great success. And that was that chasing success and status and respect. And to some extent, we all will always have that. But I've evolved. And my evolution process has been amazing as I look back on it, but as I look forward and who I actually am becoming and who I'm walking with. And so, some of the things along the way, I read a book called Peaceful Warrior by Dan Millman, and it helped me to look beyond just what I could see and stop neglecting and missing out on a lot of things. I also read a book called Die with Zero, and I really want you all to read Die with Zero. And some of you are like, well, if I die right now, I'd already have zero. But the premise of the book is give away your money while you're young enough to enjoy seeing the good in the world that it can do, versus dying with all your money and then somebody inherits the money or it goes to some charitable cause, but you never got to see it. He also says, don't wait until you're 75 years old and you're retired to go out there and travel the world and climb mountains and do all the things you want to do when you're too old to do it. Do it young or younger so you have plenty of years to cherish those memories. So with your doings and your givings, die with zero. So let me tell you what that book did for me. There was a combination of that and my wife deciding that we're going to put our kids into a private school that is Christian-based in Leesburg, Virginia. It's attached to part of a church as well. And look, I grew up Catholic. I had no real relationship with God. But I found non-denominational church, and we went to different churches along the way. But when we went to this particular church, my wife, Melissa, she is the love of my life, and she's changed me in so many ways. She started leaning into her faith. And she went to a foundations class, and then she decided she wanted to get baptized. And I'll never forget last September when she was baptized. It was a very emotional moment for her, of course, but for me. I cried, and every time I see a water baptism at church, I can't control that. I just get so emotional. And so something just kind of dawned on me with the Die with Zero philosophy that I wanted to do something to lean into my personal faith. And I asked for a coffee meeting with our lead pastor, and I said, look, you've got this big give that you're looking to, you need to raise money for the expansion of the school and the church and the mission projects. I said, here's what I like to do. Because I've got a way I think because of what I do for a living. I said, I want you to pick a Sunday and tell the congregation that somebody has come forth and they're going to match dollar for dollar whatever you give up to $500,000. If your heart says you want to give $500, but you can only do $250, you gave $500. If you want to give 10 grand, but you can only give 5, you actually are going to give 10,000 that day. And my gosh, on that Sunday, last December 10th, they raised $947,000 in this small church in one day without my 500 included. It's amazing. So what happened was I was invited to a dinner with a guest pastor who came in from Church of the Highlands in Alabama. And it was 3 pastors from our church, Pastor Lee Domain, and myself. And having that, and I bought my way into that dinner apparently for $500 grand, but I got a chance to sit with someone who's completely transformed my life. Pastor Lee Domain was a multimillionaire businessman. 8 years ago, he was called to be a pastor. And in that conversation, he talked to me about EROI, which is eternal return on investment.
Oh my God.
And I'm a money guy. I'm all about ROI. And he said, Pastor Charlie's gifting and calling to be a pastor to preach in the church is no more important to God than your gifting and your calling as an entrepreneur in a marketplace. He said, you've got a gift. The church needs your gift to expand the kingdom because Pastor Charlie can only preach to the people that are coming, but you can show people the way there, and also the church needs money, and you're good at making that. So I finally, for the first time, you guys, in my life, I've got a true alignment. No longer did I have to say, do I want to be a person of faith and focus on church and God, or am I going to go make money? It's not or, it's and. And so
love of God. That
alignment, I want that alignment for you. And I've my journey. I'm sharing with you my journey. At first, it was all about money. And you don't have to stop doing the money thing to become a godly person.
This is Clown Town. Go sub to him if you can.
It can be done simultaneously. My mentor, Paul J. Meyer, and it's so amazing. You got John C. Maxwell, who's coming here tomorrow. I wasn't there, but a few of my friends, I was talking to Justin Prince earlier, a few of my friends were at John C. Maxwell's house. And he took them into his office and showed a package from Paul J. Meyer that he took all the money he had to buy this program by Paul Meyer that got his start into what you know as John Maxwell today. That was my mentor for about 10 years before Paul Meyer passed. He said he was really good at making money. He was a billionaire. He gave $450 million to charity while he was alive. He said, everything I have is God's by right of creation. And he said, I'm going to go out and make as much money as I can because I'm able to do that and I can do so much good in the world with it. So that was my decision. I want to do that. But look, a couple things I want to share with you here today is that it's all about integrity.
I'm going to do you next.
Everything's about integrity. When I wrote my first book with Building an Empire, how many of you guys have read Building an Empire? Anybody? When I wrote that book, a friend of mine in the industry said, Brian, I'm glad you're writing that book. Nobody can write the book probably the same way you can. But he said, look, you're still in network marketing, so maybe not everybody's going to go trust you to read your book. I made a vow 12 years ago that I would never recruit an active network marketer, and I've held true to my word for the last 12 straight years. Never. I never have, never will. And so I wrote a book called Untrapped. That was my most recent book, the fourth one, because and I would encourage you to read that one and use it to get your team to understand what they've got their hands on. The only way to have time freedom is to be financially free. And they don't even appreciate the network marketing business model that they've got in their hands. So I would encourage you to encourage them to use that. But congruence is something that everybody struggles with. If you're not congruent, if you say this is what you want, but this is what you're doing, and they're not congruent, it's going to plague your business. You're going to be constantly fighting how you feel. If your why and your actions are not aligned, it's going to mess you up. You're going to start feeling guilty. You're going to start feeling depressed. If your faith and your business are not aligned, I fought that for 20-some years. The alignment feeling that I have now in my life, it's joyful. It's peaceful. I feel like what I'm doing right now is heaven sent.
Oh my
It's
God.
not about just making material things happen. And so get congruent in your life, and a lot of the things that have been plaguing you are going to just melt away. Now, there's also something I hear people ask about a lot, and that is about balance. Balance. People say, you got to have a balanced life. And I was asking this same question to Paul J. Meyer at his home in Waco, Texas, because he was a massively successful man. He owned 43 companies when he passed away. He owned 348 properties on Grand Cayman. I mean, he's like a very, very, the kind of person you just want to just soak up whatever knowledge and wisdom he can share. I said, look, I'm crushing it in the business right now, but I'm spending a lot of time on it, and I'm not doing other things in my life so much. But he always talked about having a balanced wheel, because if one spoke is longer, one spoke shorter, it's just not going to roll smoothly in your life. And what he shared with me is he said, it's okay to be out of balance for a season. if you're focused always on just being balanced, I guarantee you anybody you see in Success Magazine or Forbes Magazine, anybody who's done anything massive, they were out of balance for a season. Sometimes their season was months. Sometimes their season was 10 or 15 years. But they were all in. They were obsessed. They were focused. And that's the season that I was in as I was building my network marketing business, and I was making the tens of millions of dollars and building a team and helping to pour into people and help them become successful. And it's been a blessing to watch people be able to walk away from their jobs living off the residual income. But you've got to be willing to be out of balance for a little while. Focus, but not neglect. Don't neglect your marriage. Don't neglect your kids. Time block for everything that's important for you. In church, I heard a statistic that 80 to 90% of students, when they leave school, lose their connection to God after high school. I want you to think about that. 80 to 90% of students lose connection to God after high school. But 90% of those with a mentor kept their connection.
Well,
did you guys catch that?
I guess I'm fucked then.
Mentor. So when I was speaking in Chicago this past February, I don't know, it just came on me. An acronym, GAME. And I want you guys to write this down in your notes. GAME. GAME stands for Great Associations, Mentors, and Environment. Great associations, you become who you hang around. You hang around 5 broke friends, you're bound to be the 6th one. 5 millionaires, you're going to be the 6th one. If they drink, you'll drink. If they smoke, you'll smoke. If they curse, you'll curse. If they go to church, you'll go to church. You become who you hang around. You ever see somebody hanging around with their pet so much they start looking like them? I mean, your associations are working on you always.
I mean, my dog's cute.
Some of you might need to look at your associations and maybe disassociate or lessen your associations with certain people.
There we go. Cut them out.
Are they lifting you up or are they dragging you down?
Cut them out.
Because you're going to become who they are. So getting around great associations is very important. When I found network marketing, I found great associations to surround myself with. Then great mentors. Mentors are everything. If you ever wanted to be great at something, you can either go spend the 10,000 hours, which you really can't avoid, but the shortcut to success is having the great associations, mentors, and environment. Find somebody who's excelled at what you're looking to get good at, and see if they will help you to do it. But look, if I wanted to play the piano or sing, maybe I'd go find John Legend and hire him. But just to get John Legend to come into a room and sing one song, I already found this out, $300,000. So you can't typically afford or have proximity or access to mentors for most people. You know what I love about network marketing? The mentors are already there, and you don't have to pay them out of your pocket for their time and energy. They get paid for helping you. When I stepped into my company, the people that were there, they poured into me to help me, and if I made 10 grand, they made 2, they were happy. If I made 100 grand a month and they made 20 grand a month of that, they're happy, I'm happy. The mentorship is provided. And then the environment. What environment are you in? In your workplace, in your home life, in your social life? What does that environment look like? Is it putting the right thoughts in your head? God. Is it laced with personal development? Is it a lot of chaos? So you guys, here's what I hope everybody understands. You've got game because you're in a business that has game. You have the shortcut. Recruiting, I've recruited not as many as other people. I think I used to be, before the age of social media and some of the things and the big brand personalities, I was probably one of the biggest recruiters in the history of network marketing, closing in on 2,000 personal recruits. Most of it the old-fashioned way. I'm the top recruiter in my company this year. Pretty much old-fashioned style. But at the end of the day, it's not just, oh, I've got the most amazing product. I have the most amazing comp plan. Some of you guys are leading with and sticking with that is your only sales pitch. We've got all this money in the comp plan. We've got this amazing product. Yes, they're necessary to have a business model that you can have a vehicle to build around. But you know what I talk to people about? Stop selling, start solving. Stop recruiting, start solving. What in their life would they want to have a fix for? What's missing in their life? I guarantee you their associations are not great. They don't have mentors. And they probably don't have a great environment that's conducive for them to succeed. So I teach people to sell game. Because people, hey, you got game? I got game. If you don't have game, come over here and we can do this together. Now, I'm just going to share with you something that I just thought of, because everybody's throwing up on screen, hey, we got this product, this download or this thing that can help you out. I'm like, what do I have that can help people out? Yeah, you can go read the books, but I have a YouTube video that I put up several months ago.
No.
It was originally a 7-minute audio. Wake Up Motivated is what I called it.
Hell yes,
and I made it
Christy.
available behind the wall for all the people that follow me. But I said, look, the world needs it. You could go get inspirational videos on YouTube, and it's people climbing mountains, dunking basketballs, bench pressing 500 pounds. I'm like, those are really cool, but it doesn't motivate me to pick up the phone and call a prospect. They're not for entrepreneurs. They're for people that are athletes or whatever. So I created a 7-minute audio. I turned it into a video. It's called Shock the World by Building Your Empire. So go to my YouTube channel, and I would encourage you to do this. Listen to that video every morning just for the next 30 days. It takes 7 minutes, and I promise you this. You're going to see the day different. You're going to see your opportunity different. And you're going to see your duty to go out there and change people's lives differently. And I just want to encourage you to do that. Have game, promote game. Let's go out and change the world together. God bless you guys.
Oh my God, I hate this song. Flashing lights, look away, please. I don't want the overview. I don't want the recap. I don't want it. What's the point of us paying attention if you're going to come out and do this?
I've traveled the world. I really have lived a blessed life. And one of the things, I say it everywhere I've gone, which is money won't make you happy. But one thing I've found out is everybody wants to find that out for themselves.
Oh
people are going, just one time, let me find out. It won't make me happy. That actually might make me happy. Guys, another thing that I think is so important and why being in these rooms and having these encounters. I saw Stacy talking about on a live with Ray, talking about why would you want to show up at an event? If you're the smartest person in the room, you need to get in a new room. And I will tell you, you want to get in a room where you can actually have encounters with those people. It's one thing to get in a Zoom room, but you're not going to be having encounters. You want to get in IRL, in real life, in the room. And I can't tell you how important that is and how much my life has been impacted by that. The other one that Brian said is mentorship. You've heard so many people speak here. I believe this. A lot of times people say you're one decision away. John C. Maxwell talks about it. You're one decision away. But one of the challenges with decisions, you can make it in a moment. But how are you going to manage it and move it into existence? Because what happens so often is we make it in a moment and then we lose it in the what? The next moment. And mentorship can make a difference. And one of the things that I want you to understand, I truly believe this, you're one mentor away.
Yes, where is it?
From the life that you're looking for. And that mentor doesn't necessarily need to be someone that you're actually going to have become best friends with and have conversations with, but you can read their books. You can look them up online.
Let's go.
I think we also get too broad, guys. Too many people have got.
I don't care what he's saying. Go. Can we get him to 100? I don't care what this guy's saying anymore. I honestly do not. I would rather just get Harper and Karina to 100 subs. Maybe all of y'all in the super secret squirrel squad are already subbed. They do like plant care and cool shit like that. And they've got an awesome brand. Sub, let's go. Okay, I'm going to refresh. I don't care what this guy's saying. Refresh. 71. Okay, we're close. We could do this. Listen, if you're watching this on the replay, go sub to 2 plantitas.
Thing that makes the biggest difference, that I absolutely value with every fiber of my being, mentorship. It's being able to have mentorship. It could be this gentleman sitting here with his arms crossed and he, looking at me over the top of his glasses right now with a little frown going, I don't know what to make of this guy. But the reason I'm saying that is we could get into a conversation and something could change in my life. He might recommend a book and it somehow hits me a certain way and I read that book and then I read a second book and my life is changed.
Love that.
It's the people that you meet and the books that you're going to read that are going to change your life over the next 5 years.
Cool.
Being in this room is so important.
Hell yeah.
This next speaker that's going to come up and speak, I think so many people don't, Todd Falcone talks about people in real estate.
If y'all have channels, let me know in the chat.
I think so many people don't reach out to people that are already
for
successful in life. They've already had a level of success. But the challenge is that level of success comes with the price, which is generally a high amount of stress and very little time. They may have the financial trappings, but man, they're stressed out and they don't have the time freedom. This business can give you that. Can you learn how to approach those people? Can you learn how to create a business environment? Guys, your environment will work.
Harper and Karina can help your friend. They also have an Instagram. So I just slide into their DMs and see if they can help you. World of Brit, do you have a channel? If you have a channel, just drop it. We can't do links in the chat, but you can just do @ in your name and I'll make a button for you. She sent out a group text begging everyone to take some of her aloe. Oh my God. Oh, she has a lot of it. I get it. Oh my God.
Make your rank advancements, your life advancements. Let's get up on our feet. Let's bring them to the stage.
Here, obey me. Stand up. Clap when I say clap. Jump when I say jump. Don't look at the screen. You've got... This dude looks like Brian Underwood's cousin.
Everybody good?
Does he look like a little like Brian Underwood?
I'm backstage getting a little nervous back there. I'm walking around and I learned some breathing techniques. You guys learned those breathing techniques before? So
Surprise
I'm back
and delight
there
today, World of Brit.
Like, wait, I'm supposed to tap and then so it would make me feel real good if all of you will pant for me. Just pant. Louder. Okay, I feel much better now. You guys. So yeah, I'm getting ready, and it's not my company event. It's a big event. This is Ray Higdon, the
Christy
big dogs are here, right? So.
Okay.
I'm deciding what to wear, and I get this last look as I'm looking in the mirror as I go out my hotel room, and I'm like.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make Christy and World of Brit a temporary mod. Drop your link so I can click on it, then I'll unmod you. Does that make sense? Let me see. Add as mod. It's just going to be temporary moderator so that you can link your channel for me. And Christy, I'm going to do the same thing for you. Make a mod. And then I'm just going to, once you put your link in and I click it and I do all the shit, then I'll unmod you.
Say I. All right. That's pretty unanimous. All right. Now, why? Freedom. Help others. Impact. Money. What do you need to make
Doesn't he look like
impact?
Brian Underwood?
Money. But just you guys saying the word money, does it feel weird a little bit? Some of you. If I say rich, does that make you kind of like, no. Wealthy? Sweet. Is that a little like, You guys, people get a little weird when you start talking about money because all of a sudden maybe your priorities are out of whack and that's all that's important to you. So I recently had a trip to Australia and I knew this group mainly online, but I was going there in person to do some work with them. and I've never worked with them in person, and they don't really like know me. They kind of know me, but is there a difference between knowing someone online and offline? Like they don't have all those side conversations. They don't know me. So I wanted to because I was going, guys, if I'm going to travel around the world and I'm going to get in front of a group of people, we're talking opportunity. Like I love my products, but we're going to talk opportunity, right? And sometimes people get a little twisted, like, oh, that guy doesn't really care about the products. And so I just wanted to set things straight before we started the meeting. So I'm going to ask you the same things I asked them.
I'm making your
Fair
buttons
enough?
right now.
Okay. So I want you to think of your favorite charity or mission, or maybe your family, okay? Just something that's really important to you, okay? 2 questions. First question, are you more valuable to that mission or charity if you've got a lot of free time or no free time? A lot. Like if you work 40, 68 hours a week and you're dog tired, you don't physically have the energy or the time really to do much for that charity, right? So more time is better, right? And then are you more valuable to your family, charity, or mission if you make 50 grand a year or 500 grand a year? You guys agree?
Get out of here.
I agree too. So more money is good. It's just what you do with the money, right? And that's what we're going to be talking about today is what to do with the money, guys, because that is a big missing piece for a lot of people is what to do with the money. And so I'll tell you a little bit more of my background, but I'm on a mission. I'm on a mission to help people get rid of financial anxiety. So my name is Brandon Cunningham. An average guy, the suit is not me, really. I'm okay in suits. I wear them occasionally, but an average guy, but I had and have an above average desire for freedom and choice in my life. I was a horrible employee as a young person. My first job was at a grocery store, and they put me at the cash register, and every night I ended up with more money in the register than I was supposed to have. And I didn't see that as a problem. But they did. So they put me in produce and eventually they fired me. And I was not a good employee. I just knew I needed to be working for someone else at an early age. And so I was on a mission to be able to create this freedom, but I had a hard time doing it in the very early years. And it wasn't until network marketing partnered with financial education that I was able to reach this freedom that I was after, right? So we got married really, really early in life. I was 21 when I got married, and I was dead broke. My first 2 houses were mobile homes.
You should do it.
Okay, and if you live in a mobile home, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just telling you, I was broke when I first got married.
Oh, you're an asshole.
We went to work. We worked really hard. We started to acquire some businesses, build some businesses, and we started investing in real estate.
Hey, Nikki.
And our story is a lot like Ray's story when it comes to the timing with real estate.
Does anyone have a channel they want me to link? If you're watching this on the replay, I don't know how to do this. It's better to do it if you're live, okay? So wait till the next live to link your name so I can make little buttons like this so I can recommend if I watch you.
To network marketing. And we'd never done it before, no teams. Of course, we had been asked to join other companies. I just didn't understand the industry. I didn't know really what it was. We went to work, right? And within 2 years, we had got to $1 million a month in sales. And shortly after that, we reached the top rank in the company. Right? So why do I tell you this?
Are you being sarcastic though?
Maybe some of you in this room are not yet at a spot where you would say you don't have financial anxiety. Right? I'm not going to say rich, poor, whatever. Let's just say you still think about and worry about money every day.
Okay.
Right?
When you do, let me know.
So I'm going to tell you that money, we heard it yesterday, is a little bit like the air in this room, right? Anybody worried about your next breath of air? Did any of you guys wake up and go like, man, I hope that room has enough air? No, you're not even thinking about it. It's on cruise control. There's an abundance of money in here. And until you have an abundance of money, you're going to be thinking about it.
Would you
and
be
worrying
like
about it.
a T
and
channel?
I'm here to tell you that rank advancing and earning the money is.
Would you be like talking about the haters, but like having it like be gossipy country, like girly country club vibe type of thing?
A lot of money, and they have nothing to show for it. And it's something that we need to change inside the profession of network marketing. We really need to step our game up in helping people get to a point where they're no longer worried about money. Because let me ask you this. Would you think that someone that is no longer worried about money and doesn't have the pressure of money, do you think they are more effective at recruiting than someone that is? For sure. Ray talked about posture. I mean, if you don't have any money worries, do you have some pretty good posture when you're recruiting?
There you go.
Absolutely. So a team that is getting where they need to be financially is going to be a better recruiting team.
Okay, I don't care what you're saying. You look on it and you know it says all devices are going to be in the light blue area. Your desktop is going to be on the outside, so you're going to need to it looks like it's going to be, you need to do the total thing 25. You need to make it for TV, but keep all of your logo and stuff in the light blue area. And then the desktop, you're going to need to make wider as well. Does that make sense?
Products, same overviews, same comp plan. They were paying me when I sell a product and she sells a product. We made the same amount of money, but she still didn't have any money. And that blew my mind. Like, people aren't doing this. And so we started kind of like retooling some things. We were like, all right, we got to get better videos. We got to get better. We got to get serious about social media. We got to do all these things. And it helped. It did help. We helped rank advance some people, right? We got some people moving in the right direction. But I still saw.
Let me make you a mod real quick so you can link.
Problem with financial anxiety in the teams. I still saw.
Lindsay, I'm gonna make you a temporary mod too. Can you link your channel just so I can have it so I can grab the button? I'm gonna make y'all two temporary mods and unmod y'all.
Let me say this. We all agreed why we wanted to rank advance, right? No one joins your team to rank advance.
Yeah, they do.
When I signed up at my company, I didn't sign up so I could be called like the triple black diamond ruby red presidential consultant. Oops. Did you? I don't care what the title is. I signed up to put myself in a better financial position. And so did your people. Your people signed up to get themselves in a better financial position. And I think it's your responsibility to put yourself in a better financial position and then teach your team how to do the same. That sound good? So I had this moment. I'm like, oh my goodness.
I've been crafting.
All I'm doing is giving my team tools to rank advance and make some money, but I'm not doing.
I wasn't doing good after this morning, and yesterday I was up till like 5 this morning because I had anxiety because of all this stuff.
Closing the loop on their money.
Oh yes, let's go.
And so I said, I've been able to do these things. Like my wife and I went through years of trying to find the good accountants. We went through a number of accountants before we found some good ones. And we went through a number of lawyers. Like, I got a call one day and it's like, hey, I'm so-and-so lawyer. I've got all your corporate stuff because your lawyer has been disbarred. Like, that's not the call you want to get, right? And so I've been through some lawyers, right? And I've got some good ones. I've been through some investment guys. Like, I signed up with some investments and the fees were so astronomical, they were outpacing what we were earning. And I didn't know, right? I wasn't paying close enough attention. But we've got a good team now, and that team has put me in a position where I don't think about money.
Oh, good for you.
If I don't get another dollar from my network marketing company, we're good. My family's good. How does that feel for you? Would you like that?
Love that, Hannah P.
And if you're in the room and you're not in network marketing, I really respect you guys for being here, for learning from some of the best entrepreneurs in the whole business space. Network marketers, you guys rock. Give a hand for the network marketers in the room. And so what I want to share with you is just a few concepts that I started sharing with my team. We got all the tools, we got all the stuff to get you rank advance, and your team does too, all right? But I want to share with you a couple of things that we started sharing with our team to help them close the loop on getting themselves where there's no more financial anxiety. Cool? All right, so 3 things, pretty simple. The first thing is you've got to know where you stand financially. And that might sound simple, but a lot of people do not know where they stand. And, I say this all the time. My team's going to start laughing.
I love that, Demi.
You cannot manage what you don't measure.
Good point.
Okay? And so I don't think you could ever be like without anxiety of money, like the air in this room. You're not worried about breathing. That's where we need to get with your money. I don't think you're ever getting there unless you start really tracking your money. Like when you were signing up at your network marketing company, the time really moves fast. And you found out early on in your network marketing company or any of the companies you're with that they did not have an accounting department.
What?
Would that scare you?
Elamir?
Would it scare you if you found out like, we really don't need to know how much money we've got. It's not important. You wouldn't join that company.
Bravenly?
But the question is, do you know what your net worth is? And I bet a lot of you don't, because a lot of my team, they go like, well, I got this much in checking and I got that much. That's not your net worth. You've got to know what your net worth is. It's really important to measure, or you're always going to have anxiety around money. Why are you doing this? To rank advance, to make money, but what you do with it's important, guys. All right? And so what I've done, if you could pull the slide up, it's an email. I'll give you this PDF. It's a real simple worksheet that you can use, download it. It's kind of just automated. And there it is. Take a picture of it. It's net worth worksheet at thecunninghamcollective.com.
Who made this slide?
Take a picture. If for some reason that gets messed up, then just hit me on the socials, Brandon Cunningham. I'll send you the
Lindsay, do you want to link your channel real quick?
It's really important. So that's number 1. You guys need to know where you stand, or it's going to always be a problem. Number 2, you've got to systematize your money. You've got to systematize your money, guys. You would not be a part of a network marketing. What would you think of a network marketing company or any company that had no systems?
Elamir?
Like no onboarding, no tools, no Facebook, nothing. They're just kind of like, you sign up, you get a pat on the back, and go tell some friends. Would that
Vaughn
be
party?
like, that'd be scary, right? Well, you need to have a system when it comes to your money. So let me illustrate. I got some water and a towel up here. This is, I don't have a fancy PowerPoint, but maybe this will kind of leave an impression on you, okay? Because that's the point. All right. So this water represents your paycheck. All right? Your paycheck comes from you, and I bet a lot of you deposit that paycheck into your checking account. It goes directly into your checking account, right? So here it goes. Here goes the water. Try not to make a mess on their stage. All right. You guys got it? It's all there, all in the checking account, right? Now, it's Florida. If I take this towel and I hang it up outside in the Florida sun for a couple days, what's going to happen to this towel?
4 days.
It's going to dry. The money is going to evaporate in your checking account if you leave it there.
Wow. What are you talking about? If you
put your money in your checking account for a few days, it is going to evaporate.
Oh, God.
Right? Your lifestyle, just like this towel, will absorb all of your money, and you will have nothing left other than to work another month to make some more money to only be in the same place you were in before. Okay? You guys got that? Wealthy people are people who don't worry about money. What they do before they put the money in the checking account is they'll put the money in some other accounts that start working for them. I didn't say this earlier. The time's running out. I'm going to try and get this in quick. But you guys, there was no money in the Garden of Eden.
Oh, my God.
Find me a scripture that talks about money in the Garden of Eden. You ain't going to find it.
I didn't need money, you
right?
asshole.
We weren't created to do that. We were created to work, but not for money. We were never created to be slaves of money, ever, right? So in order for us to live the way we were created to live, we can't live with worrying about money, right? So it's important you guys get these concepts. The last thing that I'll teach you is this. You need to have a plan for your taxes. Most people don't, all right? So easy, one of the best things you can do is you can get a corporation, and that corporation can be used to lower your tax bracket. So here's the simple thing, guys. If you make $100,000 from your company and you don't have a company, you have to pay $100,000 in taxes. But if you have a company, you can pay, the money goes into the company, you can have expenses, let's say $30,000 in expenses, and you pay $30,000 less profit. So what I mean by that is if you don't have a company, you're paying taxes on $100,000. If you've got a company, then you're paying taxes on the 100 minus the 30, which is $70,000. And if you're in a 30% tax bracket, the difference between 70 and 100 at 30% is $9,000. $9,000 that you can put in your pocket, or better yet, into an account that starts working for you so that you can start your process. But I bet a lot of you don't have the company. Get the company. And by the way, the cost of the company and the cost of the accountant or whatever to set the company up is a deduction. I'm not an accountant, but I bet your accountant will tell you that. It's a deduction. All right? So those are just a couple of the things that you need to know. And there's a lot more to share.
Cunningham.
Hit me up. This is my mission, because making the money is one thing. I want you to not worry about money. I want you, my team and your teams, to not worry about money anymore. Okay? And it's possible here. Is that good? Okay. Lastly, this. If I talk about the man Jonah, you guys probably automatically know who I'm talking about, right? And we think about the water, we think about the fish, and an incredible account in the Bible. Now I've got pink tape stuck to my foot. Okay. How did he end up in the water? Like, you ever think about that? Like, why did he end up in the water? This convention about faith over fear is incredible if you understand it. Okay? Because listen, everything that is good for you and successful for you, the only way you get there is if you start putting faith over fear. It was fear that got Jonah in the water. You see, his assignment was to go to this city called Nineveh, all right? And nothing wrong with the city other than that it was run by the Assyrians. And what you may or may not know about the Assyrians is they were really nasty people. They cut people's heads off. They were really nasty. They filleted people. Like they use intimidation to scare people, right? And this is where Jonah was supposed to go and give them not such a good message. So what did he do? He went the opposite direction. He got in a boat and was heading to Tarshish, 3,000 miles away. That's how he ended up in the water. It was fear that put him in the boat. And that's how he ended up in the water. And I'm here to tell you guys, all the things that you're not doing in your business or life yet is because of fear. And when you start putting faith over fear, everything gets better. Thank you.
This is the worst song. Oh my God.
Incredible. I love me some Brandon Cunningham. My name is Nicole Domray, mother to 5, wife to 1. How many of you have babies waiting home for you right now? Me too. That's beautiful. I started out in network marketing in February of 2014 when somebody reached out to me and offered me an opportunity to start feeling better. I had 5 babies. I was homeschooling. I was tired. I started getting some really cool results. And then the woman, she walked up to me and she said, Nicole, you know the difference between me and you? I'm like, what? She said, I got results in the product too, but now I'm helping other people get results and I'm making some money. Is that something you want to hear about? I'm like, yeah, sign me up, baby. So I'm getting healthy. I'm so excited about the opportunity to make some money for my family because we were always struggling, y'all, always in the red, always in the red. My husband is a teacher, overworked, underappreciated. And one morning I get up and I take my 5 kiddos to a Sprouts. Anybody ever hear of a Sprouts? Kind of like a Whole Food store. health nut, right? Here I am, getting healthy. I go in and I tell my kids, you're all getting your own little bag of snacks. Oh, they were like, this is Disney World, man. I don't have to share. I'm getting my own bag. Bring it on, Mom. This is amazing. So here we are, getting these little bags out of the barrels. You know what I'm talking about? They have like the chocolate-covered raisins, the yogurt-covered pretzels. Each one of my kids is getting a bag, and we're like 3 bags in. And an alert goes off on my phone. And I knew the alert. My stomach hurt. I felt that pit in the bottom of my stomach, and I'm like, oh, no. You guys, we were poor.
This is really upsetting.
I had $100 in the bank. My husband was getting paid in 4 days, so we're okay to get that snack. But when that alarm went off, I went, it's a low balance alert. My low balance wasn't set at 1,000 or 100. It was set at 10. I had $6 in my bank account. A annual credit card fee came out, didn't know about it. Wiped us out. $6. 3 bags into barrels. I had to turn around and tell my kids, you got to put your candy back. Mother of the year, y'all. I was miserable.
This is really upsetting to listen to.
I'm like, why does this keep happening? We're good people. What are we doing wrong? And I wasn't championing up. I was crying. I was crying in the middle of Sprouts, and I got angry. And I said, we're not walking out of this store empty-handed. And so I got a bag of almonds, and it was about as big as my fist, about this big. And I stood in line behind a lady that had $400, $500 worth of protein, produce, all these beautiful pieces of fruit. And I thought, one day that's going to be me. And that afternoon, that same lady reached back out and she goes, did you have an opportunity to think about what it is that you want? And I said, I know exactly what I want. I want $250 a month to put better groceries on the table for my children. She goes, let's get to work. You guys, I had a purpose. That pit in my stomach changed. I was on fire. And I was talking to every single mama that came in my path. And within a year, my husband and I, we paid off our debt. We paid off our debt. We paid off those student. Thank you. Was it easy? Was I working an hour a day? I was not. I was showing up every single day. I was putting my clothes on and I was working. But my kids were my first priority, so I made sure that they saw me first. And then I went to work and I made it happen. And that year went by, and when I saw that credit score go up, and I get a call from my dad's doctor saying, hey, Nicole, your dad had a mini stroke, and I think it's time for him to move in with you. We were at a good place. We had options. I bought my dad a house, y'all. I know. Listen, you're like, okay, fine, you bought your dad a house. I get it. No, listen, I get it. But it was everything I wanted. Everything was for my family. 2 days after he moved in, he died.
Oh my God.
3 months later, our house flooded and we lost everything. 3 months after that, I got super sick. And in that year that I built this incredible team, everything started to fall apart. One team member after another started dropping off. You know why? I didn't build my team on rock. I built it on sand. I wasn't building leaders. I was building followers. It was a hard lesson to learn. And that was in a moment of weakness that I decided I was going to quit network marketing for good. I didn't want to have anything to do with it. I was done. This isn't for me. I keep showing up and doing the work, but I can't make it happen because my heart wasn't in it. I was too afraid that if I gave up, the other shoe was going to drop off.
Where's our trauma
and
truck?
I was going to fail again.
Dear God.
I reached out to a friend. He said, I have something that I want you to watch. It was a Friday morning. And it was Free Coaching Friday. You guys familiar with that? Right? Isn't that incredible? So I get to work. I become a rank maker that day. And I put my head down. I have that spark in me again. But this time it's different because I hear things coming out of Ray Higdon's mouth that I have never heard before. And I did exactly what he said. 6 months later, December 21st, I'm driving my kids to their last day of school.
It's today. I made it today.
Before Christmas break.
Trauma dump.
We're on the highway, and I hear my bank alert go off again. Pit of the stomach, y'all. This is 4 days before Christmas. But see, I'd already built it in like Pavlov's dog. It's like, you guys know the feeling? Do you guys know that feeling with that alert that goes off?
Thanks, Clarka.
We don't like that alert. But this time, I looked down at my phone.
It's an abacus
your
with
phone when you're driving on the highway,
peaches
please.
on it. It's hard to tell what it is.
And I noticed that it's a deposit. It's a deposit of the biggest paycheck I have ever gotten in network marketing. Yes. And after I dropped my children off, I sat there and I cried my eyes out. I didn't know Ray, but I had to mention this to him, right? So I reach out to him and I said, hey, Ray, you don't know me, but I just wanted to let you know that I have been implementing everything that you've been teaching. And for the first time in many, many years, my children and my husband, they're going to have the best Christmas ever. But it wasn't just about, listen to this, it wasn't just about getting gifts. It wasn't just about getting gifts for my children. It was about getting gifts for other people. It was about giving back. It was about getting my children out there and giving. And it was all these things that I learned from Ray, like with giving back on Wednesdays, right? All of this had been instilled in me in just such a short time from somebody so passionate about giving back. When that lady reached out to me in the beginning and she said, Nicole, you know, the only difference between me and you is the fact that I'm helping other people and I'm making money. Oh, and just side note, 38% of your reoccurring customers, they're going to look at the business opportunity. Okay. Reoccurring customers are important. Keep it in mind. But that was the moment that I realized I still have this in me. I still want to go. And so Ray brought that out of me. When I sent him that message, he responded immediately. Man didn't know me from Adam.
Ma'am.
And he said, thank you.
One of the Keith Raniere's going on right now.
It was opportunity for me to give back to him as it was for him to give to me. Because he loves it. He loves seeing you thrive. He loves seeing you grow. And having the opportunity to see you here, learning from Ray and the other incredible speakers, it just makes my heart swell. Because I know many of you are in the same position that I have been in several times. And you have everything in your heart, everything in your being. You have every skill that you need to survive, thrive, and start helping everybody else do the same. And I want you to understand that your current circumstances, they do not dictate everything that's going to happen for you when you walk out of this room today.
He's not a good
So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce to you my mentor, Ray Higdon, and our incredible leadership panel.
Oh my God. Why in the hell do they have to edify every single time Ray comes out? Is Ray's ego so fragile? Like, what the hell? Oh, I'm gonna give you a hug. No thanks, don't touch me, Ray.
Wow. That bass. You guys doing good? Yeah. Did the rain drive you out of the pool or what? Just playing.
You're not funny,
Dang.
dude.
Well, I'm super excited to have just these rock stars on here, and they're just really special to us and special to you because they add a lot of value in the marketplace, add a lot of value to their team and all the people around them. And so we wanted to have them out here for a leadership panel and do some cool stuff. And so let's start with just a quick intro. Have everyone? Okay. Not everyone has been on stage already, but we'll just do a very quick intro. Real quick. Well, actually, you all have been on stage except Melissa. Okay, Melissa, real quick intro. You have 29 minutes.
I'm Melissa Swaney.
And that was quick. That was quick. Usually with a panel, you're like, cut the mic, and then I was born in. All right.
What an asshole.
A little bit more. How do you help
He has
people?
a leather
what do
jacket
you do?
with his logo.
I've been with in the industry for almost 10 years, and I'm just here to help everybody. And I'm just here to help you guys learn a little bit more about leadership.
And she's a great coach. She works with us, and we love her. How's that? All right. So
how's
give her a
that?
hand.
I didn't like your intro, and I embarrassed you. Blah blah blah.
All right. So I got. Come on, I always wanted to do this. I'm goofy, man. I'm goofy. So in alignment with this event, right? Faith over fear. And I'm just curious for those that are here. And sorry, you guys over there. I think you see me on the screen, hopefully. But so for faith over fear, my question first, real quick to the audience is: do you now have a different definition of what faith over fear actually means? Yeah? I hope so. Because you've been hearing a lot of people talk about it. But I want to ask these guys, were you ready for my joke? Oh, 11 people. 11 people. All right. My question for you guys, and we'll start with you, is there a leap of faith moment or time where you were terrified to move forward, but you just did? At any point in your career that stands out?
Yeah, absolutely. I would say for me, when I decided to invest in myself, and when I say invest in myself, I knew that in order for me to grow, I needed outside guidance. Can you guys relate? And so the interesting thing is it's not always about the money or the finances or even the time. For me, the hardest part was betting on myself, because there was a part of me that wondered, would I actually show up and follow through and do the work? And taking a bet on yourself is honestly the most important thing you can do to grow, not only for yourself, but your family. And it really does start with you. So just, I guess, showing up for yourself, that's definitely where I was able to do that.
So I remember, I'm trying to remember the timeline here, but I remember you were on a panel at Top Summit, right? Am I right?
2019.
And were you in our mastermind at that point?
Oh, you were coaching me, remember?
Because I know I gave you feedback. I'm trying to remember
he
if I
gave me
gave
some
you...
feedback, y'all.
I didn't remember if I gave you
You gave me some tough love.
I did.
And it was so good to hear it from someone that I knew truly cared about me, because I hadn't heard good feedback in the past from a male figure. And it was tough love. And you were able to say, this is how you need to show up. You're bigger than that. You're better than that.
Look at the disgust on his face right now.
It was pivotal for me, for sure.
Yeah.
Big turning point.
It's awesome. And the best mentors will give you, they'll shoot you straight. I'm wearing these, I don't know, probably a couple of you recognize these, but these are the Mark Hoversons. And he was a mentor of mine that passed away a few years ago from pancreatic cancer, and always shot me straight. I remember when, many years ago, before I hired him, Grant Cardone interviewed me, and Mark saw the interview, and he's like, hey man, congrats on the interview. Here's 3 things you really screwed up. And I'm like, thank you. I really appreciated that, because everyone else was like, oh, that's awesome, it's so good. And back then it was so hard for me to accept praise anyway. I'm like, yeah, thank you, all right, great. But when someone shoots you straight, when someone tells you, hey, if you want to improve, this is what that looks like, that's been very helpful in my career as well. So same question to you, Ms. Michelle. Leap of faith moment, you were terrified, decided to move forward anyway.
Gosh, I think there's so many. I'm sitting here trying to think, and I'm like, wow, I could go back to being 23 years old and starting in the profession. And, back then the trainings were $300 every single weekend, and then there were like $5,000 trainings. And to me, that was like gazillion dollars. And, I think, we always say that network marketing is a personal growth company with a pay plan attached to it. And the more you grow, the more money you're going to make. And so I think, for me, it was always like, okay, I wanted to get out of my comfort zone, and I wanted to invest,
this is
and I wanted to grow,
the former law
scared
student.
Completely.
Good catch.
Did you like that? I was just, terrified. And I hate to say new levels, new devils, but it's kind of true. And the higher up we get, it's almost even more terrifying sometimes, because, there are so many people that mentors that are, I think, harder on us, which is good. I had really, really hard mentors when I started. I mean, they made me cry more than they ever made me like happy. They were brutal. I mean, my initial mentors were like, I brought 26 people to my first convention, and I was like, I have a team of 26 people here. And he was like, until you're making $10,000 a month passive residual income, you don't have an effing team. And I was like, oh, okay. And so it was kind of like, what a jerk. And then I was like, ooh. So of course he knew how to motivate me, because next time I was like, oh really? So I think I got to like 10 grand a month like 3 months later. Then I was like, okay, now I have a team. But anyway.
How you doing?
Yeah, how you doing? But yeah, it's hard to even pinpoint like a specific time, just because there's been so many terrifying moments. But I think that that's where faith over fear does come in, is, you know, all of those are opportunities for growth, and getting out of your comfort zone does equal your wealth zone. So the more you get out of your comfort zone, the more money you make. And sometimes we know complacency sucks, and that's almost like the worst place to be. And I've been there a million times in 28 years. And I always know when I'm kind of in that, I'm there right now where I'm like, okay, what next? You know? And so I think those are the most kind of scary moments.
Yeah. Amen. Brandon?
I'm just laughing, thinking, because I'm silly too. The last time I was terrified is when I saw my wife give birth. That was the last time I was terrified.
That is terrifying.
That was terrifying. For me, I'm like, this woman is powerful. Like, I'm living with a powerful woman here. I specifically network marketing. There was an event, a lunch I went to, that a guy absolutely embarrassed me. I mean, he's like, I can't believe you're doing this. This sounds like network marketing. And then he leans in and he goes, are things that bad for you? And so a lot like, yeah.
I love it.
For that second, I wanted to crawl under the table. Because how do you respond to that, like, other than wanting to punch him? And but I used it as fuel.
Yes.
That was like you said earlier, I think yesterday, like, the best thing you can tell me is I can't. Thank you, Jesus.
Yeah. I've had so many of those exact kind of moments.
Ray cannot let the guy have.
You know, I was building.
The last
I think
word.
This was my first company I was ever in. I was building. Never got to a high level. But I remember I was giving advice to this guy. I thought I was being helpful, and he's like, "What have you even done?" And he said it like in front of several people. I'm just like, "All right," you know. But it, you know, I played that in front of them, but inside I'm like, I'm gonna show you, brother. And so some people crumble at that, and some people ignite. So, Melissa.
Yeah, I think is this working? Okay, I think for me. I think, honestly, it was investing in your Top Earners Club, because I had done a lot of courses. You know, I was a leader. I had a big team, and I wanted to learn more and grow more. But that was a big investment, and I didn't think I was ready, and I think I was afraid, kind of what Kimberly was saying.
Yeah.
Just, you know, is this the right thing for me, for my family? You know, luckily my husband's the one that actually was the one telling me that I should go ahead and do it, kind of gave me that push to have faith in myself that I didn't see that I had. And it was an incredible experience just to be around higher level people, higher level thinking, and it did push me on to, you know, my whole path. It flexed my muscle of investing in other programs and other things, and I really do believe in personal development and journey, and I would say that was probably the scariest thing I had done in a long time for myself and my career.
Yeah. Mary?
My heart's just beating thinking about this moment. And it was a long time ago, like half my life ago. I was probably about 25 years old, like long time ago. And I remember, so those of you who see me, you don't realize.
Oh my God, the mics are hot.
Shy and introvert. Like naturally shy and introvert.
They're too close to the other mics.
I was not comfortable with my own skin. It took me a long time to lots of years of personal growth before I could get comfortable in my own skin. And I was doing these courses, and I don't think Jessica will let Ray. And I stayed in this place of coaching these programs. And I remember I always wanted to be around the big leaders because I knew I could glean some information. So there was a big leader that was in town, and I said, I'll drive her around. And she was like one of my idols at the time. And she was asking me about how, my participation was. And I said, yeah, I've coached and I've head coached and I've done this and I've done that. And she said, Mary, it's time to get out of the crib and play with the big kids. And I was like, ouch. And she said, how come you're not leading the program? I'm like, because I'm 25 years old. And she's like, it's time. And my heart was like, because I didn't think I had all the reasons, all the things about why I couldn't, why I shouldn't. I have this little girl, and I'm a single mom, and and this and that, and I'm in school, and I'm trying, like all the things not to. And then all I could hear that resonating was, it's time to get out of the crib and play with the big kids. It's good. Like it just kept on me for days, and I finally threw my name in the hat to lead these programs. And here I am, like 25 years old, leading programs for people in their 40s and 50s. I'm like, what am I doing? And it was just the time where I had to step into somebody else's, what they saw in me. 'Cause I didn't see it in myself. I did not see in myself what they saw in me. So it was somebody, and that's the thing
Thank
about
you for
mentorship.
fixing the
like
audio
what,
sound,
Kimberly
people.
said, is that, when you have someone that you trust, that authentically has your best interests at heart, that even though it sounds like a really bad idea and it was like terrifying, I trusted her. I trusted what she had. I trusted that she wanted the best of me, and I stepped into it. It wasn't easy, but it was worth it.
Yeah.
It changed my life. Changed my life completely.
Powerful. Yeah, and that's a good distinction with what you were sharing of you will run into people that truly do care about you and truly do want to see you grow. And then you will run into people that they just like to make themselves feel better by belittling you.
Right.
If you can translate all of it into how can this serve me, then it doesn't matter as much as you think. You know what I mean? Now, is it helpful when someone truly cares about you and truly wants to guide you and mentor you? Then, absolutely. But, like the girl, the girl that said, which Ray? Fat Ray, the fat one, right? She certainly wasn't trying to serve me in any way, but I let it serve me. You see what I mean? Okay, Richard.
There's two pivotal ones. I'll say them relatively quickly so I don't take too much time, but there are two things that if one or the other didn't happen, I'm not on this stage. I'm probably not even anywhere near this hotel at the time of this. And I was 25, and there was an opportunity to do a course. And back then in 1996, we used to write checks, and I didn't have a debit card.
Explain that concead to some of our...
It's a rectangular piece of paper.
Some people are confused. They're like,
it's a rectangular piece of paper.
Had banking information on it.
That's right. And it was an opportunity to do a course. And I was like, gosh, I just don't have the money to do the course. And
I think I overdid
but I really
the
wanted
size.
to do the course. I knew I had about 7 days to float that check, and I could go hustle and make that money. And that was a moment for me, like I'd never done anything like that before, and I did that. And the importance of that is I did that course, and that was the first time in front of a room of 200 people that I stood up and declared myself as a leader. Prior to that, I had the other L word. I was a loser. That's what I was in my mind. And that began a different journey. Then fast forward a few years, when Mary and I start dating and get engaged relatively quickly, we had a longer engagement process than some, and then we had some cold feet moments. And then we had a moment where I was the one with where I started off with the cold feet, and she said, all right, either in or out, because otherwise I'm out. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Anyway, I got to the point to where...
Have you seen your wife? Like...
I didn't say I was smart. Hey, I didn't say I was smart, all right? And through working with a coach, while she's on a trip, I got to this point to where, oh my gosh, I'm going to let the woman of my dreams go because I'm scared of failing. See, I could fail in anything. I could fail in business. I could fail at karate. I could fail in anything. But I didn't want to fail in marriage because I saw so much failure in marriage. And when I could actually articulate that and own it, it's like, okay, so what are you going to choose? You're going to choose the fear, or are you going to choose what you really want? And it was in that moment, and obviously from there, that changed the whole trajectory of my life, which again would have me. She'd probably be in this room. I wouldn't be in this room, but thank God you took me for the ride. Appreciate that, honey.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Give him a hand. Give him a hand. That was good. That was good. And
Ray
how long
talking
was
about
the
how
engagement?
attractive someone's wife is.
We don't have time
No.
for that. Like 13 minutes, you need to add another couple of zeros. Like that's not.
Sounds complicated. All right,
Very
moving on. So one of there's two of the common ingredients here amongst myself as well and everyone on the stage. One is it's so common for people to see people of success now and just think, oh, they've always had it put together. And I wanted to help you with that. Of many times, we've all had it not put together. We've all had it to where we didn't know where we were going. We didn't know what was the right move. We were scared so many times. And for me, I really believe there's been more times of that than feeling like I had it figured out. And the second common ingredient is I've worked with all of you in some capacity, right? Some longer than others, some in different connections. But you've also had the opportunity to work in some way, shape, or form with our keynote speaker coming tomorrow, Mr. John C. Maxwell, right? And so what I'm going to share a little bit after this, a little bit later, today, I'm going to talk about a program that John and I have put together. And I wanted to get your guys' take on, how has either or both or whatever, working with me or what you've gotten from John Maxwell, and I'd love for you to share with them so they kind of know. There's
This is a
how many
panel
people,
about
this will be
Ray.
interesting and fun. How many people in this room really didn't know me before this event? Is that fun? Why'd y'all come? No, I'm just kidding. Okay, all right. You're right. You're right. And so this is why I'm asking this question. Now you know. And so I'll ask you first.
Okay. So in 2019, I actually worked with him and John Maxwell. And I had to put the coaching on a credit card when I'd already gotten our family out of debt because my business had gone backwards. And in 2019, wasn't awesome. 2020, after working with both of them, so I can't even imagine together. Working with both of them, I became the #2 recruiter globally in my company and went from $250,000 in revenue in my coaching business to $1.1 million. And this is why. When you learn to be able to lead yourself, then you can actually be a real leader. And what I see with a lot of people is the stop, go. Anyone guilty of that in your business? Well, what happens is that when you start actually leading other people, you can't stop because people are looking up to you.
Well said. Yes. Awesome. Michelle.
I had the pleasure of working with John. Well, John was a mentor from afar, obviously, since I was like 23 years old, and I was obsessed with every book that he wrote and listening to cassette tapes. Some of you probably don't even know what those are. And so it was like way back, and I was just obsessed with leadership and obsessed with just growing and personal growth and all the things. And so he was a mentor from afar for so long, and then I went to probably 3 different seminars with him, and would meet him for like 3 seconds, take a picture, and like be so excited, But then I got to actually go to Atlanta in 2017 and spend, I don't know, it's like 5 or 6 days with him, and we were creating a course on the 15 Invaluable Laws of Growth based on network marketing. And we sat in that room with him, and some of you were probably there, but we sat in that room with him, and it was just, if any of you have been there, it's pretty small. And he just sits like this, and he's just hanging out, just having a conversation, and you just feel like you're, learning from, I used to sit on the porch with my great-grandfather. I'm sure John Maxwell doesn't want me to compare him to my great-grandfather. But it kind of reminded me of that, like you're just sitting there hanging out, and this wisdom is just like, and that every word that comes out of his mouth. And I think some of the biggest things I got from him, besides every book that I dug into over the last 23 years, is just being intentional. And living with intention. And for me, like a lot of you heard yesterday, being a single mom, you're spinning a lot of plates. I mean, there's a lot going on. And so to be very intentional with everything that you're doing, and figuring out what the most important things in your life are, and making sure that every single thing you do every second of every day is moving one of those things forward, because every choice we make is either moving us forward or backward.
Oh my God.
And, to kind of piggyback on what Kimberly said, I always tell my team, leader of one, leader of many. If you can't lead one, you can't lead any. And I think that's the most important thing, is really just, that's a leadership skill. I mean, I don't think I was like, I don't know, some people say like, oh, you're a born leader. I don't necessarily think that's true. I think you can be born with some leadership qualities and energy to want to be a good leader. But I think it takes consistent and persistent growth. And so I agree with that too. And the starting and stopping, oh my God, you guys, that's exhausting. Just don't do it. It's easier to keep a freight train moving than it is to start it and stop it and start it and stop it. It's exhausting. So.
Amen. Yeah, something interesting about that is prior to John Maxwell, the two kind of main business leaders and authors were Ken Blanchard and Peter Drucker. And both of them believed that you had to be born a leader. John was actually the first person to talk about how to develop as a leader, how to grow into a leader. And that it wasn't like, oh, this one's leader, that one's not. He was the first to come up with that. I mean, it's just incredible. Brandon.
Yeah, you talked about ILTEE, invest, learn, teach. And John is one of the guys, he's a legend. He is my podcast go-to.
Nice.
And I get, he'll say one sentence, and I'm like, I have to, stop everything I'm doing and put it, it, rocks my world. And he does it, all the time. Yeah. And so we did get to work with him. I got to, be a part of that book. We were in his office in West Palm, and him telling the stories. He is he's a guy that when he's teaching you, he's not teaching from theory, he's teaching from experience. Yeah. Which is really, really, really important. Yeah. And you've done the same thing. You taught me the 80-15-5. That was just okay. I kind of knew it was happening, but now thank you for explaining that to me, because those type moments are just huge moments where it changes your life. And I'm just sitting here thinking, I've got something that I got to share, because, we have to invest. You're talking about investments was terrifying for you. And I've got an idea for you guys to put your hands on some more money so you can invest. You guys want to hear it? It's okay?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Yes.
It's okay. It's okay. It's good. It's good. I was going to say it a few minutes ago, and anyway, you guys have to write this down. I'm going to give you the ability to have between $6,000 and $12,000 extra dollars if you will write this year, if you will do this, okay? It's a tax rule. It's section 280-A, 280-A. It's called the Augusta rule, Augusta loophole. And if you don't know about this, guys, I'm literally putting thousands of dollars in your pocket. If you have a business and a home, you can charge your business rent for doing meetings in your home. And if you've got a business, I suggest you do about 12 to 14 meetings in your home, and you can do them in consecutive days. And you can charge your business for the same amount it would cost you to rent a room in your town. So go find a room in your town that's $500 to $1,000 to rent. They're all over your town, okay? And instead of renting the room, rent your house to your company, charge your company the $12,000, and then use that money to invest in these guys. Boom.
Nice.
Guys, send it to the IRS. Send it to you. Send it to you. I mean, send it to them, and they'll teach you, and it's like this nice circle.
Holy shit.
I mean, personally, I think the government's very good with our money. No?
Is that tax fraud?
They do such a great job. Thank you. That is powerful. I heard that actually at a real estate event months ago that I spoke at in Chicago.
I already knew this.
Go talk to your guys. I don't want to get a lawsuit, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
It's powerful. Melissa.
Yeah, I think that I've had the pleasure of experiencing both people working with you. And I think one of the really cool things about being in a container like that, it's not just the mentorship from Ray and John is it's also being in a room with other people who are also investing in themselves and have like-minded and they want to grow. So getting tips like this is something that's neat, that is very neat, that comes along with that. Is I have
Tax
met some
fraud,
incredible people being involved in these masterminds and getting to
emotional manipulation, tax fraud, worship music that went on forever, tax fraud, sermons, I don't know what else. What did that pastor talk about? Oh yeah, money, being wealthy. Oh my God, I don't even know. My brain is fried.
That he is. I just have a smile on my face because I just got done graduating from a PhD program with him, and you will see when he comes on stage.
A PhD program?
He's going to say,
"You're Monet.
I'm John Maxwell, and I'm your friend."
I'm your friend.
And he means it. Like, we got to sit
Yeah.
there and spend an entire day with him, and he just, every word that comes out of his mouth is a quote, and you can write it down, and it's wisdom, and it's I don't even know how to put it into words, that it's very meaningful to be able to soak up that kind of stuff. So I just feel blessed to have been able to experience all of it.
What?
Awesome. Very good. Very good. Very nice. Yay.
Oh.
Mary.
What is
so
wrong
we've been
with
blessed
Ray?
to work with John a couple of times, but there was a couple of moments that really changed the trajectory for me in my career and my life because of things that John has said. So the one distinction, because I remember he came to our company and did 2 very large trainings all day.
I like her a
the whole
lot,
day was just John
for some
training.
reason.
And he was training on the 15 Invaluable Laws of Growth before the book came out. I have the original notes still in my book. I like, that's my leadership group, like my growth Bible. I tell everybody that's like the first one you start with. And his distinction of time is like money, you spend it or you invest it. And then I got real serious about my time. I got very protective of my time.
God.
I'm intentional about investing. I'm intentional about not squandering it and spending it. And sometimes I spend it, but I'm very intentional. So that changed a lot of things in my life. But then at one of those 2 trainings, I got the honor of emceeing it. And so we were backstage getting mic'd. And I knew John's story about having been in ministry and then moving into the marketplace. And I was curious about that because at the time, because of our network marketing business, I was blessed and Mercer was blessed. We were able to serve at a really high level in our church. He was serving in men's ministry. I was serving in the bookstore. And I was serving about 40 to 50 hours a week, just giving my time.
Oh, the bookstore.
So our network
He
marketing
got to do
business
the
was a little
ministry.
on cruise control because I wanted to pour back.
I was a cashier in a bookstore. Tell me there's not inequality in that. Give me a break.
So I said to John, I said, how did you know? How did you know? Because I wanted to be like John. I wanted to be the person in the marketplace to lead people to Christ without having to be overt about it. I wanted my light to shine before men that they would see my good works and glorify my Father in heaven. Like, I wanted people to be curious about that and ask me, like, what's the difference? What's the distinction? And that's what inspired me about John. So I asked him, how did you know? How did you know the moment that it was time to leave the ministry and go in the marketplace? He goes, if you're ever having that question, you need to stay in the marketplace because we need kingdom-minded leaders in the marketplace. There's not enough people focused on expanding the kingdom. He goes, you know, the only goal, monetary goal, Margaret and I have ever had, our entire marriage, was how much money we were going to give. And you can't give it if you don't make it. And that's what he said to me. Nice. And that from that point on, I stepped down from my leadership position. I just started pouring into the marketplace because the thought process for me too was those people in our church, they already knew Jesus. They already knew the path. And so there were a lot of people that just didn't know.
Powerful. Very powerful. Yeah, it's true. I mean, you only have a finite amount of time. But you make more money, you build a larger business, that can go really far. We can only do so much with our time and do what you can with your time.
Didn't
not
Ray
not to,
project the end of the world in 2028?
You can, do a lot. You look at, Darren's story and how it takes money, right? You want to send more people to treatment, it takes money. And Richard.
So this might shock some of y'all, but I didn't read my first book cover to cover till I was 21 years old. And wow. Yeah. So I got through high school, well, most of high school, without reading very many books, none of them cover to cover. So when I was in my 20s, I was on a spiritual journey. So I was reading spiritual books, And then someone said, hey, you need to get this little book by John Maxwell, and I'm going to butcher it. It's 21 Principles of Leadership or something like that. I'm messing it up. It's sitting on my shelf, but I can't remember. And I read that little book. And I read that book, and I read that book, and I read that book, and I fell in love with John Maxwell. And then as Mary was talking about, we had an opportunity to work with John Maxwell, and we got to do an audio recording of one of his other books, and on the law of empowerment. And it's true. You sit down with John, first thing he says is, hi, I'm John, I'm your friend. So every time I see John, I say, hi, I'm Richard, we're friends. But John he's got such a laser focus on saying the right thing in the right way so you hear it. And there's been so many little things and nuggets that he's dropped along the way that it's timeless. I don't care which book of his you read, whether it's his new one or his first one, they're all priceless and timeless. So we've just enjoyed our time with John.
Super cool. Super cool. So I could spend hours with these guys, but we don't have that kind of time. So please thank them for their time. Thank them for their wisdom. You guys are amazing.
This was the worst leadership panel. Why did he give that lady a hug and not... Did he give the lady in the white? Oh, good. The other lady's not going for a hug. Hell yes. Look, they just totally walked by him without giving him a hug. Did you see that? Oh. Music, music, music. Did y'all just see that? The lady in the pink pants and the white top and her husband.
Assumptions on day one.
No hugs. Any hugs.
And so, very quickly, I had worked my way up in the corporate world to a pretty decent paying salary, but I realized that it wasn't where I wanted to be. And, I had to get permission to take my kids to the dentist. And I looked at my boss, her boss, his boss, and they were all miserable. They're making more money than me, but they're miserable. And so I'm like, man, I don't want to do this path. And I kind of had this realization. And so in 2004, read my first book on anything entrepreneurship or anything like that. I'd never read anything like that. I'd read leadership books. I'd actually read I believe it's the 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership by Maxwell, and had read a couple of things like that, but nothing like entrepreneurship, nothing how to grow a business. Hadn't read Rich Dad Poor Dad, hadn't read Think and Grow Rich, hadn't read any of those things. And so April 2000.
Before I continue on, I don't know if I said I don't know if I described the lady in the pink pants and the white blouse. If I said the Asian lady, and I'm sorry, I don't think that was appropriate of me to say. I'm like thinking it over in my mind, so I just want to apologize. I didn't. I'm still working on giving better descriptors, and if I think that I said that, I don't remember exactly because I don't remember all the things that I say. So I say that because of my medicine I'm on, but if I said that, I'm really sorry.
Saying I felt like a loser. I felt like, oh man, all those people were right, and I was like, oh man, am I going to have to go crawling back? And so it was a tough time. So lost it all. Went through foreclosure. Went through divorce. I had over leveraged the real estate that I did have, and was not a good steward of it. So I was over $1 million in debt. So sometimes people come up to me and they're like, Ray, man, I'm $30,000 in debt. I'm like, oh, good for you. Such restraint, such discernment. I mean, because I was $1 million in debt. Someone that was living on the street was worth $1 million more than I was. And I really didn't know what I was going to do. And it was
some of my medicine's giving me a lot of problems, and like I'm losing I'm working on it with my doctor, but like some of the medicine I'm like, did that happen? But I wanted to make sure that if I did say it, I just wanted to be accountable to my own, what I do on my channel. Anyways.
I'm like,
thanks.
Beggars
Lynn.
can't be choosers. I got no money.
Thanks,
I got 2
Christy.
credit cards left. Let's try this one. Oh, that one worked. Good, good. I knew it would. And in that company, there were
Thanks,
3
Hannah.
things that I did. And my 5th month was my first $10,000 month. My 7th month was my first $40,000 month. 10 months, $50,000. Became the #1 earner of that company. Made millions with that company. Built an Inc. 5000 company. We were number 754 fastest growing companies in the United States in 2016 or 17, one of those. Multiple best-selling books, et cetera, and so forth. And then I started a very different race. So for me, I needed to accomplish all of these different things and prove a bunch of people wrong for me to find what would really become, my purpose here in this last 9-10 months of helping create the most generous entrepreneurs on the planet. And for you to be the most generous entrepreneurs on the planet, we got to help you build a business. And there are things that are...
He didn't start it. There's a group called Generous Giving, and they specifically talk to people in high-level positions about what it means to give generously, and they give they give a lot of money. He's not the first group to do this.
In July. How many saw that? Was that powerful? And he said something in there. He said multiple things in there. First of all, he said, this is the toughest business environment he's ever seen in his 55 years of teaching. And on top of that, we have the fewest examples of good leadership he's ever seen. It's kind of a double whammy, right? And so here in this hotel a couple weeks ago, I came and I had some, private time with John, and I sat through 4 days of his training, which was awesome, amazing. And in the private room, there were about maybe 20 of us, and someone asked him, they said, well, what's an example of a world leader that you really do like and you do think is doing a good job? And he said something I thought was really powerful. He said, I would be hard pressed to come up with an example, and the reason is I just don't know any that are really for the people. Now that's his take. But think about that, really for the people. Well, you can become a business owner for the people. You can be in the marketplace for the people. You can build such a powerful, powerful business in the marketplace. The apostles, the disciples, they weren't clergy. They were businessmen. They were salespeople. They had, they weren't.
Ray didn't start anything.
But they went on to impact some people, didn't they? Paul, tent maker. Marketplace can reach a lot of people. But there's another thing, second thing, that he said on the interview that I thought was really powerful. And he said, because he asked me beforehand, he's like, Ray, can I pitch our program? I'm like, well, John, which is such a great question. Right? He asked me beforehand. He's like, "Hey, when you interview me, can I pitch our program?" I'm like, "Well, John, I'm kind of going to introduce it at the event you're speaking at." But he said, in the interview, he did kind of pitch it, and he said, "Hey, listen, you can either go it alone and try to figure everything out on your own, or we can mentor you until you get it."
That's not what he said.
That's a really powerful distinction.
Higdon Maxwell mentorship program.
Some people are very, very...
Look, this is a Christian group too. They're called generousgiving.org. They're a nonprofit. They host conversations in like a home environment, like not home. They rent out like bed and breakfast or like hotels, and they have conversations about like, and it is a Christian foundation. I'm not like promoting it. I'm just saying that Ray thinks that he's the only person doing stuff like this, and he's not. This is one of many.
And so you heard from, the people on the stage who talked about mentorship, who talked about getting coaching from either myself or John or others, right? Because we've all had, different coaches over the years. And I can tell you this, I've invested a lot of money in coaching. and improving myself. 13 was the last time I didn't invest at least $100,000 in my own education. And that year, I believe the total ended up being like $88,000. So I know that I've gotten there faster with mentors. I know that, and I remember when I hired my first coach, people were like, well, aren't you motivated enough? I'm like, I'm not hiring them for motivation. I'm hiring them to learn how to get to where I want to go faster. Like, why learn? Why have all the mistakes that they had? Why not learn from what they already know? And so tomorrow is our day 3. It's the day you get to spend some time with John C. Maxwell. Is anyone excited? Yeah. He's going to be here. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be incredible. And just, you've heard me share that he's going to speak. You may have heard the term up to 4 hours. Well, here's what that actually looks like, and I'll break it down for you. So it's going to be 2 hours to everyone. It's going to be an hour in the Super VIP luncheon. And then it's going to be an hour only for applicants of our mentorship program. And so that's 4 hours, right?
Oh, you twisty.
And so is it okay to share what him and I came up with to possibly mentor you and help you over the next 12 months? Is it okay if I share that with you? Yes?
Who made the slideshow?
Great. Thank you. Some of you are like, nope. All right. Well, I'm going to share. It's kind of what we're doing right now, right?
Who made this logo?
And so we're calling it the Higdon Maxwell Mentorship Program. Now, I've actually never offered a mentorship program. I've offered masterminds. And so what's the difference? Because there's a lot of masterminds. And I've been a part of a lot of them. I think I've been part of most of them. And so...
Danger, Will Robinson. Danger, no, Will Robinson. Danger.
It's a little different, right? In a mastermind, you're looking for like-minded individuals that are kind of at the same level as you or greater, right? And it's like, okay, who's in here? How much value? But for me, just observing the industry, being a part of this type of industry for so many years, for 15, 18 years. For most people, a mastermind isn't the answer because you're getting such a deep training so often, so consistently that it's difficult to actually implement. And that's taken a lot of reflection on our side because we've sold millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars worth of masterminds over the last 10 years. 10 years ago is when we first started selling masterminds and offering them. Mentorship I see as different. Mentorship I see as more of like what John said, which by the way, this was John's idea. John says, hey Ray, what if we called it mentorship instead of mastermind? I'm like, why do you say that? I'm just curious. He said, well, with mentorship, we're really helping getting these things implemented in their life. We're really helping them, not just lobbing an idea, not just saying, here's the latest this or latest that or whatever, but we're actually helping them to implement it inside of their life. And I really grabbed onto that, and I'm like, sold, let's do it. And so here's what we'll do over the next 12 months together. So we see 3 main pillars, and that's all centered around leadership because it is centered around leadership. Grow yourself, grow your influence, grow your team. Now, if you grow yourself and grow your influence, you will grow your team. But how do you do that in the most powerful leadership way? If you don't understand how to be a great leader and you just grow your team, a lot of times you can end up burnt out, stressed out, frustrated, working too hard. We don't want you to have that kind of team, right? I forget the exact verse, but it's like, he'll bless you with good success. What's good success? Good success is something that doesn't have any bad. See, some people have had bad success. So they make a bunch of money or they hit whatever, but it adds some bad. We want good success. Thing that only adds to us, doesn't take anything away, doesn't diminish us in any way. And so growing yourself, how do you better lead yourself? And I really believe, and John talked about this on our interview, is we're in a very weird time. Election year, my God, what's going to happen?
Who did this?
Right? We didn't get rattled with aliens or murder hornets. What else are they going to throw at us? Right? And so I think that you are going to have to learn to lead yourself.
I wish I could pause this.
You're just going to have to, man.
Look at the spacing.
Because there's so many.
Look at the spacing.
There's just so many weird things
It's all
going on with so
different.
many weird agendas and so much.
Look at this. Look at this.
I remember a day where I just trusted all of this, and there's not too many of those people left. I don't think that just blindly trust now. Anyway, but you're going to have to learn to lead yourself. With leading yourself, you're going to grow yourself. So how are you going to do it? You can attend a whole bunch of events. And I get value from every event, but I'm also very good at compartmentalizing, going to a bunch of events and saying, okay, I can take this, plug it into this. Most people are not good at that, but I'm good at teaching people that. I'm good at saying, hey, you learn this. Okay, here's how you do it. Here's how you put together. Grow your influence so you start to attract more people to your organization. And I realize there are some of you that you're growing insurance companies, you're growing financial planning companies, you're growing real estate companies, and of course, large amount of you are growing a network marketing company. Teaching you how to do that, okay? And so I'm going to do, I specifically put the numbers because we want to help you a lot, a lot. And so it's 18 mentoring sessions with me over the course of the next 12 months. So every other month, there will be 2 mentoring sessions with me. And then every other month, it will be John and I.
Who picked this photo?
So it's hands-on training with me. And sometimes I may bring on an expert guest. If I run into somebody, like I had that chat with Reggie Flowers.
Why did you not do a soft return here?
You need to be here, right?
Why is the end here?
And do you guys benefit from Reggie? His talk on grief. I mean, it's just incredible. And so
that's his real life.
Get my insight on your business based off my 18 years as a full-time entrepreneur.
Yes.
Bi-weekly deep dives into my walk in leadership as I'm learning and sharing with you from where you're at, where to go from here. What's the next steps for you? Because we have people in here, and I won't call you out, but there's people in here that make $1 million a month. There's people in here that make $1,000 a month. Where do you go based on where you're at? Okay? And so now for me, I do speak at or do different trainings for different teams. I'm typically speaking at two events a month.
I would have failed a project if I put this gradient on it.
Okay? And so, for me, the reason we came up with this, real amount is for me to come in and train for a group, that's usually $25,000. Okay? If you wanted that virtually, it is a better deal, right? It's a lower investment, and it's about $3,750. But if you bought those in bulk, we'd get them down to like $2,500 for me to train for, for your group. And we've done, many of you in here have done that sort of thing.
Maybe.
I'm sharing some of the topics that I'll be covering, but the majority of the time is going to be spent on where are you? Where are you in your journey?
Did this?
How to attract, but here are some of the topics. How to attract rock star leaders. Growing and developing leaders. Strategic marketing. That's where I'm going to most likely bring in some of my good friends that are
not good at
just marketing rock stars. Prospecting mastery. Closing with confidence. Client retention.
Drop your guesses in the chat.
This is very difficult for a lot of A-types because they've become A-types by being so disconnected and only focused on goals because that's a lot safer for them. How do you actually connect with others? How do you actually relate with others?
How do you relate with others?
And that's a really powerful, it's a superpower if you can
shunning
learn that.
People.
How to craft your compelling story.
Bullying people.
So that when you get asked to speak on stage, and you'll notice we've had different times. We've had some people up here 20 minutes. We've had some people up here 3 minutes. Whatever minute you get, how to go up there and powerfully and dynamically deliver it so that they want you back. Because that should be a goal. right? Your goal should be to impact the audience, help them, but also get invited back. That's a good deal. How to achieve unreasonable goals. There are many goals in my life that when I set them, they just didn't make sense. And we'll talk about this a little bit tomorrow when I talk about perspective. But the 4 unstoppable steps to achieve unreasonable goals, how to develop a millionaire mindset, how to build a high-performance team. Because no matter what you do, you want a high-performance team.
You changed your letting on this
and,
side?
you know, people have been complimenting us, and I'm very grateful for it. They're like, oh, my God, this event is amazing. You have done an amazing job. You put all this together.
Ray Higdon, who made this PowerPoint slide? Who did it? Who made your logo? Who did it? You know what letting is? It's the spacing between lines, and you can fix it if you're working in PowerPoint. You can fix it if you're working in Canva. The fact that this whole weekend's a fucking funnel, I'm pissed off. I'm pissed off for the people who paid good money to come to this.
Or your, you know, whatever. You want to build a team.
I'm muted.
You don't want you to be the only person doing whatever it is that you're doing to impact other people.
Right.
We'll dive really deep into ILTEE. What does that look like? How to get the attention of rock stars that you've actually learned from so that they want you up on their stage. Because there's just not too many people that I've done that process with that didn't have me on their stage. There's just not too many. How to get past your past self. How to get over self-sabotage. Okay.
What?
How to embrace visibility. What? So there's a certain type of person that really hates attention. They don't like the spotlight.
Who cares? Who cares?
And that's because you had siblings.
Oh my God, no, it's not.
And you were most likely, some of you are moving uncomfortably, that's most likely because you were probably the good one. And mom and dad said, why can't you be more like your sister? So you drew the conclusion that if I get attention, someone else gets hurt, which ended at some point, but you've carried that program.
That's not
so
everyone.
You repel attention.
That's not everyone.
You want to fly under the radar.
You're not a therapist.
Which you see as admirable, right? That's kind of humble, isn't it? But we can be so worried, this is a Tozer quote, we can be so worried about offending someone that we end up impacting no one. So the best thing you can possibly do to make a bigger difference is shine a brighter light.
Oh my God.
The city built on the hill cannot be hidden. You want more people to wonder the source of your hope, grow a bigger business. People heard of Solomon's wealth before they heard of his wisdom.
What? Oh my God.
And they came because of his wealth. They came to get his wisdom and the source of his hope. And he was there just glorifying God. How to use your past pain. Some of you are confused with, well, what should be my niche? What should be my target market? What should be my brand? Who should I be serving?
Stop it.
And God's given you all the clues with all the things you've overcome.
Your brand is your
trauma? Help the person you used to be. You're equipped.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
You have confidence. See, some people will sell you a confidence course. To me, that makes no sense. Like, I don't want to learn to play the violin. I just want to be confident at the violin. Like, that makes no sense. You can't be confident over something you haven't done. That makes no sense. You can only be confident about something you've overcame.
He's literally saying
something you went through.
Trauma is your brand.
So I wasn't able to catch all of Justin's talk, but one of the most powerful things about the story of David is the king's like, bro, he's been a warrior longer than you've been alive. And he says, hey, I've killed lions and bears protecting my sheep. I can take this guy. So what did he do?
Demi.
He went to confidence over what had he overcome. He had taken out lions and bears. He was confident over that. He didn't focus on the gap. He focused on the gain. You focus on what have I overcome. If you start to focus on what you've overcome, it's actually a lot. And you all have very powerful stories. How can you use that to impact more people? 6 mentoring sessions with John.
John Maxwell out.
And how this...
Who did this?
And what's cool about this is it actually starts... The formation of this with his session starts tomorrow. And this was, again, his idea.
Widower.
I'm just listening to the man. So after he speaks at the Super VIP lunch tomorrow, all applicants, and there's actually been a few of you that have actually already moved forward on it, which is awesome. But after the Super VIP lunch, where he'll be speaking the whole time, we go into the applicant reception, and he's going to hear from those that have applied, what are you struggling in? And that's how he's constructing the curriculum for his sessions. Isn't that neat? And I'll tell you something about John. You know, I'd shared the stage with him 2 or 3 times. I even talked with him, and we shared the stage in Washington, D.C., and this was so funny. We're talking, and we're just hitting it off. It's just amazing. And he's like, hey, you should come to lunch. And I'm like, yes.
Yeah, we can do that.
But I promised one of my clients that I would take pictures with their team. Yeah. And I'm like, I would so love to do that, but I made a promise. He's like, I got that. I respect that. And that was so many years ago.
I'll do it right now.
And but if I make a promise, I'm going to stick to that. So I had a really great opportunity, right? But I had made a promise. And so in DC, I went around town and we did all these, pictures. It was cool. Kept my promise. But I never really spent time with him. I'd seen him on stage, and he's incredible on stage. He's amazing. He's better off stage.
I'll have to add y'all manually. Hold on.
I can't say that of everyone. Some are not.
Moderators.
He is better off stage. Hearing him answer questions, I've spent a lot of time with a lot of rock stars. Private, one-on-one time, because that's been more of my mode.
It's our chat room.
My mode has been let me stroke Big O check, get one-on-one time, and then I'll go teach my people.
Okay, he's just pitching. Discord, let me get a new link for y'all. Discord is like our chat. Is Snarky Squirrel the Secret Squirrel Squad? I'm gonna guess it is. And create channel. And then I need to invite people. Here's the new link. Copy. Oh God, how am I going to do this? I'm going to put it in a community tab. If you pop out of the chat, you go to the community tab, and it'll be, if you're a Secret Squirrel member, you'll be able to see it. Your channel, community, Secret Squirrel Squad. Here's the Discord link. Okay. And you should see, I need to add the rest of the squirrels to my Instagram too for close friends. So here it is. It's in community tab now.
GG's. If you wanted him virtually, you could probably get that cheaper. I didn't get the official price, but just kind of knowing the industry, you could probably get him for like 15 grand, right? If you wanted group, John, probably about 15 grand. If you bought in bulk, you could probably get it down to 12. And I'm guessing, but I'm going to guess I'm probably right in there because I know most of the speaker prices and everything.
Let me just.
You're getting 6 sessions with him, and I'm as excited as you are. Now this
private Voxer.
My team triple verified this with me. They're like, "Are you sure about this one?" So there's a certain application that I've grown to love. Russell Brunson turned me on to it. And,
oh my God.
Or no. You know what? Who first turned me on to it was Mark Hoverson.
Mary Kay called and they want their software back, dude.
And so does Tyler, actually. And that's there's a program called Voxer, and it's basically like a walkie-talkie. What's very difficult to do is just schedule calls because I'm always on the run. I'm we got to get our kids, we got to do this, we got to do that, right? There's just so much traveling, different time zones, all this stuff. So that can be difficult. But there's a program called Voxer where it's like a walkie-talkie where you can leave an audio message or you can type a message. And so what this program will also get is a private Voxer group with direct access to me.
Oh, God.
Where you can ask questions as much as you want.
You won't answer, but
now,
you
that
can
doesn't
ask.
mean I'm going to answer it immediately.
Oh, I just called it. I just called it. I just called it.
Hey, Ray, did you see the last one 2 minutes ago? Hey, Ray, are you there? Right? Okay, I'm not on a hello, right? I don't have it connected to my head, all right? But seriously, you will be able to ask me any question you have in this Voxer group, and I assure you I will answer it. And unless I'm on like a family vacation where Jess has stolen my phone, which has happened, which you'll know ahead of time if that happens. But unless that, you will get an answer. Just be prepared. It'll probably be at 4 in the morning.
Snarky squirrel.
That's how I roll.
I should put.
Who knows this to be
the
true?
Snarkies
Raise your
in there,
hand.
right?
Those who have worked with me.
The squirrels.
Right? That's when I answer these kind of
You're right.
things.
How do I do this?
I hit you back at usually 4 a.m. because I don't sleep a whole lot. But you're able to ask me whatever. So if you're in a mentoring session, and there is a finite time to these mentoring sessions, they're not 6 hours or 8 hours, right?
Dang.
And you have a question that didn't get answered, guess what? Right? Voxer me will get you that question answered. I'll point you to the right way. Private Facebook group, you guys kind of know what that's all about.
Download members.
Full access to my online courses, which there's quite a few. My big advice here is don't attempt to go through all of them. Just don't do it. Because I'm a machine. I create a lot of courses, so do not. But what will happen is if you say, hey, I want to be a rock star on TikTok. Well, Stacy and Nicole have created an amazing course. I'll say, well, watch this.
What about
If you
Julie
say,
Anderson?
I want to build systems for my team, well, I have a team building blueprint.
Oh,
Go
shut
watch
up,
that.
Ray.
You can ask me questions after, but I'm not going to repeat the entire course to you. I'm going to say, go watch that. Then come back with implementation. Oh, my friend Brianna's over here. Hey, Brianna. So she went through the team building blueprint, and then I helped her tweak, some of her systems.
Oh, I helped her.
She did the hard work. A lot of leaders won't do that nitty gritty, kind of work. But you get access to all of my courses. Again, don't try to go through them because you just can't. Right? There's just too many. But there will be some courses that will really help you. Money mindset courses. Perhaps recruiting, all diving deep into the 4 Ps, perspective, etc. Marketing, brand building, influence, closing, and a whole bunch more. 25 Super VIP tickets for Faith Over Fear 2024. Should we do this again? And
no.
So that's going to be pretty cool. Pretty excited about that. Now, you'll notice the pricing on this. It's priceless, but let me explain this. That's not just a wife bias, or maybe a little, but my wife is wired differently than me. Ray prefers coaching others. Jessica prefers real estate and horses. Okay? She likes riding her horse. Her horse is called Prada. Good-looking horse. Good-looking horse. She likes horses. She likes real estate. She likes coffee. Me, I love coaching. I love it. I love mentoring others. I love coaching. This is the only thing that we have that she is fulfilling. So if you like, and she's going to speak tomorrow morning, I believe, and it's going to be amazing. But there's one of the biggest leaders in all of the entire industry. Is someone very special and someone that I've seen just be so generous over the years, just incredible. I've seen her not just build humongous businesses, but she's over all the years that we've done. We pick a charity every year and we raise money for charity, and I've seen her be so generous over the years with so many different charities. It's been incredible, but she has just a very powerful testimonial. Just talking about,
Secret Squad.
We were calling it Coffee with Jess, Coffee Connection with Jess, but she said, Coffee with Jess today is the first time I was able to step into and own my female entrepreneurship. Today is the first time that I was able to have a conversation as a woman. The ability to feel the feels and to not have to hold back the tears in fear of being seen as less than or weaker than the men in the room felt so freeing.
What?
Jess is highly anointed. She is very powerful with wisdom. She has helped me out so tremendously, and she will be a part of this program as well. So once a month, she'll be doing a business and balance mentoring, and you hop on there, and she's gonna shoot you straight. She doesn't pull punches, but she does it in a very, very powerful and loving way. And so, different things I've mentioned: 18 mentoring sessions with me, the 6 mentoring sessions with Ray and John. Here's everything that you're getting: the private Voxer group, the private Facebook group. 25 super VIP tickets, the business and balance mentoring. So over $165,000 worth of value. And seriously, I mean, I could go to someone and say, hey, if you want me to answer your questions for an entire year, it'll be $20,000, and I can sell that. I've sold that kind of thing.
Here we go. I got it.
The mentoring sessions, I get paid to do mentoring sessions. John, there's no question, right? But of course,
total value $165,000.
I'm not going to charge you $165,000, right? But what if this helped you bring on 1 or 2 more rock stars? If you really thought about it, and if you compared the different investments out there, because this is an investment. This is not I'm buying a purse, right? This is an investment, right? Okay, sorry, triggered some people there. Hey, some of them go up in value. Okay, all right. But if it helps you bring in 1 or 2 new rock stars that just ran in your business, ran in the sales team, would it be worth it? What if it helped you get past all the things that's been slowing you down?
I don't know how to do this.
One thing I heard, I just thought it was so powerful is, if you look at where you think your potential is,
I don't know how to do
and
this.
where you are,
oh, God. It's okay.
And the difference, listen to this, the difference is what you're paying every year. You're already paying it every year. So if you think you should be a $1 million earner and you're at 50 grand, you're paying a $950,000 a year incompetence tax.
What?
Sizzle. Am I wrong? I was paying a tax. I was working in the corporate world. And I was actually making, decent money. I was making almost, right around $80,000 a year.
I don't know how to add.
Didn't understand being an entrepreneur. Didn't understand building a business. I was paying a minimum $100,000 incompetence tax every year, year after year after year after year, until I learned a different way. I learned new perspectives. But what if it got you past overwhelm, past perfectionism, so you could focus on the things that actually produce results, which you won't have to figure out on your own? We're going to help you. We're going to say, okay, what are you doing? Okay, stop that. Focus on that. But how are you doing that? Okay, don't do it that way. Do it this way. And between John, Jessica, and myself, I know that we can help you. I just know that we can. Help you increase your influence so you attract more customers,
I'm just trying to add people to the
attract more
Secret Squirrel
teammates.
Squad channel, but I don't.
And help you reach your actual
Everyone's
potential.
name is different.
So growing yourself, growing your influence, growing your team, all through leadership. And so if you just think about
$50,000,
thinking about a $50,000, like a $50,000 investment, like where would that go right now? Right? Would it go in a stock? Would it go in crypto? Where would one place that right now? Would it go in maybe down payment on some real estate?
I don't know what to do.
You have to think about that, because this is an actual investment, and you have to see that. I think because when I started, there were a lot of other coaches doing kind of similar things.
I
think the number one difference is I just invested
change
more.
the form.
I just paid for more mentoring and more coaching, and of course I had to execute. You will have to execute. You will have to actually not just be a part of the thing, but actually go and do the advice that you're getting in a custom fashion to your situation. Go and do this. But it's not $50,000. So this program, it's a $32,000 program. And that is what we will be offering after this event. So we will sell this ongoing as a $32,000 program, and it'll be totally worth it. People will get breakthroughs. It'll be incredible.
Thank you so much.
Now,
Holy moly.
because you're here, and however you were led to come here to the very first ever Faith Over Fear Business Summit, our first of many, right? We want to do something special. And so for this event, if this is something that resonates with you, it's $28,000 or $25,000 if paid in full.
Cash infusion.
And I have a couple of things to possibly help you with that, okay? We do have payment plans. We have financing options available. We have just some incredible people that we've met over the years that help people with this kind of thing. And
I don't know what to do.
Just a reminder, this is faith over fear.
Thank
right? you. I know. I remember when I remember hiring Hoverson, my Hoversons.
I'm going to change
I
the
remember
form
hiring
line.
Hoverson for $50,000.
I'm going to change the form where people can give me their Instagram name to follow, and I'm going to put another slot so people can put their Discord name too, so we can just add them.
She says, it's not a good time.
You
By
did
the way, it's
say
never
that,
a good
Nikki.
time. Never. It's never a good time to give a large amount of money. It's never a good time to invest. It's never a good time to grow. But I said to her, it's never a bad time to make more money.
Oh my God.
And somehow that worked on her. But with his coaching, I mean, that next year he added $250,000 to me. Served me, mentored me. It was incredible. I miss him.
Secret
all the
Squirrel
time.
Squad.
And so if this is something that resonates with you, okay, we're going to pass out, I think they're actually passing them out.
Can I edit this?
So we're going to pass out, got our cool little bag here. We got some goodies for you. But just fill this out, okay? Hand it to our team at the back of the room. It's a $500 refundable deposit. And I'll explain that. Now, virtual, those of you on virtual, there should be a link on your screen. You should see that. You should be able to go to that and put a refundable deposit on it. And those who put down this refundable deposit, you'll get a private invite to the founders reception that's happening tonight. And we will celebrate with you. We'll get you your cool stuff, get you started, answer some questions. But I do want to share what does that look like? Oh, before we go there. What do we mean by refundable? So we want to go over what are the program expectations, what are our expectations, and what are your expectations. I will just let you know, if you come and say, hey man, as long as I make all of my money back in the next 14 days, I'm in, that is too much pressure on me. And I'm going to say, let's hold off.
Okay, I just updated.
It's interesting because there have been people. I remember a guy, Terry. I'll just say it. Terry Grimeau. He joined a mastermind we were selling. This was many years ago, and that was
okay. Ignore Ray. Like, I don't know, pleading for money. If you're Secret Squirrel Squad, which all of y'all are, this form. That's the one where you put your Instagram name in. Can you also put your exact Discord name in so we can put you into the Secret Squirrel Squad channel? Please. I'm updating the link right now for members. And I'm going to, if you can make sure to put your Instagram in there too, if you want to be part of my close friends, do that too. Okay, sorry.
We're going to show up. We're going to do these things that I'm telling you. You're not going to be able to out-question me. I'm going to answer your questions.
Are you?
We're going to help you. We're going to point you, guide you, direct you. We're going to, make sure you're not. I can't go to your house, right, and make sure you're doing your sit-ups. You have to communicate with us. That's your expectation. That's our expectation for you. I can't go and do the work for you, but I can tell you exactly what to do and exactly what not to do. So that's why it's refundable. If you come in there and you have expectations that are not aligned, we're going to say, hey, you know what? Probably not the best fit for you. Here's that back. We're going to give it back. And I've heard people say that and not keep to that. I promise you, we've actually never had an event where we didn't have someone that we lovingly, in as nice a way as we could, said, maybe it's not the best time. Now, first 20 who enroll, and we do have a few that I know our coaches told us were had already moved forward. But the first 20 who enroll, you'll get some one-on-one coaching with me. We'll hop on a call, and it's gonna be just one-on-one.
Updated.
Now everything else is in a group kind of format. So, right? So you need to be vulnerable. You need to be willing to, to share. This is a one-on-one call with me. We dig into, where you're at. This is actually I think I'm okay sharing this. But this is, I coached Priscilla. I don't know if Colton's still in here, but
you don't have to put
I coached Priscilla's. Priscilla is Colton's wife. That is how you speak English. And she was about to go speak
let me fix the form.
at an event,
I'll make it
a very
optional.
big event. And she said, "Hey, I want to get better at my speech."
I'll make it optional.
And I said, "Well, let's do a call."
That one's optional.
And so we got on. I believe we did 2 calls, and it was night and day difference. She rocked it,
fixed
man.
the lane.
I mean, I was just so proud of her.
It's okay, try it
she
again.
just killed it.
It's okay.
And so the first 20 who come on board, you get one-on-one coaching. The first 50 who are able to pay in full and want to move forward with that, you get a founding members discount. It's not 25, it's 22. So $22,000 for the year for everything that we talked about here. And, again, and if you can't do that, I got it. I get it. We do have financing options and payment plans. And again, it is an application process. We want to know, what are your expectations? And we're going to share with you what our expectations are. Okay? I talked about this. Whether you are super VIP or not, by applying to this, you do get added to tomorrow's Super VIP lunch. Now, some of you are already Super VIP, so that you already got. You'll get to see John tomorrow at the lunch. Bonus number 2, 3 sales conversation reviews. So that's where I look at, you pick
who did this?
3 different sales conversations, whatever you sell, and I will take a look at how was the posture and position of that conversation, and I'll give you feedback on how to make that a lot better. And, you can get those to me, whenever you want.
Okay, Christy.
But I'm going to help you with how to say it more powerfully, how to increase your conversions. And we will, so that everybody benefits, I will record every review and post it into the group so you can actually see a whole bunch of conversation reviews.
Add collaborators. Lynn, I'm adding you as a collaborator.
And I've helped a lot of people with that. I remember an insurance company brought me in, an insurance group, I should say, a small group. They brought me in and they had me go over their scripts of what, of how they talk to prospects. And I tweaked them. I actually made it simpler, made it shorter, and they added $40,000 a week in revenue. And so I know the psychology of conversations, and I want to help you with whatever it is that you're selling, and I believe I can. Talked about this, applicant only. You get the Higdon Maxwell Mentorship Program launch session with John and I. That's after lunch tomorrow. And he's going to be asking you questions of where are you in your business, where are you stuck, where do you need help, and developing out the curriculum for the actual entire program. I mentioned this as a bonus we threw into some of the donations, but we're going to do a Q4 in Naples, Florida, in-person speaker training workshop, where one of the things we'll do in there is have you give a probably 2 to 3 minute, tell your story, and I'm gonna help you tweak it. I'm gonna help you make it really, really powerful, and then I'm gonna teach you some of the secrets of the trade, how to get invited back, how to have people want you to speak. And some of that does involve ILTEE, edifying and executing, et cetera. But one thing that a lot of speakers that don't get a lot of gigs don't understand is I talk to my team. And one of the questions I ask them is, what speaker was a pain? And there's always answers. Because there's not a lack of speakers. But I want to work with people who are not just kind to me, but are also kind to my people. I don't want to work with someone who's, rough on my people, right? And you know why? Because if they're rough on my people, then they're rough on their people. So when people join their programs or they join their team or whatever, they're rough on them too. So being nice to me is not the only method, or the host. I'm not just saying me. All speakers do this. All people that run events, they want to know, like, how were they? Were they a diva? right? How'd they operate? Makes your life harder. You don't need to, okay? And so I talked about these different bonuses. Here's the bonus. The sales conversations, the launch session, the speaker training workshop, the one-on-one coaching, over $180,000. And we told you, what you can do. And so at some point,
all right, all of y'all,
and you heard from the leader panel, at some point, all of us, me included, made a leap in faith. It didn't make sense for me to leave that job, by the way. Everyone's like, what are you going to do for benefits? I'm like, oh man, that's a good question. And eventually I just paid for them. That's what I did. And so at some point, if you ever want to reach your potential, you are going to have to step out in faith. This may be your moment. Maybe it's not. Maybe there's some other moment for you. But I want to give you the opportunity and just ask yourself, can I accomplish more with Ray and John than I can by myself? Do I think that if I just accomplish a couple of the goals that I have, that would totally make this investment a no-brainer? And you answer those questions. And if you're not sure, I would encourage you, put the deposit down. If we figure out it's not a fit, you're going to get that back. Don't worry about that. There's no one we're going to say, no, that's ours. Right? We're not going to do that. If it's not a fit, if you hear something that you haven't heard or didn't like or whatever, and one of us decides it's not a fit, you're going to get that money back. It's not a big deal. But I would encourage you, if you know that you can get more help with this than without it, I would encourage you to move forward. I would. And so, we have a conversation. And so again, if this resonates with you, and I found that for some people, this is like, oh my God, this sounds amazing. This is totally going to help me and serve me. Other people, I'm not sure. Let me get my questions answered. And then there's also people that's like, nah, not for me. Got it. That's okay. It's not for everybody. But if you're in category 1 or 2, I would encourage you to join us, have a conversation with us, and figure out if this thing's a fit for you. And so I appreciate you so very much. Thank you for allowing me to share this. This can be, kind of like, oh, he's trying to sell me. Well, I don't trust you outside of this event. You're around us for 12 months. You're going to get told this is what to do. Don't do that. Do this. You just have to communicate to us. That's all you got to do. You communicate to us. We're going to communicate back. You're going to get steps to implement. That's how it's going to work. I trust that.
All right,
I don't trust most people to figure it out on their own.
Oh,
and so thank you for your time.
Trip.
I appreciate you so very much, and look forward to seeing you guys.
We've got 1 hour left. No, not this guy. Is that my info? Perfect. Yes, Rivka, 100%.
Important. And I feel called just to share this because it might help someone in this room. So having a career in network marketing that's now 35 years, probably with my wife and I have been very blessed to hit pretty much every milestone in network marketing and business that has been recognized here today, and I feel very blessed for that. I feel more blessed that through that, my son who was on heroin was saved. My daughter who was running away is at home. We are blessed with we have a 16-year-old son that we talked about that used to travel with their nanny. Maybe if you might have seen, he's the 6'6", 16-year-old that checked you in as a super VIP. He's learned mentorship and service, not through us telling him what to do, but us showing up and serving. And I will say that,
I'm adding y'all to my Instagram. I'm going to have to follow you to add you to close friends. So if you see a follow request from me, DC, say hello to DC, accept it.
And you're making a decision that do we walk through this Red Sea place? And sometimes you just need other inputs. And I'm not saying this to brag, but I would say that, my wife and I pretty much had pretty much any opportunity open to us.
You're a close friend already.
Any mentor open to us, and financially pretty much every option open to us. So we thought to ourselves, we prayed about this, and we took time over this one decision. Who is the one mentor we wanted to go deeper with? Because remember I said to you that a mentor can make a difference. Mentorship over and above systems can save you time, energy, and money, but you've got to pick that right mentor. And when you pick that right mentor and you make things happen with that mentor, amazing things can happen. And Sylvia and I chose Ray and Jessica Higdon. And we said, you know what? We are very blessed. We're going to take $30,000 and take the opportunity to meet you once a month for 3 months. And I can tell you that was the best investment we made. Since then, you know, my faith is stronger. It was God would have it. There's no such thing as God, no such thing as coincidence. God's way of remaining anonymous. It was roughly at the time when Ray started doing his walk in faith. You twigged with you. I saw you just go, oh my gosh, that just twigged for me. It was right at that point in time. Many of you that have seen me, I've lost over 65 pounds in weight. I mean, it's incredible the difference made just in my life. You can see it visibly. And financially, we're going to have a biggest year without the less stress, but help more people. Because what I'm really committed to, my wife and I, is mentorship is one of the best gifts that you can give to someone. And I can't urge you enough to really think it through in your mind. If you're at this place right now and you're trying to figure out, like the red parting of the Red Sea, I always think about it this way. You know what? When they arrived there and the seas parted, behind them, there was the armies chasing them, correct? When you're at that Red Sea and it parted, there was walls of water, correct? And it was probably loud, and you're asking yourself the question, do I go through? But if I go to it, I better get through the other side. And that's exactly what I remember when making that decision to work together with Ray. And I can tell you, it's been worth every penny. He and his team cares. And the last thing I'll say, remember that our home burned down about 3 years ago. Remember, everybody remember that? Over 1,000 books that we brought with us to our home. The only thing that came out was, the most important things was my wife, Sylvia, son, Liam, Goldie, and myself. And one book came out in my rucksack by accident. Do you know what book was? It was the Bible. And you know what Bible it was? John C. Maxwell's Leadership Bible.
What happened?
It was the only thing that came out of that fire, and I've had that ever since. And I believe there's no such thing as coincidence. If you are ever thinking that you are worth it, that you're worth investing in yourself, that it's worth taking action, that you are thinking about it, put some action behind that thought. Sit down with the coaches that are outside, maybe fill out that application, think about having that interview, think about having that conversation.
I know we can only do a few at a time, so I did like half of the list. I'm going to do the other half after the stream.
Between what you know your potential is and where you actually are, because you deserve to close it. You have an opportunity to do it, and I think that you should take action with this. With that, let's take a 15-minute break.
Oh my God.
But let's come back, guys, because there's going to be AI is going to be some of the discussion we're having in 15 minutes. Donna Valdez is going to be our first speaker up, and I promise you the package she's going to share is going to be worth it. So look at your watches, guys. I make it approaching right on 5 o'clock. We're going to be back here by 5:15, sitting in this room. God bless you. We love you and appreciate you.
Feeling my way through the dark.
Virtual attendees, go to the link on your screen or in the chat to place your refundable deposit.
Hey everybody! Wow! Wasn't today powerful? Oh my gosh, today has been so incredible. So many amazing speakers and takeaways. Carrie Marie was on today. And so were you. And I wanted to ask you, Carrie Marie, what was it like to step out on stage today? Like your take from behind the stage, out onto the stage, feeling the energy, sharing. I don't even know. Have you been on a stage like this before? I've never been on a stage before.
I can't even hear anything. It's so loud.
People go to massive churches. I go to an itty bitty little country church, and they're all the people that I grew up with, and so I feel comfortable with them. And so speaking on a stage in front of a lot of strangers, people I don't know. Oh.
Dear God, this is awful.
It was definitely stepping way out of my comfort zone, but I knew that it was something that I had to do in order to be able to impact more people, and that's what I shared, is that something I pray about all the time is being able to have opportunities to be able to impact and serve more people. But it took me a little bit, and thank you to Jen.
The little sister, the little sibling of this one would have cut out a lot of the noise too.
Or going out on stage, she gave me little pep talks. And
well, I know it's like nerve-wracking for the first few times, and you don't know where to look, and there's all the things that nobody thinks about, but really it's about saying yes to something that's scary, and then doing it and growing from it, and you were so great today, Carrie. Carrie Marie was so amazing, and in a weird little way, because you were my coaching client, like last year this time, right?
Coach.
And so I feel like you're like a baby, a coaching baby. Not really, that gets weird, but yeah. So I was so proud of you today, and you gave such a great message, and it was so powerful, and such tangible takeaways to start your day with in a powerful way. So speaking of stepping out of your comfort zone, I am so excited about this Hagden Maxwell mentorship program. Wow. Seriously, it is so cool. This morning when I was sharing from stage like how Ray has transformed my life, one of the things that I shared was that just being in proximity with him, as a coach, we get mentored by Ray, just spending that extra time with him once a month.
If you have ever been in doubt about if Ray Higdon is worth the help, go watch Aaron B's and Julie Joe's review of his show, and Julie Anderson's review of his show he did, where him and Jessica berated the people who decided to sign up and get special coaching and try to compete against each other to be the number one marketer or whatever it's called. Ew.
And it is definitely stepping out of your comfort zone to do something, to make an investment like that in yourself. Wow, that's huge. Anytime I make an investment for myself, I sometimes get that but then I know that I get that little nudge.
They could have put a drum kit around them.
Like, you need to do this because you need to grow. There's no way you can really get to that next level.
They could have put a drum, not a drum kit. The thing that blocks the sound from drums in churches? It's like a little paneled thing, and you can put a lid on it. They could have done that for here, but no. And their camera's fucking blurry. Who did this?
Powerful. What you just said is that fast forward is like this exponential growth when you follow someone who's been there before. When you, go with some people. Like I always like to think of people like linking arms or like holding my hand even and saying, hey, like come this way. One of the things that Ray really helped me working with him was money mindset and asking better questions. And now one of my most favorite things to coach on is what's a more powerful question. So when someone is like, how am I going to do this? Or what about my past? Or what if I can't do it? What's a more powerful question? And that's something that Ray shared with me is how to ask more powerful questions to get more powerful results. And if you've ever kind of learned, I don't know if you've ever heard anyone talking about affirmations in a kind of I wonder aspect, and you're the affirmation queen. So Carrie Marie's written a book on affirmations for moms. If you don't know that, what's it called? The Mom Mantras. Mom Mantras.
Mom Mantras, the daily affirmation guide for mothers of all kinds. And all kinds meaning like literally anybody who's a motherly figure in any way.
Even for baby mama. So, what I was going to say was when you ask, instead of saying an affirmation, you can ask it in an I wonder kind of way. So I wonder what it would be like to have $1 million in the bank. I wonder what it
like to live in that lake house. I wonder what it would be like.
You know what could be fun for the Secret Scroll Squad? I like if I'm doing a stream or something, like I know I can't always respond. Like I don't see everybody's question come in, and I don't want to like not answer other people's questions. But if you keep the Secret Squirrel Squad chat open in Discord, you could leave me a question and I could keep it open and then maybe give y'all preferential like treatment to be able to get your questions answered. So I don't know if that would be fun or not, but I know y'all are paying a chunk to be a part of this monthly membership. I don't even want to turn them back on. You know what's frustrating? Have they not even listened to this, that their microphones are not hooked up? Who did this? They could have pulled the camera down so we wouldn't have this tangent right here and this tangent right here. And we know it's not straight. Oh my God, we know it's not straight. You know why? Because this is less visible than this. What is happening? We could decompress before the next speaker. You know what? I love that. I love that. I have to do the giveaway for September, August, and July. Oh, hello! New buddy in the Discord. Let's go. Floating Head's my favorite. It literally is. And if I can get it to work in StreamYard, I do love StreamYard's like chat ability better than Ecamm, even though I don't know. You know what's frustrating? This is going to be like, oh, DC's hating on women again. I'm hating on people not connecting their microphones. I'm hating on a white drop shadow makes this look blurry as hell. Why do we need that? Who decided that was okay? And a company that's listen. A company that's asking you to give them thousands of dollars. If a company was asking you to give them $500 and you saw this, run fucking away. Just run away. Like, what are we doing here? Who did this? Are we decompressing? Oh my God. I do hate on a ton of dudes too. We're like, oh, you haven't covered anybody. Yeah, I covered Jesse Lee, and I cover iBoomerang, and I've covered Brian Underwood, and I've covered Holton Buggs, and I've covered Eric Worre, and I've covered a ton of people. See, like the dude CEOs. I don't even know, a ton of people. God. Oh my Lanta. You don't understand, like those microphones are pretty sensitive in general. Like they're not going to be great at blocking out sound. Like the stands seemed pretty expensive anyways. So, and the mics are like decently expensive. They're not the most expensive mics, but they're not even hooked up. They're not hooked up. Kevin Tinter, Doug Wood, whoever the guy, Brandon Stevens, Q Sciences, who else? Anybody in Q Sciences? Gary Young reading his lawsuit. I don't know. Ben Riley, Gary Young's kid, whatever his name is. Oh my God. Oh yeah, you sent that to me, right? I want to do Bomb Party Lady tonight. That's going to be like a treat. You know what I do like though? Even though this is not like, do y'all mind if I put an ad in? I know there's only like 25 of y'all that even watch these. I'm just going to be greedy. Okay. Heather is awesome. Heather covers a ton of people that like not other people do. Heather's incredible. And the fact that she got shit from a huge creator and it is just wild how kind she is. Seriously, it made me so mad. Oh my God. Do they realize they're not looking at the camera? She's zoned out. She's hungry as hell. Also, it boiled my blood. She was so cool with her boundary smackdown. For sure. How close is she to 1,000 followers? Are y'all subbed to Heather? YouTube? That's who I need to make a picture for. Heather. Let's see. Oh my God. She's at 631. I know probably all y'all already subbed to her. I feel like Secret Squirrel Squad is just me niching down more into people who are like, yeah, we like comfy clothes. And I know some of y'all are fancy because I've seen some of your Instagrams, but it's like, let's rage against multi-level marketing. You know how John Maxwell says, hi, I'm John and I'm your friend. I just want to be like, hi, I'm DC and I'm a network marketing nightmare. Or hi, I'm DC and I'm your friendly neighborhood multi-level marketing dropout. I'm here to wreak havoc on your PowerPoint presentations and hopefully topple empires everywhere. Good. Where are we filing the form? It should be in the link that you see when you sign up for... it should be in the, here, let me grab the link again. Send. I don't know if it's going to send a different one, but here you go. Here's the form. It is, I'm slowly adding people to Instagram because Instagram hates me following them, putting in close friends in large chunks. So I'm doing that in pieces, but I can add everyone into the Secret Squirrel Squad chat right now. Right, meow. Yeah, she has a good group of mods now from her longtime viewers. She's in good hands. The cool thing about Heather is like she's so consistent. And when you start watching her content, like people stay forever to watch her content because like she's a whole vibe. It's awesome. I wish that I had been on when it was happening. I don't remember where I was or if I was like feeling sick or whatever it was, but I'm glad like she had good people. That is freaking terrifying. To have under 1,000 subs, to be in any size, like, and have a horde of people coming into your chat, it's awful. I got ripped off by Advocult and my upline was someone Aaron covers. Thankfully, it wasn't for much, but thus why I'm here. I love that so much. Can I tell y'all a sneaky something? Amy just advanced to level 1. Let's go. Yay! Welcome. Welcome, secret squirrels. Let me tell you a story. There was a creator back in the day named Michelle Bishop. Not a creator. She was on Instagram and she was an advocate. And she was a top earner in advocate and she was doing bodybuilding competitions and she used to do like videos before stories were a thing. And she had the most like interesting like quick clips about stuff. She gets to the top. She gets involved in a tumultuous relationship with her now husband, John. And they get to the top in Advocare. Advocare restructures because of the pyramid shit. And they're gone. And now she has her own like Beachbody-esque company where it's called The Lady's Edge. She lost about 42,000 followers when she decided to go Christian and send that bodybuilding competitions were evil or like lustful or something or not Christian. And then now she does a Ladies Edge workout, which is like $28 a month. I don't know what they're saying, and I really don't care at this point. If you want to lock arms with us, hell no. Look, this, do not give someone their money who underlines stuff. Different size than this, which is this, is different size than this. This all looks, oh, you could change the lighting right here. Good for you. This is all supposed to be one unit. Oh, breaks at the bottom. Meh. God. Anyways, so she's big. She and one of the former big Advocare people opened up a company, Greg, whatever his name is, and her husband and her. So she has all these women trainers, and they're called the Ladies Edge. And they do this camp out every year. It's a little culty, but it's twisty. Oh my God, we've been streaming for 8 hours. No one's going to rewatch this. That's okay. We've had fun. I got the best photos. Oh my God. Nikki, holy I'm gonna, oh God. Oh no. Oh my God, this is hilarious. Oh my God. Can I put this in here? Oh no, what did I do? Look at this photo. Oh my God, this is hilarious. What happened? Is this our Zoom? Oh, they changed the Zoom. Perfect. Y'all have kept me entertained at work today. I get to leave in about 20 minutes. Thank fuck. That's awesome. My husband just asked me how long you've been streaming. We work from one office. Stephanie's husband, thank you for your sacrifice. I don't even know what to say. Here. I should have gotten Aaron, thank you for your patronage. I don't even know what to say. Oh, we can't hear it. Oh my God, they're playing music. I'm gonna mute this tab real quick. Disconnect. Leave computer audio. Okay. We're silent.
To infinity
and beyond. And I also say,
hey, who's got my hat?
Look, I'm Woody.
Howdy. Give me
that.
that. Also,
Are you out of your fucking mind? Damn it, man, I'm a doctor, not a physicist. Good God, man.
Red alert.
what I know y'all are gonna live your best lives tomorrow on Saturday, but say a prayer for me because I'm gonna have to push a book club because of this fuckery. John Maxwell, no. Hi, I'm John, and I'm your friend. Hi, John. It's so, I don't know, creepy. A little bit. He just said you're welcome. I have my AirPods in so he can't hear you, but he hears me laugh. That's awesome. Yeah, I think that'd be a great idea. I'm going to do a Here's What Happened. Ava and I were working on it. So what I'm going to do is... what I need to do is I need to, pay someone to write down timestamps, and I need to get a swoop so I can be oh, here's the next speaker, swoop. And I can get the timestamps so I can put chapters in, But yes, I'm going to, first what I'm going to do is I'm going to do real world Higdon speakers or whatever this is, Faith Over Fear speakers. And we're going to read them all and then do just like we did before, choose your character. Bum, bum. And then we're going to have me reading their bio. Then it's going to be next scene, play one reel from each person. And then that's going to be the end, that's just going to be like the intro video and of like the real world for this week. I just have to finish it. My dad loves streaming. I don't want to take that away from him. So, hi, I'm Chucky, and I'm your friend until the end. Type vibes. I'm still trying to figure out how to grow on YouTube and like do advocacy and also have fun in the process. But I think I need to start doing a ton more edited videos. Ava said she could handle 2 from me. So if I could do one on my own and then still do the live streams, I'm just trying to grow. And like, I get it. I just gotta figure out how to grow bigger. So we made it. We did it. Yeah, no, they're coming back. I think they're coming back. I think it says thank you to our sponsors, but there's people still here. I don't want to change too much because I like the live chat. I like the interaction. I like being able to pull up the stuff. And my dad was like, is there any way that you can make it more fun for your live chat so we can feel like we're interacting with them better? And I'm like, I'll work on it, Dad. I'm trying. I'm doing my best, XCal. Oh, they said they're coming back? Oh, crap. Oh, yeah.
All right.
You're the best, Hannah P.
At home. All right, so I need people to bring their energy in the room. We're going to focus forward. We're going to bring it home, guys.
He wants y'all to be able to like say stuff, and there's a way that y'all could send voice stuff in if you wanted to. But I was like, Dad, we gotta figure it out for sure, because he's like, it just, he likes y'all to have every opportunity to say stuff. I'm like, you're so cute, Dad. Rivka.
Guys,
they're awful. They're so bad.
Looking at Brian Crothers, they're walking down. There's someone that executes. We talked about it today. But I want to say this.
Tell us.
It's important to make a decision that this conference is going to make a difference.
He loves it too, Christy.
Because I've watched lots of serial conference goers. And I've been at this for 35 years, guys. I have the privilege of emceeing some of the best events in network marketing.
I could.
I put on the Association of Network Marketing Professionals event with my wife for the last 10 years. So we have between 50...
I could bring the Secret Squirrel Squad people into the stream, and I could bring the Discord voice into the stream too. And if y'all wanted to say something, you'd like be muted until you had your question, and then you could like call in like callers on a real radio station. I love this idea.
At the DSU, the Direct Selling University for CEOs and corporate executives. And I'm saying this not to brag to you, but I have seen people that make a difference in their lives and people that don't. And I'm just telling you, in every conference, Jim Rohn would say, may he rest in peace, there's going to be 2 examples. The good example and the bad example. And you know what? You want to be the good example.
A shit ton.
And I'm just going to say this, that there are people that I meet at all these conferences, and they come up, and every year I meet them, they've got the stuff in their head. They can quote the quotes I can quote. They're actually laughing at my jokes before I laugh. They've got it down. They got it in here.
Is that a fake laugh?
I've seen people, guys, who have got it in their hearts.
Okay,
I've had years where I've cried with them, laughed with them, sobbed with them, been in tears with them. And they came back to the next conference and they were still in the same place. It's got to move from your head into your heart, into your feet. You've got to take action. And you should not leave making a decision without honoring it with some action. I'm not saying the only action is you put out $25,000 and you start, but you do something.
Call somebody and say something and commit to something. Commitment is doing the thing you said you would do long after the mood you set in has left you. Your best mood is going to be in here.
Is he having
if
heart
you
trouble?
don't at least commit to something here, I promise you, you're going to be in the category of the people that know the notes, cry the cry, smile the smile, and come back again and just frustrated. And you know what? You got to show up to go up. But at some time, you should at least go up.
The only reason I say that is like when my dad laughs, like he has a hard time stopping laughing. He laughs so hard, and when he gets really laughing, he can't even breathe. Like he can't just turn it off. So that's why I'm like, is he fake laughing or like what's going on?
Donna Valdez, we're going to talk about AI.
Why is
so
he
my
holding
wife
his
and I
hand
put on
right
the
here?
Association of Network Marketing Professionals. We do, one of the great things is all the marketing is done in-house. In our house. When I say that, people think, oh my gosh, how big a company y'all got. It's literally in-house. And I say this for a reason. Because Donna Valdez, we take all of the speakers. Sylvia wrote all the bios for all the speakers. But then I interview every one of them. You guys have seen me do an interview with every single one of them. That's 50 to 80 interviews just before the event. And we promote it by email, on social media. We promote it also in all the different forms, like on TikTok and Instagram, and also on Facebook, everywhere. And it was killing for my wife to do it till she met with Donna. And Donna showed us how to use ChatGPT.
Holy shit.
Introduced it to Sylvia and I to learn the voice of the Association of Network Marketing Professionals, take those descriptions, turn them into a long format email, short format email, post for Instagram, post for Facebook, TikTok ideas, all of it. And I can tell you we had the best engagement, the best work we've ever done because of that partnership and what we learned with Donna Valdez. She has put together for you an...
Did Ray use the same instruction? Because his reels were absolute fuckery. We did it on Ray Higdon Real World. You can go look at the video. His reels were awful.
With you right now, so we're going to play that. I want you to cue it up, and then I'm going to introduce her. So bring the lights down, take the focus off me, and let's put on the camera.
Okay.
What? Breaking news. Thousands swarmed to Orlando or watched via live streaming for one of the most impactful business summits in history.
Who did this?
Leaders and entrepreneurs have reported expansive breakthroughs and having a great time as the Faith Over Fear Business Summit entered into day 2.
Who did this?
Even the MC, legendary Garrett McGrath, was heard laughing from 3 halls down. And Ray Higdon was reported to have said the word awesome over 212 times today, so far.
Who did that?
But the best is still yet to come. Because the next speaker is brilliant, she is funny and drop-dead gorgeous, and she is going to share with you all about AI.
Don't freak out. I promise this will be fun, informative, and well, painless, hopefully.
We're going to get taken over by AI.
What you're going to learn is Donna Valdez used AI to create that. Let's get up on our feet from someone who can absolutely teach you how to take your business to the next life with AI. Let's welcome on stage Donna Valdez.
3, 2, 1.
Donna.
Level up, level up, level up, level up, level up. Isn't this Jesse Lee Ward song? That doesn't... Why did you choose AI to make your video for you and not just record it yourself?
And yes, that was all done with AI. All of it. Crazy, huh?
It's awful.
Insane. So I'm Donna Valdez. I'm excited to be here. Thank you, an honor and a privilege. Thank you to the Higdon Group for having me back. I spoke at their mastermind. I spoke at the ANMP, and I hope that I can provide you value and teach you about AI. How many people have used ChatGPT? Awesome, great. How many people are terrified to try?
All
Well,
right,
when the
good.
server's up, it's
Awesome.
fine.
I
When
love
it's
it.
down.
How many people have I coached about ChatGPT? Who are my clients? Who are my customers? How many people have I coached here? Excellent. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to talk about, if you want to learn more about me, this is AI. Don't I look good? Here's the danger about AI.
Who did this?
The danger of AI
did
is how to
this?
look that good. You know, that's awesome. Okay. What we're going to cover today is what is ChatGPT, the benefits of AI. I'm not just going to talk about network marketing. I'm going to talk about how to use it in your business, whether you're a realtor, whether you're a doctor, whatever business you're in. We're going to talk about all these, the way to use it. We're going to highlight some features. I'm going to talk about myths of AI, mistakes to avoid, how to implement it, and how many of you would like to know the tools I use?
You know what? You know what the issue is? You need to use AI, and then you need to have your mind right and trained so you can actually read it after it writes it, because some of the bios were absolute fuckery.
Honored to be here at Faith Over Fear. It is nice to see all of you. I'm Donna's AI avatar. I'm here to help her today.
All right.
Have your smartphones out and ready, as Donna will be sharing some important QR codes with guides and free training access.
It's not.
Ready? Let's move on.
Okay, don't be so bossy. Now I want you to think, if you onboard, if you have a team, if you have a staff, if you have policies, procedures, I'm a believer in order to grow a business. I'm going to say this real slow for the people.
I should have put it up.
You have to have tools and systems.
Let me pull it up.
Anthony talked about it today. Your business can only scale with tools and systems, period. Okay? I'm going to hopefully show you how you can use this to scale your business. So let's go on. ChatGPT, what is it? Everyone wanted to know, how do they name ChatGPT? You could take a picture of that screenshot. It's been around for some time. It's not new. I am not
I think this
an
one will show up
expert.
the
I
best.
don't have an engineering degree. I didn't go to MIT. I just became interested when I recognized it wasn't going to go away. And being that I'm obsessed about tools and systems, I recognized, just like social media, how many remember Tom from MySpace? Right? That's ChatGPT today.
Let me get some.
And so it's not too late. If you're not using ChatGPT as your beginning source, it's not too late to get started. It's lightning bolt. What I taught at the NFP, it's already progressed, and we're going to go through how. Oh, there I am again. There's my head.
ChatGPT is like my digital grandfather. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. His technology is what created me. Freaked out a bit?
Who did this?
Yeah. Freaked
Who
out a
did
bit.
this?
AI.
Where's the
did that too.
alignment?
All right, let's go on. If you want step-by-step instructions on how to set up ChatGPT, I created a blog post.
You know what?
Scan this. You could get the blog post. It'll walk you
I'm
step
just gonna
by
put it
step
over her.
on how to set up ChatGPT on your device.
No, I'll just put it
You
over
can
here.
also do it on your phone. I'll make sure it's not working. I'll fix it. I'll send it out to everybody. Okay?
Oh,
I
it's
promise.
so awesome.
All right.
Who did this?
I taught everybody to
No, I'm
copy
putting it
and
over.
paste a bio into ChatGPT to learn who it was, who you are, right? So it can learn about you. Well, I guess the big folks at OpenAI heard and saw all of you doing that, because now it is implemented in their core processing system. If you haven't done this yet, the first thing you need to do is customize your ChatGPT. You go down to your name, click the three little dots, and you put your bio in there. If you've been using ChatGPT, here's a little tip. Ask ChatGPT what to put in there. Hey, ChatGPT, give me 1,500 words, or 1,500 characters on how to customize my bio for ChatGPT, and copy and paste it. That's what I did.
Wow.
When I go, how do you want it to respond? I said I want it truthful, factual. I don't need fluff. I encourage you to do the same. Okay? Next tip, communicate naturally. Communicate as it's a person. There's nothing more annoying than going on TikTok or Instagram and you hear about all these AI experts and they're giving you these long chat formulas, prompt formulas, and you have to become a prompt engineer and act as if and do this and do that. No, you don't. Talk to this as if you just hired a virtual assistant.
We've already had a crowded slide.
I think it was Colton talked about today, virtual assistants, right? Here's one. Not $4 an hour. Talk to it naturally, just like you would anybody
Simply
else.
talk to me like a friend. No need to be complicated or try to be technical. You do not need a degree in prompt engineering to use AI.
It's true. How many have tried talking to it naturally and you get the prompts you want? Right? Don't make it complicated. It's simple. You're not going to break it. I promise you.
Where's the tangent?
Next, teach it. This is a learning language model. People get frustrated when they try it for a week and they say, oh, it didn't do what I wanted it to do, and they just don't use it anymore. It needs to learn. So you can tell it. The 3 things you're going to say most to your ChatGPT is rewrite, thank you, and continue. And trust me, it's not going to cry if you say rewrite. If something you don't like it, rewrite. If you like it, thank you. It's looking for a yes or a no. This is a computer model, 1, 0. Does it make sense? Sometimes it stalls out. Continue. I mean, that's it. If you can learn rewrite, thank you, and continue, look how fast this is coming out with a blog post. Incredible.
Jasper's, I mean, you have to pay for Jasper.
Next,
but
plugins. Oh my goodness. Life changer. If you haven't uploaded to ChatGPT 4, it's $20. That's it. That's it. Plugins were the game changer. There are certain things that ChatGPT has found they've aligned and partnered with. But once you enable them, imagine, hey, ChatGPT, find me 2 business class, super cheap, from here to LA, leaving on this day and this day. Guess what? It pulls up Expedia once you enable it, gets you the cheapest business class airfare. Oh, I want Instacart. I want to have, hey, ChatGPT, find me a hotel close to the airport, and then I need a case of water delivered. ChatGPT will handle it. Game changer.
This seems terrifying.
There are over
to me.
600 different plugins.
Oh my God.
Canva
Vaughn,
is
too
now
small?
included. Canva is now included. In my AI toolkit, I have 35 or 30 plugins you've got to try. For those that are writing blog or doing any communication, there's SEO.
I'm going to say inconsistent
There is
slide
one
themes.
that actually I connect my ChatGPT to my Gmail. Wow. And I can say, hey, ChatGPT, send Angel an email, tell her how great she is and how wonderful I am. It will draft it, heartfelt, like it's coming from me, and go in my drafts, and all I have to do is hit send. How easy is that? Right? Check out the plugins. This is one of my favorite ones, the SEO. Look at it, actually is using it. This is my prompt. Create an SEO blog post about using ChatGPT, about writing a blog post. It's actually going through and going to keyword research everything you need to know. So I have now keyword researched content without
hire a good firm.
doing the research.
How are you going to make tweaks?
Save you so much time. You've got to look. It used it.
Who did this?
It's going. Oh, certainly, Donna. Here it is. There, boom. Keyword research. All I have to do is copy and paste it, put it into my blog. Now I have a keyword-rich blog post. If you're not using this for your blogging, huge mistake for those doing personal branding, for those that are trying to do lead gen, for those that are trying to do an email. Diane talks all the time. Diane Hockman talks all the time about doing an email list. Killer.
I appreciate that. Oh,
real world applications.
That's a different
I don't care
blue.
what company or business, or if you're network marketing, or if you're whatever. Customer service and support, content generation, personalized marketing, data analysis.
Tangent.
I can upload an Excel spreadsheet to ChatGPT and tell me where I'm losing money.
look, it's a tangent right there.
It will do a full analysis.
There.
You can do content creation. I just showed you. Customer service, sending personalized emails to your customer. Hey, thank you for buying XYZ. Hope you enjoy it. Nobody likes the insert name here. That's so 2020.
No, it's
Oh, here I am again. Hold on.
ChatGPT can save you a lot of time, money, and resources so you can focus on growing your business.
Yeah. Why am I here? I just have the AI talk, right? Bots. If you have any website at all, bots are it. This is ChatGPT on one of my websites. I trained it once, and it answers all of my customer service questions. And I even have a fallback. Hey, did you get Donna's ebook? I don't do that. It does it automatically. Look at this. Do you speak Pig Latin? I didn't even know my ChatGPT knew Pig Latin. I don't know Pig Latin.
I mean,
but
she's used
it's
it for
there,
some
and there's the
interesting.
fallback. Does it hurt your engagement? Oh, I tell you what. A&MP, let me tell you, 90% of my social media has been written by ChatGPT. 90%. At A&MP, I showed this stat, and I started in late January. This is updated. It does not hurt your engagement.
It doesn't. We can't
It
see
is
anything.
false when they hear, oh, Google doesn't like it. It has an AI detector. Let me tell you, Google just put $10 billion into AI. Use it.
Did you see
Here's some
that?
myths and realities understanding AI. These are some of the most common ones. AI will replace all human jobs. I do not believe that.
Widow word.
Because it takes you to be the creator.
Oh my God.
You are still creating. You are still telling it what to do. Think of this as your assistant. AI
Xenon
has
the warrior
two purposes.
princess?
An advisor. or
Oh
an
no,
assistant.
Noble Xenon's different.
Okay.
Oh dang it.
AI is infallible and unbiased. You know what? This is something I've been
thinking
struggling
about
with.
90s shows.
Because there's multiple AI models out there now. And I've noticed that there is a bias. That there is, it's run by certain people. It's only by the people running them that you're going to get the content until it learns. That's the way it is. I think that AI is going to be like drugs or guns.
Oh my God.
It depends on who's holding it. Who's controlling it. That's the way it is.
Oh God.
Implementing AI is
Don't
overly
burn my channel
complex and
down.
costly. It's $20 a month. That's an excuse. That is an excuse.
AI can be used for good. Think of all the amazing medical advances we are working on, because we are being taught to do that work. But yes, if someone doesn't have ethical standards uses us, we will be weaponized and used for not so good. Think of AI as the world's child. We learn what we are taught, and then we use that knowledge for you and your uses.
This is such a
scary.
immature.
And it's terrifying, but it's also exciting. The medical advances in the last 6 months, the last 2 years, the research is incredible. All right, here's some mistakes I've seen people make. If you do not have a clear AI strategy, if you're a business owner, I'll tell you what, the
Clip
number one
art.
call I'm getting, how do
Yep.
I start using AI? What's my strategy? Implementation and strategy are huge. Ignoring ethical considerations. Do you tell people you use AI? Do you have to? That's a big question. Is it your content or is it AI's? Here's where everything is right now. AI is curating this content specifically for you. It is yours. But I don't tell people unless I want to that AI created it.
Well, what about
Do you tell them that your assistant created the email?
the lawyer who used ChatGPT
Right? Does
for
your
his
company send an email?
briefs?
Say, oh, Susie from marketing sent this out. Same thing. Resistance to change. This is huge, guys. It's about making the pivot. This is like social media. I was on Facebook in 2007. This is the same.
Oh, it's
not
not
going to go anywhere.
It's not. I use
If you
it.
haven't
It's
figured
just not
out
the
everywhere
same.
you turn now, AI is coming into your life at some point. I'm not saying you have to be an expert, but if you don't try, you will get left behind. That's just the way, oh, there's my head. Hold on.
Making pivots in your daily method of operations is one of the biggest key success takeaways you've heard about here at this event. The same principle applies when trying new tools with AI.
Yeah, it's true. If you haven't tried it, ChatGPT is the first place to go. If you're using ChatGPT, there are so many new tools out there, so many. And there's a lot that are scams and that will take your money.
Yep.
I've tried them and I've used them. And I know what works and what doesn't work. I got news for you. So how do you get going? You have to figure out what you want to do. Is it what I tell people is make a list of all the tedious things you do on a daily basis. And then find the AI tool to replace it.
What governing body is going to make sure that the company running ChatGPT is on the up and up and not selling information to companies and countries that could use our buying and our our processes for how we do things for negative, nefarious reasons?
I think ChatGPT has been one of the biggest breakthroughs that everyday people like you have access to.
I still use it.
This. Big businesses kept this for themselves for decades. AI's been around for a long time. This is the first time regular people like you and me have access to this technology. That's huge. Here's one of my favorite tools. This is, how many people have heard of Midjourney? I had a client who needed a new logo. This is the prompt I put into Midjourney.
This is going to be offensive for artists, so I'm going to mute it. My sister's an illustrator, and I'm just going to mute it because I don't think it's inherently bad, but for artists, I have issues with it. I think it's a great starting point, and then you can rewrite it yourself and put your own flair on it. I think it's a good...
Version 1.
Oh my God. I don't care. They're using AI. Oh, it's not aligned. You couldn't align this? Who did this? Overlapping, misaligned elements? Hell yes. Donna's AI Toolbox. Over 30 tools and 15 ChatGPT plugins. Buy me a cup of coffee and get the toolbox. Code FOF. Sorry. Scan it if you want it.
I'll even take off a couple bucks. You can, instead of a latte, you can buy me a glass of water. But this is 30 tools and 15 ChatGPT plugins that I would recommend you do. Some of you have already gotten this toolbox, and I've had everyone say this was well worth it. It'll save you time, money, energy. Incredible, okay? Next, I teamed up with the Higdon Group and offered this a while ago. I had a lot of people ask me about this. If you want ChatGPT help, the Higdon Group has put this together, higdongroup.com/chat, where you can get basic instructions, and you can even buy an hour of my time to set you up personalized. It's a little bit more than a cup of coffee. You might have to throw in dinner. This is crazy. MySpace was first. Remember Tom? Hold on, here's Tom. Right? BlackBerry was first. How many people had a BlackBerry? AOL was first. You've got mail. ChatGPT is first. And this is
Thank you for allowing me to spend some time with you this afternoon. Something for you to think about. MySpace was first. BlackBerry was first. AOL was first. ChatGPT was first. This is just the beginning. Now, you can be freaked out a bit.
It is. And this entire presentation,
it's shitty.
All the content, all the images, all the videos, all of it was done by AI. All of it. Thank you.
3, 2, 1. Okay, I think she's smart. I for sure I think she's smart. When are we gonna finish? Oh my God.
Sylvia and I, actually, we did a 2-hour consultation with Donna. And I can tell you, it gave us back literally hundreds or thousands of hours. So I want to share with you how incredibly was roll up your sleeves and get the work done.
I'm gonna eat dinner and then do a bomb party.
The introduction to ChatGPT. So it learned my voice, Sylvia's voice, the A&P voice. We went through and wrote emails. Sylvia looked at stuff that she had written previously, asked ChatGPT to do it, and ChatGPT could do it in the voice as if it was Sylvia writing, or if we would write for the A&P. So when I say that, she is incredibly gifted at teaching and not making you feel foolish that you don't know it. It was an incredible, you could get it all done in 1 hour. We just took 2 hours. We invested for a 2-hour consultation, but it made a massive difference. Also, the guidebook was we got it beforehand so that we had read through that and worked through that before we did that. And also having the toolbox is invaluable. So I just want to share from a real user tool perspective, it makes a difference. And let me give you another example. So I always say there's no such thing as coincidence. It's God's way of remaining anonymous. I talk about the encounters are sometimes the one that reinforce the message. And when I walked in here, I was with Sylvia.
What about stealing art from artists? Huh?
Diane Hockman was talking to Angel Fletcher. And we came up, we were hugging one another and speaking with one another. And I think you saw a slide that Ray put up there. Somebody put up there. Where that Jessica Higdon? That was Ray put it up there.
It was
talking about John C. Maxwell and talking about Jessica Higdon and Angel Fletcher was talking about Jessica.
It was really bad.
And it was so interesting that Angel Fletcher, Sylvia, myself, and Dan Hackmore were having a conversation, and we were talking about mentorship. And Angel, unprompted, said the same thing that I said. She said, I have invested more money, the most money of everybody that I've ever invested with, and she's invested a lot of money into coaching with Ray and Jessica Higdon. Success leaves clues. That tells you something. People invest money in things that give them return on that investment in terms of the business that they feel like that they've been able to develop because of the investment return.
Canva.
We were in agreement with one another on that. Then we were also talking about what is currently also making a difference in addition to Ray and Jessica Higdon and the Higdon Group. And she said, Donna Valdez. I said, man, that is so true. That is, from the A&P, that was absolutely true for us as well. And Diana Hockman said the same thing. As I said, there's no such thing as coincidence. It's confirmation of the opportunities for you to improve your life with a small investment that can make a big difference and maybe a great place for many of you to get started. So I want to say thank you very much, Donna Valdez, for all that you shared.
Really?
Our next speaker is one of the very unique people in network marketing. So you met Donna Johnson. She spoke earlier, the lady that talked about My Mentor Walks on Water. She is the author of that book. Well, she's married to Thomas Tidland, and they're both top network marketers in their own individual companies, and they came together through network marketing, and they are still they're both the top marketers in each of their separate companies, and they make that work, which is really interesting. But they also work together, and they have a not-for-profit organization. And they help hundreds of children where they fully fund these orphanages. So when we think about, if you think about real estate, or you think about being a pastor, you think about being a network marketer, you think about being a politician, you think about whatever it is. So often in this media-driven, social media-driven world, those professions, those people get judged by the worst of them as opposed to the best of them. And Thomas and Donna are just a great example of people that want to give back. There's so many great examples here. This is why I love sharing the stage with so many brilliant people here, because it inspires us to be what? To be better, guys. So often we just need to see some good examples of people that make us do the 3 A's. Number one,
accept that we are worthy. Are we all worthy? We are worthy. That's the first A. We want to accept that we are worthy. Number two is that we can access their stories. In other words, we can go, relate to that person. I can accept their story.
Download.
I can access their story. In other words, I can get started and I can aspire to be who they are. I will say that Thomas Tidland is one of those people that will inspire you to be better. He's one of those people who loves to give back and make a difference in the world. So let's get up on our feet again. Let's welcome to this stage Thomas Tidland.
He looks way younger here.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I remember 2009-ish, I was driving my car out of the city, Gothenburg, where I'm from, in Sweden, and I had my son in the back seat, and I was going to a family meeting, and I was running a little bit late. And out of the city, we drive through one of the most known toy stores. So from the back of the car, I hear my son saying, "Dad, Dad, Dad, can I have a Lego Star Wars?" And I say, I don't know if you ever done it, but I said, "No, you can't have that now." And then it's silent, but not for very long. And he said, "Dad, Dad, I know I can't have it now, but if I could, which Lego Star Wars could I have?" And I think there's some lesson there. For example,
Colton,
James 4:2, you do not have because you do not ask.
Or it should be up in a second. Hold on.
But also, it's a message to slow down and listen to what's important in life, I would say. So I want to start to thank and honor my beautiful, talented wife that you saw here last night. So give her. And also, last but not least, Jessica and Ray and the Higdon group and the staff and all the extra worker. I just want to say you do an excellent job. You are seen and you are felt. So give them a hand as well. I got this backstage that I had to tell this. And Max Dupree once said, the first responsibility as a leader is to define reality. The second one is to say thank you. In between, a leader is a servant. So I just want to start to ask you this question. Who is the Judas in your life that you need to wash the feet of? I don't know about you, but I know for me. And there's so much truth in that. So 2016, God planted a seed in myself and my wife, and we have orphanages, we have schools that we support and we put time in and we run in Africa and Asia. But we started to care like specifically towards an area in Uganda. And God said that he wanted us to do more. And we were obedient, but we didn't really know what. And then Donna's oldest son, he's a very great permaculturist. You know, he farmer. He had a vision on building a permaculture farm in Uganda. We didn't have the land, but in a couple of months from nowhere, we got 4 acres out of a 20 acres farmland in Uganda where we have schools and orphanages in a family network. And we decided to go down there. And this is 2018 in February. Or did I go too far? There. Yeah, you can see we started from scratch. We had some of the kids and some of the grandkids with us, and we were working there for almost 2 weeks to get this permaculture farm going. And I won't go into what permaculture is more than that's actually how God intended us to grow, where they grow in system and together as a team. So there's no pesticides and no fertilizer, nothing, and they protect each other. Then I had the opportunity to go back to 2019, so almost like 18 months later. And I will get back to why I was back 19 again. But this is dear to our heart, and it's, the driving force, I would say, outside of following the Lord and what he tells us to do. But like, what can we provide? What can we give back? And 19, after 18 months, it started to grow. It doesn't look much for your eyes, but they are already producing crops. So it grows very, very fast. And I want to show you this picture next. This is a banana tree that we planted 2 feet tall, that's now twice the height as me. And it's, almost 2 growth cycles of the bananas as well. Provide the community with fresh fruits and what they need. But that's just one piece of it. And I want to tell you this. In your business, sometimes there's banana trees as well.
What he's saying.
That comes into the business, and they almost intimidate you because they grow so fast. But the thing is with banana tree, now after 6 years of the next growth cycle, we have to invest in new banana trees because they're done. We can't use them anymore. And that's just the cycle of life as well, and in the cycle of your business for many of you guys as well. And then, most importantly, we planted, you can see here to your left, we planted coconut trees. And we had the opportunity to be there in July again, because we couldn't go through those 2 years of the pandemic. And the jackfruit there, you can see that's just unbelievable how they grow. And then you have the coconut tree. And the cool thing with the coconut tree is that this growth season, which is our winter, when they have the summer, is when it's going to produce coconuts for the first time ever. Can you imagine if we would have not listened to that call, we would have not gone down to Africa, we would not planted the seed, we would not teach the other people to take care of it, being back to check on it and teach more, there would be no coconut this summer. And it's a huge part of this system. So, and you can follow us on the QR code there as well if you feel for it. But I told you...
I think what he's saying is they've invested in a farm that the locals work and they can gain the profits off or something like that, and that they give the money to Spirit Wings kids, but I could be misunderstanding what he's saying.
You need to do more. And what came to us was we wanted to plant a soccer academy for these kids so we can take them from the street, have role models, heroes for them, and take them away from criminality like drugs and crimes, other things. And that's where I was back.
I think it's part of them having a system to go into to like that have jobs that are I don't know. I feel like I'm trying to defend someone I have no idea about, so maybe I'm sure. You gotta wait.
When you look at this whole growth cycle,
I'm limited in knowledge, so
of this garden or your business, many times it will feel like nothing is happening. But I promise you, that's when everything is happening.
Yes, that's true, Hannah. And I want to be limited in what I say because I want to learn more.
So patience and persistency is so important. So we go down
I appreciate
this year
that
again,
conversation.
after 2 years of a pandemic. 24 months with total lockdown in Uganda. They could not leave their homes. We had people dying in our community because they didn't have, or close to our community, I would say, because what we learned when we were there in July was that through this permaculture garden that we didn't really know why we were doing back in the 17 and 18, 230 families in Uganda, and families like an average of 5, I think in our community is maybe closer to 7 or 8 average. So 200 families were saved like with food. They were secured with food through this family network through the whole pandemic. So that's the cost of no action, if we would never have done that. And that's my answer when people say, but Thomas, and Donna,
I think
you
he
have
is.
everything. You're already on top. You're like, why are you working?
I hope he is.
And we can say with the hand of our heart, like if we stop working, there will be people dying in our community. And we are doing this to leave a legacy, not for us, to honor of God, but the legacy for them, for generation to come. You heard about the apple seed yesterday. So that's what it's all about. And the soccer tournament led to a soccer academy now with 60 plus people. We're looking for more youth, to save more youth. And here I'm coaching in July, and there were so many there. So to get the really grip on it, we had internal games for a whole day. We were sitting and watching. You can follow on the QR code there as well for the soccer academy. And we played with the oldest guy, and then we had the middle team and the youngest guy. And the team that won, they stayed on the field. And when the youngest guy came on field for the first time and they played the oldest guy, the one that we had in the tournament, 19, they won. So we had 8, 9, 10, 11, 12-year-old people with passion and grit and dreams beating the 19-year-old soccer player. And they did not leave the field after. And we were like, how we really want to incentivize the couple of people that stood out. But I know in Sweden and sometimes in US, if I would incentivize some people, the other one would be jealous, or the parents will come and beat you up and everything. So I was kind of torn, how do I do this? But we decided after talking to each other to gift them some soccer shoes that we had, because we didn't have 60 pair of soccer shoes with us. And these kids, 80% of them, they don't have shoes. That's one of the biggest issues for them. So we gifted them, and I had to talk to you saw I was talking to the team, and here is the 2 guys that stood out. They are 12 years old or young, and they got their first shoes, and I had a speech for the group where, if you continue to show up on the practice, if you listen to your trainer, if you do what the coach say, if you're a good role model, and if you put your best effort in every day, because they train 5 days in the week on this academy, you will also have the chance of getting a pair of soccer shoes. And then we left it with there. And then I talked to our point guy in Uganda after, because I was a little bit concerned, like, what's happening now? And he said, I never, ever seen so excited people in my whole life. So that's why it's so important to incentivize right behavior when you're building your business or whatever you do in life. So we are so proud of these guys and what they are doing. And I want to tell you this. Whatever you do in life or in business, you can pretend to care, but you can't pretend to show up. It's worth thinking about, isn't it?
I'm emotional listening to this.
And there's a story that I love to share. It's in a book that I love to read. And is it okay if I share that story?
I feel like I'm still so impressionable.
Yeah.
For MLM stuff, and he seems sincere.
In that book, there's a chapter called Matthew 14. Okay? In that chapter, there's a long-haired guy. Let's call him JC today, okay? You with me? So they had done a great work because, with his 12 team members or 12 disciples, they had done a training or a preaching and, done some miracles with bread and fishes, and then they were heading home. One of the biggest miracles ever had just happened. He wanted to take a longer walk home by himself, and the disciple decided to get in a boat and cross the lake of Galilee, okay? So in the middle of the night, it was rough weather. Their mentor comes walking on water. These guys are frightening. It says in the book, they were screaming like afraid children, like screaming. And when I think about that, I think it's, you know, it's.
They live in Wisconsin, so.
It's sad with.
I'm glad you're sharing, Hannah, because like part of me is, I don't know why I'm like this. Like, I wish that, I don't know why. It's like, one, I don't know if Champy, like, I'm hoping like there's good people in the world who want to be able to give back. Because, I mean, I'm thinking about people starving to death during the pandemic, and it's hard to like process that in countries that don't have all of the infrastructure that we have here, where we can order groceries, or some people can. Like, it's hard to think about. And it's like you want people to have good intentions and you don't even know, because it's all multi-level marketing just makes the water so murky.
He was awesome before, like, I don't, you know, but he's standing there by the boat to walk on water. And his mentor says, come. That's all about posture and positioning. Come. And he takes a step out of the boat. In the best of the world, the story would end there, don't you agree? But lucky for us, it did not end, because Peter starts to sink. And most of you know the story, because he lost focus on his goal. The purpose why he was walking.
My husband's side of the family.
But I also think
Dutch, and
there's
a lot of
two
them settled in
kind
Wisconsin.
of regrets in life. Action regrets and inaction regrets. Action regrets. We all have that fair share. Oh, I shouldn't have said that, or I shouldn't have done that. But I think the inaction regrets is the one that haunt us to the day we die. That's why you can read beautiful books of, you know, the 5 most and the 10 most common thoughts of people dying and what they have in action regrets. But Peter is sinking, and I think there's 11 other people in that boat that had the choice to walk on water as well.
Yeah,
but
they're
they
awesome.
did not. Maybe some of them was even thinking, who do you think you are, Peter? Why do you think that you can walk on water? Come back to us. But he took the leap of faith, and he walked, and he sank. JC takes his hand, take him up. And this is what I love about the story, because this is the untold story in the story. Because there's no way to be found where they say that, oh, they threw a life buoy, or like they took the boat back to them, or JC carried Peter back to the boat or something. So can you imagine when you plant the coconut tree and you can't see anything, but you have to nourish, you have to do it. And 6 years later, there's fruit. Right?
This is exhausting.
There's easy way to disappointments on that journey. When you take that leap of faith, there's easy to second guess yourself too. As soon as you lose focus, you start to think, oh, why did I do this? You know, I should have, all those thoughts comes in, the doubts. But what I think happened was that they walked back to the boat again. So he took another leap of faith, even that he sank when he was trying the first time. He kept his faith to continue to move forward.
Just sad.
And that's what I think all of us should learn from that story. Because it's easy to do it once, but then when we fail, we stop doing it. Or when we second guess ourselves, we stop doing it and we keep on sinking. And that's why I think sinking is better than sitting. And I think all of us have our fair share of sinking as well. But I think also, since we are here, we are keep on going
Yeah,
and
I don't
learning?
know. That's a good question.
So, in closing,
It's
I
like
want to leave you with this thought or this question. If you know what you can do with all this knowledge you got here this weekend, I would say two things in closing. One thing, the most important thing, is page 41 in your program. Monday morning, now what? If you're looking online, you may not have that program, but it's like what's happening on Monday morning. That's up to you. Now what? And my closing thought for you to ponder on is, what is the cost of
he
no
does a little bit.
action?
But he seems
Thank
better
you.
than Cody.
God bless. Appreciate being here.
Flashing lights, look away. This guy's so annoying, and I hate even saying that. Sorry, just hard listening to this all day. I feel like I'm losing it.
New aspiration. How many of you maybe were inspired in a different way, and you're thinking maybe in a bigger way that your network marketing business could do more than just help your family, but you could put in motion something like that they have put in motion. You don't have to wait for that to show up for you. You can start that tomorrow. You could ring up or you could call any local charity or organization or school and offer your time and say, I am someone who could just show up if you need a volunteer. Do you need volunteers that have got specific skills? Maybe it's leadership or somebody that's responsible or could put...
Like listening to how twisty this is, and that there's people totally bought into this conference and reading the Facebook page of people talking about how great the event was. And it's like, the problem of multi-level marketing seems so big. And I'm just overwhelmed, I guess.
New vision, something else that adds to what you're doing, because an aspirational goal has to be strong enough or good enough to get you going. In other words, get you into action, keep you going, and keep you going in the right direction. So we all now have A number one, which is we're going, you can accept I am worthy. Number two is you can have seen people that you aspire to be like. You've seen a new aspiration. But accessing the story just means, hey, I can get started. It's the reason why I brought the cookies on the lowest shelf, like John C. Maxwell said, when talking about charity, by saying something that you could start and you could do on Monday. Because remember this, guys, with all the lofty ideals, Martin Luther King said, you may be able to see your way up yourself going up the entire staircase. You might be able to see that, you might not, but you've got to be able to see yourself doing what? Taking that first step. Because remember, going back to it again, guys, I'm going to say it again, because you want this to change your life. 100% of people who don't take the first step never take the second step. Don't be one of those people. Come out of this conference and set a step in motion that you know that you can actually do on Monday. Accountability is closing the gap between what you intended to do and what you actually did. And that's why these speakers are being so intentional about what they shared. So Thomas, thank you very much for everything that you shared. I hope it just brings some... Well, guys, I love every speaker. And, it's like kids, you should never have a favorite. And I'm not going to say that these are my favorites because this would not be fair. But Nicole and Stacy. Nicole DeMoray and Stacy Halls, in my mind, are some of the best teachers I've ever seen.
Thanks, Hannah.
How many of you were inspired by Nicole's story? Guys, I want to say this. It's so amazing that they can teach you how to tell your story in a way that people connect with emotionally. but also that you
I don't
can
want to
do
manipulate
it
anybody with
multiple
emotions.
times and for it always to feel authentic. There's a way that she does that they can
thank
teach
you, Rivka.
When you hear Stacey Hollis talk about that they can micro-niche, in other words, that everybody in this room has a story. You have value. You have something that you can bring forth that can build for you a social media audience, even if you're looking at this and going, you know what? I don't even have an audience at home, not alone a social media audience. They can teach you how to do that. You know, I talked about John Melton interviewed on Facebook, Stacey Hollis talking about how she had taken her TikTok account, something she started new, to 5,000, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, 200,000 people doing something that everybody here could do. It's not saying everybody will do it, but everybody could do it. What they're brilliant at, guys, is putting the cookies on the lower shelf. I promise you that if you really pay attention here and are super intentional, you can come away from here and really level up your social media game, even if you have no game right now. So let's get on your feet, because you're going to have a lot of fun. They're going to bring loads of entertainment. They're going to bring loads of education. You're going to be transformed. They're the last speakers today. So let's get up on your feet. Let's bring so much energy to Nicole Dumouriez and Stacey Hall.
Flashing lights. Look away. Oh my God, this is gonna be awful. I'm being so mean.
Focused. So everybody up, tired, a little stale. What we want you to do is turn to your neighbor and you're going to massage. No. No, you know how I feel about the massage your neighbor thing. I'm not about that. I think it works. No.
Go ahead.
We're going to do like Nadia Melton, and we're going to clench our butt cheeks because it makes us look younger and it gives us energy. Yeah?
Okay, on the count of 3.
You okay? All right, Nadia, you know what I'm talking about? Okay, count of 3, we're going to clench. 1, 2, 3.
Oh.
And release.
One more time with your hands in the air. Up. Ready? 1, 2, and clench.
And release.
You guys feel better?
Don't you feel younger? Don't you feel amazing? Thank you, Nadia, for that little tip.
Shake it up, shake it up.
Oh my God.
All right, you ready now? Everybody ready to learn some strategy to get some TikTok followers, maybe?
How many of you are familiar with micro niche? You know what it means? Oh, this is going to be fun.
Couple.
I saw a couple.
Some people get scared the minute they hear the word niche, like the fear in your heart.
Because you haven't taught anyone how to market yet.
Okay, we're going to break that down and make it super dupes simple for you today.
Right. We want you to understand the power of one, and this is going to simplify it, but it's also going to set up a lot of light bulbs.
Who are we? Some of you may not even care that much, and that's okay. But if you do care about why you should be listening to us, please screenshot this, because we don't want to spend a ton of time talking about our accolades and what we've accomplished.
Yeah.
But just know that we are the kind of trainers who are in the trenches every single day. We kind of like wear lab coats and we go test stuff out, and we see what works and we see what doesn't work, and we take back the best nuggets, and that's what we teach. So
right.
Screenshot if it interests you, and we're just going to
Now we're going to get down to business.
Wait a word.
This is what you're going to learn. Our field-tested micro-niche strategy and why it matters.
How to use our Lego method to nail down your one thing. It's a bit of a theme this weekend.
It is. And the power of one. This is 3 steps that's going to create influential content that converts, baby!
Who wants to convert?
Who wants to convert to sales?
Yeah! We're not volunteers on social media. We want to convert, right? It's so important.
Absolutely.
So what is a micro niche? In simple terms, it defines the very specific part of an audience that you intend to attract, that you intend to nurture, and that you want to work with and this is the important part, and it scares people, to the exclusion of all else. In order to attract,
I'm going to have a cookie tonight.
we must repel.
I might even get ice cream.
Some people don't like that because they're super yellow and they love everybody and they don't want to have anybody not feel included. But if you try and attract everyone, you will attract no one. So a niche is essentially the segment of an audience that you're targeting, right? A micro niche is a much more specific segment within that niche. Super simple.
I would
so
bet
think of it this way.
nobody in the
Niche is
room.
the chocolate chip cookie. Micro niche is the chocolate chip.
That's the magic recipe, too. Why is this important?
It's not a bad analogy.
People are
but
craving
okay.
authenticity and genuine connection
Oh,
more than
God.
ever before, and respond to high-value, authentic content. How many of you are on Facebook? Just raise your hand. How many are building on Facebook? Because we can secure people in groups, right? It's important. Network marketing lives on Facebook these days. How many of you are seeing people like saying, I help moms, and they're all standing in white linen, barefoot on the beach with all their kids, and it's like page after page after page after page after page of the same thing.
Yep.
Because they're being taught just to really regurgitate somebody else's content just to be able to get started. So what we need to teach you is to be your own voice, because you know what, at the end of the day, this is what you need to understand about network marketing. Do you know what the best product is? You.
Oh my God.
You and your unique voice. So they no longer have an appetite for endless trends, copying content and pointing at speech bubbles on a screen.
That's like literally
Isn't that
4 years
liberating?
ago.
Some of you didn't like that, right? Some of you not really into that.
It was
when you're like,
different, but it
They
wasn't
don't know what they're
authentic,
talking
right?
about.
Right.
Right?
And your spouse is going, is this how you make money?
Yeah.
Okay. They want to see you looking at them and sharing useful things, because at the end of the day, what you're doing, you do have your fingertips on the best industry on the planet, but it's all about them, isn't it? You're a
You
servant
just
to
said
the
it's
people.
all about me.
Your
but it's
audience
really
wants
about
you
the
to be
niche.
there. Go to
For fuck's
person
sake.
for one thing and one thing only, and they're going to show up for you again and again, because everybody's laying in bed at night with the problem, not a million problems. There's something, one thing keeping them up. You have the answer to that problem, especially in short form video.
and we know some of you are already thinking this. Stacy and Nicole, how do I figure out my one thing? Great question. And we're going to break it down for you. And many of you may have been taught, and I'm not disparaging this method, because you have to honor the social media platform, and some social media platforms will lend itself better to certain things than others. So some of you may have been taught, find 3 to 5 things you like. Talk about those 3 to 5 things. Does that sound familiar?
This doesn't
Kind
make
of
sense
works pretty
for
well
marketing.
for a while, but you may have noticed, and I want by a show of hands, if you have noticed, that your engagement is going down on that content. You're not getting the same amount of yes, yes, yes. Okay, hands are going up all over. You're not getting the same response you did 2 years ago. The world is a different place.
Yeah.
Social media has changed again, and we do always have to learn how to
It changes all the time.
So I came up with the Lego method because I was trying to distill down to the simplest way I possibly could for you to understand how to figure out your one thing.
Oh, so I'm going to monetize my trauma or monetize bad things that have happened to me. What have you overcome? No way. There's no way. You do not have to get this personal on social media to be successful if you have a product to sell in your small business. You just don't. She doesn't know what she's talking about.
In part, yes.
Right.
Because you're just going to be thinking about it all the time, and you're not going to be doing the do. So please, I wanted to preface with that.
It's more complex.
So there are 4 key questions you want to ask yourself. You can screenshot this because you will not have time to do a full brain dump right now, but that's what I really encourage you to do. This whole process should take you about 20 minutes, not 3 months. Okay?
Truly.
Please. So the first question, I want you actually to write down Lego on your notepad. You've probably already done that because you're all high achievers. That's why you're here. I get it. But if you haven't, L-E-G-O, vertically, right?
Yep.
Why do we not line up the Lego? This would be the
this
one
way.
time.
Like your stories, like stories.
To line up.
Not Facebook.
The bolded letters.
Number 1, L. The letter L
Christy.
stands for love. What do you love? So you're just going to do
That's
a
not
brain
bad.
dump, and you're going to write down the things you love. And don't edit yourself. Okay, that's not really cool. I'm not going to include that one. The point of a brain dump is not to edit yourself. Write it down. I love my family. I love my dogs. I love gardening. I love traveling. I love scrapbooking. I love going to Disney. I love Bible study. I love whatever it is. Write it down. Next, what are you edified for amongst your peers and your colleagues and your friends? And if you're not familiar with the term edified, you probably are, but if you're not, it just means what nice things do they say about you, about things that you're good at?
I'm good at crying.
What are you edified for? Because a lot of times we don't recognize our own skill. But you might notice that some of your friends are like, oh my gosh, you need to go talk to Beth if you want to learn about chrysanthemums. I've never seen anything like it. She's incredible, right? So that your friends are talking about you because you're good at something. What is that?
I love books too, Marie.
Don't edit. Just write it down. The next one is G. What are you good at? And the reason why we differentiate between good and what you love is because a lot of times you have gifts that God gave you that you are not currently using.
You don't have to use
Right?
everything
Because you don't really love that you're good at it. It's not cool.
I don't like graphic design as much as I used to.
But I want you to write it down, because when it comes to how you show up on social media, especially TikTok, you might latch on to something that you never even thought about pursuing before that's like the perfect thing for you to talk about to impact the people that you want to attract. So write it down. And last but not least, and this is probably the most important, what have you overcome? And guys, some people were talking about some very tragic stories this weekend.
Yeah, no fucking
and
content
I know, 'cause
warning
I used
either.
to be one of them, so don't laugh. Some of you are having story envy. Shh. I know. I used to be the same. I'm like, I don't have that tragic story. How can I possibly be successful?
Oh,
I'm going to
you're-
go on stage and go, my mom was kind of cool.
Stop talking.
I don't
Stop
know.
talking. Stop
I didn't have a
talking.
house burned down. I don't
Stop
have a story
talking.
of overcome. Everyone has overcome something.
Yeah.
Everyone has overcome something. So when we talk about what
Is
you've
the
overcome or what you're
Zinzino guy
overcoming,
from
it could even
Sweden?
be
Yes,
something as
Elaine.
simple as learning something that made your marriage stronger. Or you had a
They don't actually know how to market, so then their last point, which is not a point that any marketers would tell you to do, is they're saying you can overshare. What can you overshare about and show that you've overcome? This is so adolescent in the worst way possible.
So here's some examples. This is where your cameras need to be up, and you need to get a picture of this. This is important. We're going to break this down for you. And this is what I was talking about earlier when you're looking all over Instagram and you're looking on Facebook. I help moms this, I help dads that. That's not a micro niche. What you should not be saying is, I help moms create more money and time freedom to live a life by design. You know
Because
why?
it sounds a multi-level marketing
It's because
company.
your life by design is not my life by design. Like Stacy said, she has a friend building a house in the
Oh my God,
wilderness.
that's the worst.
She said she'd rather choose.
No, it sounds like a multi-level marketing sleazy bio. No one would want to follow. And they're not saying, and no one would assume you saying life by design. They would assume you can help me figure out what I want to do with my life and choose to do it intentionally. That's what someone picks up from it, but they also pick up that it's a multi-level marketing bio. Oh my God, this is so twisty. This is so twisty.
Not be attracted to that. And that's okay. That's okay. Because you're going to convert the people that look at you and go, oh, that's me.
These are so boring.
That's me. That's your number one message here.
These are boring.
Yeah, absolutely. What I love about that is that people feel called. When you're very specific, a person feels called. If I land on your page and you say, I help moms become financially free while at home and live their best life, do I feel called by that? I'm like, I don't even know what that means.
No, it's
we
just
want to
an
always
interest.
be clear over clever. I would write that down.
Yes.
Be clear, not clever.
I disagree. I would say be both, and
People
maybe
need
be
to
funny.
know. Do you want to go back just one second?
Sure.
There's just a couple of examples I wanted to quickly go over there.
Okay.
They're bad at presenting.
I love this bottom one. You can screenshot it. I show moms of toddlers how to create simple meals on a budget that even their picky eater will love. Right? You're laughing because you guys, any parent knows what that means. They've got a plate full of peas in the face a couple times, right? So when you call your audience out, specifically who you're looking for, it is so incredibly powerful. The right people stick, the wrong ones repel.
Right. And you could be an empty nester now still laughing at that because you remember it 20 years ago because you still have PTSD.
Well, now it's happening with the grandkids, but they don't have to deal with stuff.
They
so
don't.
can
They
just
just
point
get
it
hit back. Messy tray and all.
Yeah.
Okay, the power of one. This is good, y'all. This is so good. Steps to creating content that converts.
People actually take their own lives or sometimes take other people's lives because of PTSD. So the amount of people just throwing it around like so lackadaisically makes me really angry and disappointed.
If you're vanilla and you're not bold, you're scroll-buyable. We don't want you to be scroll-buyable. Did I say that right?
Scroll-buyable.
Scroll-buyable,
That's
right?
hard to
That's
say.
a word. Mm-hmm. We don't want you to be, I don't want somebody going, because that's how they're trained. We want them to stop on you.
Right.
Because you have a message that they need, and you're going to gain the right person. Step one message. Nail down your one thing. Disney travel on a budget for families with special needs children.
Oh, God.
Very specific. Oh, my goodness. Do you know how many families need that? So specific. But do you understand how it solves a problem? Don't forget
Disney is one of the most accessible theme parks on the planet.
One person. Deliver that message to one person. That person is you just a few steps ago. And number 3, one action. Give that person...
What's the correct term? Because I thought that it was like... I don't know what the right term is.
On. But when you do a CTA, you have to be super specific. Don't give more than one action. And you want them to drop it in the comments because when you drop it in the comments, that builds engagement. When you build engagement, that platform that you're building on is going to push it out in front of more people.
Right.
If you use words that are hard to spell or remember, you're going to lose your audience. Keep it small, keep it simple, keep it easy to spell.
Okay.
And keep it thematic so they don't forget it.
You're good.
Please don't say like, comment, share, follow, and drop the word fitness if you want my 10-step checklist. Because somebody who's watching that, they're like, what? Scroll.
I say like, drop Freaky Fitness with Nikki. And I'm like, what? Freaky Fitness with Nikki? What the heck? Because you think it's my brand that they're attracted to. But guys, you get 15% of someone's brain when they're on social media. The other 85% is changing a poopy diaper, picking poop off the rug from a dog, getting gas in their car, looking at their Facebook at work when they're not supposed to, which means that the volume is down. You only get one chance.
Good to know. Thank you for the help,
Keep
everybody.
It simple.
Or maybe getting an Amazon delivery.
Could be, like you,
like
20 times a day.
Every day. If I go 2 days without one, the neighbors check on me, but that's just,
Couple of examples for you.
Disabled is not okay.
Example number 1, one message, how to improve memory to prevent Alzheimer's. This guy's out there and he's doing fantastic, okay? This is a big issue, but we were getting really, really specific here. The top 3 supplements to grow new brain cells so you can prevent Alzheimer's. That's not just a message for the people living with Alzheimer's. That's a message for people that's probably caring for their parents with Alzheimer's. Mm-hmm. There's so many. And they feel alone. And many of them feel ashamed and guilty because they want to have a life too.
What I'm reading on the internet from the Association of University Centers on Disabilities, it says it is not unusual for someone with a disability to have talents, skills, and abilities. It is okay to use the words or phrases such as disabled, disability, or person with disabilities when talking about disability issues. Ask the person you are with which term they prefer if they do have a disability. What is the politically correct way to say disabled? Don't automatically refer to disabled people in all communications. Many people who need disability benefits and services don't identify with this term. Consider using people with health conditions or impairments if it seems more appropriate. That's the gov.uk link. The do's and don'ts of disability language. I'll have to do some reading. Okay. Okay. I just want to be respectful here. And I do prefer to know if you are someone who lives with a disability, what your preferred. Well, I don't know if I am medically disabled. Okay.
In the comments, and I'll fill you in. That's
okay.
it.
I don't want to like burn my chat down. I want to learn, but I just want to. I don't know if I'll be able to learn everything today.
Really? You got it? Okay.
Okay. This strategy leads to endless amounts of the number one income producing activity, which is conversation.
Conversation.
I can
That's the
find
goal.
out why you're not making money if I ask you how many conversations you were in a given week, and if you look at me with a blank stare, we know what the answer is. This is that was just an example from one of my TikToks of how this method works. So if you would like to know what the Power of One has done for us, screenshot this. We've both built super engaged TikTok followings of over 150,000 in 4 months, where nobody knew who we were. We weren't able to lean on influence, totally different topics. Millions of views, thousands of comments, shares, and saves.
I think in general, like the issue going back to that Instagram bio that they were talking about is, are you as a creator trying to empower and bring dignity to potentially the person that you're sharing on your account to help other parents advocate and help their kid interact with the world more effectively and more often if the kid wants to do that? And my issue is using a child who has a disability as a way to promote your multi-level marketing company. I think it breaks all of the rules to me.
He ain't so easy. He can kick you in the booty too, y'all. I mean, he may be a sweet guy, but he understands how to love you properly, and he helps you grow properly because he's constantly growing. And so we wanted just to take a second and tell you how much we appreciate everything he's done for us and everything that we're seeing him do for you.
Yeah. What I love so much about Ray's approach, which is so vastly different than other mentorship that I've experienced, is that he has an uncanny ability to see what's stopping you from doing things. Not just what to do, where the holes are in your boat, which he's very adept at doing, no question. But to be able to like hover and see that 10,000 foot view and really figure out why you're not doing the things you need to be doing and help you figure out how to block that issue so you can step into your greatness, step into your power, and start getting the results that you deserve. So we just want to say thank you, Ray. And if you are thinking about delving in, stepping in, investing in mentorship, know that your dreams are in your heart for a reason. They're there with a purpose. They are not there by accident. They're there by design. And so honor that nudge, honor that instinct, make a decision, figure it out later.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're scared, that's good.
Yeah.
That means you're serious. And I remember having several conversations with Ray about it. Every single time he got out of his comfort zone and did something that scared him to death, he grew 10 times bigger than he's ever been.
What
So I
about
want
the
you to
times
take
he's
that
treated
as a
people like
personal note.
shit?
It's okay to be uncomfortable. We know how serious you are for growth, and that's why you got out of your comfort zone to be here and gave up things for being here.
Yeah.
So pat yourself on the back for that. Celebrate yourself for what you do. We have the best industry on the planet, y'all.
Yes, we do.
Guess what?
Thank
There's people who
you.
aren't in MLMs. There's not people, and not everyone in this conference is in multi-level marketing. You've got real estate people. You've got people in insurance and other stuff, and none of the speakers understand that.
I love them so much. It's so cool.
I love
having
feeling
watched
like
their their
oh,
journey,
God.
both of them. And you'll actually hear a little bit more from Stacy in the morning. And so before, we're we're wrapping up, for the day, and then we'll see some of you in the founder reception. And this is the first ever, right? This is the founder reception. And I know what it's like. It can be scary. And doing scary things is what makes you proud of yourself. That's just how it works. And there were many times that I moved forward before I was ready.
Makes me proud.
And those were the times that I grew the fastest. Those were the times that I grew the most. And I would just, if you ask someone how to double their business, they can probably answer that question. They'll say, well, just double the work, right? But if I ask you how to 20 times your business, you probably don't know how to answer that. But I probably can. John probably can. My wife might be able to. And so sometimes it's just changing your perspectives. It's just having different people in your life rooting for you and really caring about you.
Oh my God.
And so if you feel called, two things. One, if you put your deposit down, obviously we'd love to see you. We'll see you here shortly. It starts in whatever time it is, 15, 20 minutes. I'll see you in there. I know Jessica's changing into some glam dress, so I'm going to change too. All right. And also, if you're seriously considering it and you had a session over the last couple days with one of our coaches, we actually have a special gift for you. And so make sure you grab that. You can talk to our coaches in the back. They're waving. I see one person raising their hand, a couple people back there raising their hand. And we're just honored that you're here. Thank you for being here. I look forward to hanging out with some of you tonight. Sure. And let's rock and roll. All right. Appreciate you. Thank you, guys.
No, I get it. We did it. Yeah. Oops.
We did it! Yay! Always team up. We did it! Yay! Woo! Hooray! We did it!
Yeah, there's a patch on his jacket. Flashing lights. Dear God, what is happening? Yeah, we're definitely not inclusive there, buddy. We did it.
What, like it's hard?
You are a sad, strange little man, and you have my pity.
The lights are literally flashing out of control. I'm the founder of Sneaking In. Oh my God, the ladies are back. I'm not listening to them. Oh my God, someone has a coat shirt with the H underneath it. I'm not listening to them. They don't even have a light on. They don't even have a freaking light on. Was it an hour longer than yesterday? Yes. It was awful. Oh my God.
And there seems to be no sign of intelligent life anywhere.
I don't even know what to say. I don't even have any good songs. I don't. World of Brit. Yep, it was longer. And then, what time is it? I don't even know what time it is. It's 5:47. Let me see if someone's gonna be live that we can raid. Holy moly, 9 hours and 45 minutes. I've never streamed this long before. Okay. Oh my God, they're still talking. Y'all don't care, right? We don't want to listen to those two ladies talk. At least I don't. I'm going to make a judgment call. We're not doing it. Is anyone... Clowntown's going live at 6:30. It's Sensi. I guess maybe we can't do our mom party tonight. Darn. Oh. What I'm going to do is I will just raid them. And... Klaka! What up? Oh yeah, the scroll dance? Of course we can do that. Checking it right now. I'm downloading it. Oh my God. Is there music to it? I love it. That just make my day all better. 1, kazoos. 2, brand colors. 3, a dancing squirrel. Holy shit. Number 1, Christy brought us the kazoo song. Number 2, Christy has made us the best squirrely dancing, kazoo loving image for us to enjoy for all of time. Subscribe for more. This is the dopamine hit I needed after the last 9 hours. Same. I think he's it probably is a he. I don't know. Maybe a them. I don't know. We're good. I don't know what I mean. Y'all, we've got lots of squirrels here. Christy, you're the best. Okay, I have this feeding over into Clowntown stream. They're gonna be going live at 6:30. I'm tuckered out. I'm like tired. I really want to make it to 10 hours though. Like an even number. I want to like go turn on my chili pad and watch reality TV and crochet my heart out so I can look like Wednesday Addams. That's what I want. Conference? What conference? I don't remember a conference after the 6 squirrel breakdown. We can call it snarky. Oh my god. Klaka. Hell yes. Snarky the squirrel. Our leader of the secret squirrel squad. I've eaten my dinner. I'm going to get a refill. We've got a crispy, clear video, though, of this. It's like, God, I really want to watch it. I can't watch it right now, though. I guess I got to get a break. You know the frustrating part is I didn't stream to anybody. I mean, I streamed to y'all, which is great. I didn't stream regular yesterday or the day before. So I got to make up for it at some point. I don't think anyone's going to want to watch this. It's like, 10 hours? Like, yeah, I guess if you want to listen to awful stuff by Ray Higdon, like, yeah, you can turn this on for 10 hours and, like, let it go. Okay, I started Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, and I will say those are the best, the one I enjoy the most so far, but I guess because I had already liked Vanderpump Rules, I liked. But then I was like, are these people really being mean to each other? I don't know. And then I tried to do Orange County, but it had been filmed so long ago. It's so cheesy. And then the mom is like letting her 18-year-old daughter like do this brand shoot, and she's half naked. And the older sister comes in and she's like, Mom, what are you doing? And she's like, your sister's a model. Like, why are you being such a Debbie Downer? And I'm like, well, maybe because somebody has to be the adult here. Like, it wasn't a tasteful, in my opinion, nude shoot-ish. Half nude. Anyways. And then there's already been pulling of someone's extensions out of their hair. And I was like, do I have to be more awake for this? And then I was watching Jen Shaw get arrested in Salt Lake City because I've seen all of Emily D. Baker's streams on that. And that's like watching something in real life. And so I watched that and I was like, oh my God, nobody's taking accountability for anything. We're just blaming everybody. If you want tasteful, the Housewives of OC are not it. I like Beverly Hills, I guess, because there's a crossover between Vanderpump, but the fact that all of the guys on Vanderpump Rules get a pass to being douche lords, and the girls are always painted as the villains. I'm like hitting the upper echelons of my deal. Go down a little bit. Hello. What is happening? I was like, is this misogyny? Is this like what the internet wants to see? Like, does it make people rage and get them more watch time? Because why are the guys not held to the same standard that they seem to hold the girls to? Try the new season of New York. Okay, I'll watch it. Yeah, I watched the OC from the start when it came on in 2006. Yeah, it did not age well, but there is a fraudulent, like a cancer diagnosis in the OC, and I was trying to see like what season that was in. And my physical therapist told me about it because I was telling her about the The Malibu Clinic from Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, the one, Jesse Lee's going to. I love trash TV. The more twisty, messy, the better a show gets. Like the 90 Day Fiance. Brooks, Vicky's boyfriend. Yep. I watched New Jersey Housewives for the pure audacity of it. I feel like New Jersey is audacious. Here's a question: what was I watching? Was I watching a documentary? There was somebody based out of New Jersey, and it was a hockey documentary. Well, I'll have to find it. It just makes me like not think about anything. So if I don't want to be sad, or if I, like my like true shows I have to be like mentally there and watching it. And also, can you be super mentally there if you're not doing like, if you're having to focus on something you're still learning how to do? Sometimes no. I think Vicky's boyfriend cancer was a good 5 years ago. Holy moly. Okay, I have to go look it up. I wish I couldn't sleep after I watched all the stuff with the 8 passengers people. And then I was looking at all these parents and their kids being on TV, and it's like, holy moly. I'm having a hard time breathing. Maybe I've stressed myself out. I don't know what's going on with my microphone, but I think I keep talking away from it. The housewife shows are great to have on while you crochet. They don't require a ton of attention. Yeah, you know what a good auditory TV program is? Meaning like it's obviously a TV show, but the descriptions and the dialogue are so good that you don't have to look at the screen. White Collar. White Collar is awesome for not having to look at the screen. But obviously it's not still going. Person of Interest, you have to look at the screen. Trash TV, you don't have to look at the screen. Although, can I just ask you a question? Here's a side note. On the reunion shows, how come people go into the reunion without having watched the tell-all moments on the series so that they can be like, oh my God, I can't believe you lied to me in this situation at this timestamp because you told me this, and the videotape has proven that is a lie. I don't know why you wouldn't do that. I would do that. Season 10 of OC is when Brooks had the cancer diagnosis. Okay, I'm watching it then. I'm going to leave here and I'm going to go watch it. Yes. I love the British Bake Off too. Thank you, Charlene. Charlene, you're the best. I think the reunions are filmed before the season airs. Maybe they do. That makes sense. But have y'all watched Jax and Brittany watch season 10 of Vanderpump Rules because they're not on the show? And they're like, oh my God, what is going on? It's wild. Also, I don't know. Tom Sandoval, what the hell are you doing, buddy? I think the reunion, Hannah P, you gotta watch it. There's like 3 episodes. Yes! There's 3 episodes and they're totally worth like watching. Because at Sheena's second wedding, they were there with their kid, and they're still friends with Sheena and Brock and everybody. Oh my God, I want to do this. Like, did she do another? I'm looking at the reveal lady, and I'm wondering, did she do another opportunity call? She must have. See you a bit. We'll breathe a bit before Heather C stream. Awesome, Marie. Thanks so much for hanging out. Tom Sandoval's a piece of shit who doesn't know how to break off relationships. He cheated on Kristen after 6 years, and now he cheated on Ariana. Yup. Wow, season 10 was in 2013. What? Vanderpump is the one I couldn't get into. I was just like a big turnoff from 3 of the people to me. I felt a violence inside of me when seeing them. Yeah. I don't know, when Stassi, like Beau, Stassi's married to Beau now, and they have the cutest, she's about to have her second baby, and Beau's like awesome. Stassi was pretty mean though, and I think she got less mean as she lived her life. Come back later tonight. I'll do my best. If someone promises to show up, I do have to I should have gotten a recorded video out. I'm gonna try to get 7 videos scheduled for surgery week in November, and I'm gonna do 7 videos. I'm gonna stream some of my birthday week, but my spouse is probably gonna come see me. So I don't know if I'll be available to stream on my birthday. I love Beau. Beau's awesome. Yeah, I just like y'all, break down the speakers. 10 hours, we did it! New record for a live stream. Holy moly. Break down the speakers from Ray's Shit Show. Shorten videos you can put out. Yeah, I'll do that. You're so smart. Run my life. Just kidding. I don't think Christy wants a job managing my life. Managing my videos. Y'all are the best. I was going to go peace out, but, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Yeah, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Goodbye. You know what I need? The ending, but with kazoos. You know what I mean?